Yeah. Yeah. So, guys, I was just trying to sort out the thing with Adnan because he's trying to getting onto the stream. So I was giving myself advice and everyone with me, whoever wants to hear it, that Allah is giving us advice that don't mock people, don't mock the, especially here the believers, right? You know, don't mock bits al fusuq ba'd al-iman, don't call each other names. And then Allah mentions in the next page, just immediately afterwards, He says, you know, يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. That we have created you from one male and one female. We've made you into tribes and nations so that you may get to know one another. So the racism that took place a couple of weeks ago, or whatever, and that's been happening, and really it's uncovered something about the ummah that we need to work on. It's it's contrary to what the Quran is telling us, right? It's contrary to how we should be behaving. And so I was really disappointed with that. But I think it's important to renew our intentions in these regards, to remind ourselves of these ayat Qur'aniyah, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling us that we've got to be disciplined believers, that we are all one unity, that He wants to see reconciliation between the believers. He wants to see the believers sincere towards each other, not trying to harm each other. And you know, subhanAllah, like there's another verse in Surah Al-Ma'idah, Allah mentions, يا أيها الذين آمنوا ما يرتد منكم عن دينه فسوف يأتي الله بقوم يحبهم ويحبون أذلة على المؤمنين أعزة على الكافرين يجاهدون في سبيل الله ولا يخافون لومة لائم. That, oh, you who believe, yeah, that, oh, you who believe, يا أيها الذين آمنوا, that how does that work? I forgot the air now. I just said it, and I'm starting to forget things. Subhanallah. Yeah, whoever turns on their heels, right? But just I just said it, and I'm starting to forget things. Subhanallah. Yeah, whoever turns on their heels, right? But whoever turns on their heels, that Allah will bring about a people that He loves and they love Him. That, and this is the key point here. أذلة على المؤمنين, that they are adilla really means humble. That's what this translated. But someone dalil is someone who's letting people kind of have their way. Don't fight too much with the believers. Don't Allah's the message in the Quran is عزاء مع الكفار رحماء بينهم. Okay. That He wants us to be, especially with some certain types of believers, mighty and dignified with the disbelievers, but then rahama, very compassionate with the believers. So I want you guys to remind me, okay, if I ever speak, especially to a Muslim brother, because this streams, we speak to all kinds of people. If I speak to a Muslim brother and I'm not doing that, then just remind me of that, because that is a sin on my behalf. If I lose my temper or I say something out of impetuousness and petulance and whatever it may be, right? Impulsiveness, and then you guys, you can hold me to account. I'm sure my brother's already doing it. My friends are already doing it. Don't follow that behavior. Look, I'm going to tell you what I tell my kids, guys, wallah. And I just want to say this to you guys. I've got too many flaws, okay? And so I'll be honest, sometimes I got so many flaws that I just feel wrong even speaking about religion, even mentioning religion. I have actually considered not talking about religion. I've considered just making it about activism and stuff because of the amount of flaws, personality flaws. And no matter how much I try, I'm not at the level where I want to be. And you guys know my character flaw. You guys know me. You guys actually do know me. You've known me for 10 years. I've been online for 10 years. I'm the kind of character that can't hide how he feels, And you guys know me now. I feel like you guys know me. I can't hide it. You've seen me do everything. You've seen me fight in a cage. You've seen me debate. You've seen me shouting, laughing. There's only a few things you guys have not seen, right, of me. That's that's the truth. You guys actually know me, right? So I can't fool you, and I can't fool the public, Muslims and non-Muslims, and whoever's seen it. You know what my flaws, my weaknesses are. So we all have to try and work on that. And as I said, honestly, wallahi, and I just say this as the final word before I bring Brother Adnan on. I think that it's time. I really do. I think it's time that we unite as an ummah. And I want to make this very clear for everyone because I keep saying the same point, but no one seems to register it. When I say unite, I don't mean uniformity. Unity is different to uniformity. And I'm not saying we should, as I said this last week, meet in the same restaurant in the same time every week and have lunch every day. I'm not making these points. I'm saying that there are big causes that we have to now sort of understand that if we contradict each other on those causes, like Palestine, for example, that is the prime example, okay? Then people will get hurt because of us. People may get hurt because of us. People could, we may be contributing to the suffering of people. And any sort of division that is, people have different divisions in the Ummah of Islam. There's 2 billion of us. There's tribal divisions, there's, as we've seen, racial divisions, unfortunately, and some of it is racist divisions. And we have sectarian divisions. But we have to start being mature, guys. We have to start knowing how to navigate those and work together because, wallahi, if we don't, we'll get hurt. We're going to get hurt. Your kids are going to get hurt. Your grandkids are going to get hurt. They're going to be, even in the West, you think you're safe in the West? Look at the far right, how it's rising. You think, okay, I'm in the West. Palestine's far away. No. All of it is connected. Okay, you're going to get hurt. I'm going to get hurt. We're going to get hurt. That we need to unite. Not unite in the sense of, like I said, combining the aqaid and aggregating the beliefs, or even suggesting that the differences between creedal schools or whatever it may be are unimportant. All those differences are extremely important. Okay, I think Adnan Rashid is here now. So I hope with that beautiful introduction, a beautiful man like Adnan Rashid is going to join us. Assalamu alaikum, how are you?
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You can hear me clearly?
I can. Can you turn up a little
Alhamdulillah.
bit?
Jazakumullah khairan. Thank you for that beautiful introduction and that beautiful opening with the Quran and beautiful advice to unite. And it doesn't mean uniformity. I agree 100%. Okay. And unity obviously comes with principles and shurut and all the conditions that are set by the ulama. So I agree, alhamdulillah. So first of all, let me introduce
Do you mind
the
centering your
purpose.
camera a bit, Adnan? Sorry. Can you just put your camera in the middle? Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me know if it's okay. It's okay now?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Brilliant. So let me, inshallah, introduce the purpose of this stream. We had an interaction on X, formerly known as Twitter, and initially it wasn't pleasant, and we spoke to each other over the phone. We go back a long way. We have been friends, alhamdulillah. We have beautiful memories together. We've done a lot of work together. I still remember when hijab started with Speaker's Corner as a young man. This was a while back. I still remember that very clearly. MashaAllah, tabarakallah, you've done a lot of good work on atheism, on liberalism, on even Christianity. You've debated die-hard kuffar, haters of Islam, and defeated them in debate, which we are proud of, alhamdulillah.
And you have as well, and you've done an immense service to the Ummah. And as I mentioned, like even the David Wood debate, a lot of the arguments I used were inspired by some of the talking points you had with your interlocutors in the debates. And you're one of the first actual Muslim debaters that popularized the development of the Trinity argument from a historical perspective. And I think that was like I said to you on the phone, I think that really was your prime when you were on the stage there with James White and others. We want that back. This is where you, like, if I was football is going on now, right? So if I was a manager, I'd put you as a striker. You're no good as a defender. You are the guy who scores the goals. So that's where I would be putting you.
Jazakallah khairan for those kind words, and I hope I'm like what you think I am. I hope so. I aspire to be better every day, alhamdulillah. So just coming back to the purpose of the stream, I just wanted to have a discussion openly for everyone to see that we can disagree on times, on topics at times. We can also have different views, different methodologies, different approaches to topics, but still we can cordially discuss our differences and move on and not insult each other, because we are supposed to be du'at. We uphold the religion of Allah, al-Islam, and we must aspire to do things in the best way possible. Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded in the Quran, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Ud'u ila sabili rabbik bil hikmah wa maw'izatil hasana wa jadilhum billati hiya ahsan. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has commanded us to do this with non-Muslims. So how about Muslims? So we have to be kind to each other. So, without taking too much time, I really want to thank you and your team for this opportunity to address the audiences out there, whether they like us or not. There are people, clearly they don't like you. There are people who don't like me. There are people who don't like others, right? And we don't want people to hate us. We don't want people to dislike us. We want people to understand us. We want people to understand why we disagree so strongly with their perspectives. And there's no problem with that. You don't have to call me names. You don't have to call me swear words and curse my mother just because you don't like what I'm saying or what I stand for. Don't accuse me. Ask me for clarity. Ask me why I hold certain positions, and I will explain. And I try my best to put my words out as clearly as possible. You know me, Brother Hijab. You've known me for years. I don't bite my words. I don't hide my views. I say what I believe. And I've been through a transition as well. There has been a process of my learning over time. For the last 25 years, I've been learning and learning and learning, and every day I learn something new, and that goes for everyone. So in that light, I think we should proceed and discuss some of the differences we had, and inshallah iron them out. And if we agree, we agree. If we don't agree, we don't agree. No problem. Alhamdulillah, you are my Muslim brother. I don't want bad for you. Firstly, I would like to address a very pressing topic, that is insulting people's ethnicity, their background, or their color, skin color, just because you don't like what they're saying. So anyone who's been insulting you, calling you all those names on X and anywhere else for that matter, I absolutely abhor and condemn all of that. I think it's completely out of order, no matter who it is, whether it's a bot, whether it's a fly on X, whether it's someone influential, whether it's someone important. Anyone who calls you names just because they don't like what you're saying, okay, is absolutely abhorrent. And
yeah, not just that. I mean, it's not just like I'm a North African. I mean, I'm not black. I don't self-identify as black. I mean, I'm a North African Arab Muslim.
no, even if you are
So,
black,
I mean,
so what?
no, but no, what I
Alhamdulillah.
mean is,
Yeah.
what I meant is, like, imagine I'm being called the stuff that I was being called, right? Imagine how a black person would feel. Do you know what I mean? It's not even just an insult to me. This is an insult to an entire group of people. Like,
Yeah.
and these are Muslims. You've been to Africa. You've seen how beautiful these people are. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
We're not in the game of that, and that's why I wanted a bit more. I'll be honest. I wanted a little bit more condemnation when it was happening from modern Salafis or neo-Salafis or whatever it is, people that are with the Najdi Dawah, because these individuals in Saudi Arabia or whatever country they were in, the Gulf countries, they were a mix of students of knowledge who are staying quiet about that. And then you had some, obviously, nationalists. They're not religious people. That some of them I've had conversations with as well. But I was more offended by their silence than I was by these nationalists, you know. I was more offended by like someone could have said easily, like, you know, as a person who follows the dawah of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab, whatever. I completely disagree with the way that the line of attack is being directed at this individual here, because it's offending me. You know, this is attacking the whole black race essentially, and all the Africans, and that's what it was. I'll be honest, it was missing, and it's not for me. This is more offensive to all of the black people that had to hear that and had to see that and had to witness that throughout the world.
I think to be fair, I don't think most of these students are even on X watching all of this taking place. And if they are on X, they see unpleasant stuff coming from both sides. Maybe they perceive some of your words to be as bad. For example, if you're calling them slaves, let's say, if you're calling them slaves of the Americans or the Zionists, okay,
Yeah, but they
you
calling me a
can't.
nigger. I mean, it's completely different.
Yeah, absolutely. Which
That's it.
is absolutely evil. Which is absolutely evil. So the problem is when there are slurs being thrown from both sides. For
No,
example,
but
I've been abused. I've
Adnan,
been abused.
I wouldn't compare whatever I was saying with them, because the thing is, like, these guys, I was speaking to, I'll even mention their names. One of them was called Dr. Abdullah al-Judaya, right? And he was attacking Sheikh Abdullah al-Ujaidi, actually. Initially, I got into the fray because he was attacking our friend and our Sheikh, Sheikh Abdullah. And I had enough. Like, you know, these people can attack me and you're the same. If someone attacks maybe a close friend of yours or a close sheikh of yours, maybe you'll feel more angry than if they attacked you, because it's like, I've been seeing this guy attacking the sheikh for a very long time, and he's a sheikh of mine and he's a friend of mine. So I actually felt angry on his behalf, and I responded to him. The equivocation that they made, Adnan, was this. I was saying the word Nejdi, okay? So their claim is that my using the term Nejdi, which is an academic term, which, by the way, like a Dawat Najdiya, they themselves call themselves a Nejdi themselves, right? It's an abbreviation, it's a shorthand for a Dawat Najdiya, the Nejdi Dawah. It's not talking about where they're from, okay? So these nationalists took it as an opportunity to say that, okay, well, I'm talking about their sort of region of origin, if you like. I wasn't referring to anything of the sort, nor did I intend it, nor do I care about talking about something like that. So then when they say, okay, well, you're using the word Nejdi, but who are you to use it? You're an African, N-word, this, blah, 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 and you're an Egyptian and you're not a true Arab, and, you know, whatever they were saying, it's completely disproportionate. And then these students of knowledge, many of them, like, you probably know some of them, I don't know, right? A lot of them are watching the whole back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And some of them are responding, all right, completely sidestepping and completely leaving out, right, any mention of their racism, any mention of what they're saying. Some of them are actually being racist. Abdullah Juda' made racist statements. He was said to Daniel Haqiqatu, you're a Persian, what are you doing here? He started invoking Persian Arab. He's a student of, he's meant to be a doctor in a university in Saudi Arabia. Okay. And he was being racist. Okay. And no one was saying anything to him. So there is a problem of racism here. That
I think there's a problem with racism across the world today. Muslims have been affected by it, no doubt. Okay. There is racism in Egypt, there is racism in Saudi Arabia, there's racism in Pakistan, there is racism in Bangladesh, there is racism in there is racism in the US, there is racism, we are facing it right now in the name of Islamophobia. Islamophobia is the new face of racism, okay? It's another guise of racism, right? So racism is a human problem. It has existed. Shaitan was the first racist. Ana khayrun minhu. Shaitan was the first racist. What is the logic of racism? The logic of racism is ana khayrun minhu. Okay, I'm better than him. I'm gonna look down on him. I'm gonna call him these words, N-word, or this word, or that word, or P word. Let's say, yeah. I'm gonna call him these words, and by doing so, I'm going to assert my superiority. This is shaitan. This is shaitan, clearly. Okay, like Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam clearly rebuked some of the Sahaba over expressing racial comments against Bilal radiallahu anhu, and the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam took action immediately, right? And there are those famous, powerful reports from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam where he said, that no Arab has superiority over a non-Arab, and no
I'm
white
happy you mentioned
has,
that, actually.
yeah,
Superior over that. The thing is, Adnan, and I have to be honest, like, I am an Arab. I can say this, right? It wasn't just racism, it was an Arab supremacy thing. Okay. They were using Arabness, and in particular their lineage or their, wherever they're from in the Gulf country, as a way of showing superiority over somebody else. Now, I'm speaking about a very specific kind of racism, right? Which some of them even use religious justification for. Now, when I started interrogating their line of reasoning, like, one of the things I said to them was, okay, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, right? He comes from the, I mean, look, I just want you, if you have a chance, I've left this all on there, right? If you have a chance on Twitter, look, I'm writing this in Arabic and they're responding. I said, look, if you're talking about genetic argument, right? The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, as an example, right? He comes from, as you know, and ironically, he comes from the line of Adnan, right? And then Adnan goes all the way up to Ismail. Ismail, his mum, was Hajar. And most scholars say that she was a Coptic.
Yeah,
exactly, right? So she was from Egypt.
She was Egyptian, not Coptic.
Yeah,
I mean, we
sure. I mean, Coptic's more like as an ethnic, not as a obviously religious thing. But she was an Egyptian, right? So she was an African. So, which means that, okay, if they're going to take this racial supremacy line and genetic supremacy line, then actually the Prophet descends and has part of his genetic material the genetics of essentially an African woman, right? Now, the real Arabs, the purest Arabs, are actually the Qahtanis, or the Yemenis, if you like. That's the pure Arab. Now, so that's why Ismail, when he went, he saw Jurhum, etc., etc., he had to learn. He became Mustarab, actually. So the problem with, there is actually, by the way, I mean, I don't want to confuse too many people. There are scholars in Islamic history who made these sort of arguments. Fadlul Arab and this and that, and the virtue of the Arabs. And to be fair, there are scholars that have made these arguments for other races, like Al-Jahiz. He wrote a book called Fadl al-Sud, the virtue of the black people over the rest. And he was black, obviously, But the point is that these are the sort of justifications that, like, students of knowledge now have to realize. When you start to interrogate what you're saying and think about, if it's a genetic argument, then, well, it collapses, because the Prophet was more start up anyway. He was actually, in a sense, from a non-Qahtani, a pure Arab tribe. Ismail had to learn Arabic. His mom was from Africa.
I have a different argument to this, Hijab, where I believe it kind of finishes the whole debate. When people look down on cleaners, here in Pakistan, we have a class. They are predominantly Christian, and they're mostly Christian. They are cleaners. They're mostly cleaners. They come from, originally they come from a Hindu background, which was the low caste Hindu background, and that's why many of them embrace Christianity, right? And people look down upon them. So I tell people, look at them as children of a prophet. They are children of a prophet. They are the children of Adam alayhi salam. Okay, by that virtue, they are ashraf. They are sayyids, right? And if they are, we believe this. This is our belief, that we are the children of Adam alayhi salam. So by that virtue, everyone's special. Okay, we all descend from a prophet of Allah.
That's beautiful.
For some reason, people have started calling me. So I have to drop these calls. I do apologize if you see a small glitch in the middle. So this is the end of the debate.
Your video.
Can you see me?
Yes, better now.
Yeah.
So Adnan, on that point, then, so we've covered that ground. What I wanted to do is, because obviously I had Daniel on last week, I think it's only fair. He made a few accusations about you, whatever. And some of them, I think, probably did represent what you said. Some of them were exaggerations. Some of them I pushed back on, whatever it may be. I think this is why I've got you today, because I think it's right that you have a right to respond. Anybody who's spoken about should have a right to respond. That's the just thing to do, and it's the right thing to do. So do you want to comment about any of the things Would you want me to tell you, for example, some of the things that were said? I don't know if you watched it, but I could tell you some of the things that were said.
Thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity. I really appreciate that, because he came on your stream. We had a conversation about it before the stream, and I did highlight some of the challenges you may face with regards to his attacks on me. The guy wants me dead. He wants me jailed. He wants me possibly incinerated.
Did he say that?
Sorry, can you hear me?
No, but did he say anything like that, or is that?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna substantiate everything I'm saying. I don't want him dead. I have no personal grudge against him. I don't want him destroyed. I don't want him taken away from his children. I don't want evil for him. I want him to repent. I want him to change the way he does things and the way he communicates with people for his betterment. It doesn't affect me. Alhamdulillah, I am a Speaker's Corner veteran. As you know, we have thick skin. We have rhino skin. You know, we've been through storms. People call us all sorts of things. We've been through all sorts of challenges, and alhamdulillah, here we are still busy doing da'wah. Okay,
so I think honestly, when we're on Twitter, like from my experience, I'm the worst when it comes to this. Like when I start, it's an addiction, bro. It's really an addiction. And I decided in the beginning of this week, because I was going back and forth with these Arab nationalists, I decided in the beginning of the week, I'm going to be really strict on myself and look at my screen time and look at this, because Twitter itself is as addictive if you get into it as any drug, and it brings out a side of us.
Sometimes it's not a pleasant place. Because the problem is most of the people commenting in your comment section, you don't even know who they are. Most of them are anonymous accounts. They are saying evil things. They leave comments that are very, very distasteful, and you have to sometimes clean your comment section. They are insulting the Prophet ﷺ. Sometimes the Shia, they come and they insult the mother of the believers, Aisha radiallahu anha. They insult the Shaykhain, and the list goes on. And some atheists are insulting Allah, right? So you have to really, really put up with all this. So it's a very bad space in that respect.
Yeah, and I think the algorithm is fixed in a way that it puts you against people that you disagree with. Like, you know, YouTube in a way that when you're on YouTube and stuff, like make a video, you'll see underneath the whatever video this is, it's going to probably be majority positive comments. I mean, that's usually how it works. Instagram, probably the same. TikTok, I don't know that much about, but I feel like Twitter is the opposite. It's a cesspit. It's completely
it is
antagonistic. That's how they've set it up.
I agree, and it's very difficult to control your emotions. Wallahi, I'm a very emotional person, and sometimes I lose my temper. Sometimes I lose my patience, and I feel that I have to respond to misconceptions. But we're dealing with phantoms. We're dealing with unknown entities. Right,
but I think it's quite brave of you to admit that, you know, sometimes, because some people are completely not self-aware. The fact that you're saying that, I think people will respect the fact that you understand that sometimes you can be like that. That's good.
So coming back to Daniel Hakikaju, because he came on your stream and hundreds of thousands of people are watching these streams, and he outrightly lied about me. Okay, when I use the word lied, I'm very responsible about it, and you will hopefully agree with me when you see the evidence. We will to cut to the chase. We will play his clips, and we will show the evidence to the contrary, where he's accusing myself and Brother Farid from Bahrain with all sorts of evil accusations. Brother Farid is one of the most gentle souls I've known. I don't know if you have met with him. You know, he's a very gentle brother. He's a very learned brother. He's not an aggressive guy. And this person, Daniel, has been going after him just because he doesn't agree with him on the Shias and Iran. We will discuss that in due course as well. But let's continue. Let's start with his clips. Can we play his clips, brothers? First of all, let's put up something very bad he did with myself and Farid. He tried to link us with Bondi attack in Australia. So can we put up that screenshot of that particular tweet?
Are you speaking to your guys? You're speaking to your guys.
I'm speaking to my admin. That screenshot of the Bondi attack, where he discussed the Bondi attack. So he said the Bondi attackers were Wahhabis. Adnan and Farid are Wahhabis. Therefore, they are in some way connected. he posted this. Now, this is, you do this when you want someone dead, you want someone completely wiped out from the face of the earth. You don't want them to live, right? You don't lie like that against someone. I've never done that to him, although he has done worse things that I will show. He has made worse statements.
Let's stick with this point. So
Yeah.
have you got the screenshots?
The screenshot, my admin, please bring up the screenshot.
If you don't have it, you can send it to my WhatsApp and I can put it up if you want.
The problem is I'm live streaming live from my phone, sending stuff to your WhatsApp. Is it coming? Has your team received any screenshot? Is it there, brothers? Yeah.
Oh, his team hasn't, but your guys haven't put it up, unfortunately.
Okay, let me see what they're doing.
Yeah. But what you can do, you can send it to us and we can put it up. You can.
I'm gonna do it right now. Just give me.
Oh,
one
sure.
Is he not there? My manager not there? Is he not there? The admin?
He's in the back. He's not put anything up. Yeah.
Is he not communicating?
He said, "Can you resend the tweet?"
It's a screenshot.
Yeah, your guy is saying to you, "Can you resend the tweet?"
Okay, I'm sending it right now to him.
Adnan. He says, "Ask Adnan."
Okay, so I'm sending it right now to him. He's received it. Yeah. Has he received it?
I hope so. If not, then you can just send it to us and.
Shall I send it to you, Hijab, or?
Yeah, send it to me. I'll send it to Zishan.
Okay, I've sent it to Zishan. I've sent it to Zishan.
Perfect, even better.
Okay, here it is. He's got it.
Yeah, perfect. You can put your camera back on, and we can sort that out. Don't worry about it.
Okay, so right. So if you put it up on the screen, Brother Zishan, inshallah, we will discuss it. So these are some very serious allegations that are visibly false. And to bring someone like this on your stream is not a good idea, because the person doesn't seem to have any sense of honor when it comes to dealing with other people you disagree with. Okay, to date, myself and Fareed haven't done this to him. We haven't accused him of any of these crimes, although
so let's look at it together.
Yeah,
let's look at it together first.
Yeah.
Sure. Here you go. Can everyone see that? Yeah. So do you want to read that out, Adnan?
Okay, so I'm going to try to read it. I'm going to have to zoom in. Okay, it says the alleged shooters are being described as ISIS. ISIS is a Wahhabi org, and they revere Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab and implement his teachings. Wahhabism is also spread by online Wahhabi influencers like Fareed al-Bahraini and Adnan-Rashid, who devote themselves to takfiring Muslims and arguing they deserve to be killed. As usual, whenever there is a terrorist attack that advances Israel's agenda or blackens the reputation of Islam, Wahhabis are involved.
Sure. So let me comment on that. So I agree with actually agree with you here. I think that this is very irresponsible. And I think that is something that if you put out, you're linking people who are clearly not interested or endorsing of extremism or radicalism or jihadism, whatever words Westerners use. But if you link them with that, this can actually get them in trouble with the law. It can start to affect people's personal lives. And I think that is, I know that he didn't say that you were ISIS. I know he didn't say those words, nor did he say that Fareed or Jake were ISIS or whatever. But just the link, even if it's tenuous, connecting, and at a time where this is happening. And this is a point I mentioned to him on the stream as well. So that is something I completely...
I would disagree. In your stream last week, he did insinuate again that I have some ISIS links, some links, right? He mentioned that, and thankfully you confronted him and corrected him. He knows I've been condemning ISIS since the beginning, Okay.
Well, I know that about you, Adnan.
Yeah, I mean, I have clips. There is a clip.
It's not just that. Like, we speak about it privately, and
they are Khawarij. They are Khawarij. They are Khawarij. I believe they are Khawarij.
You really honestly don't have to defend yourself on that, because everyone knows that. And I do think, look, I'll be honest, if I'm being honest with you, and I think both of you descended on Twitter, just like I did many times. And I'm not in a position to say that. You descended and he descended. You went below the belt, he went below the belt. And I think that what the Ummah really wants to see, and you got two guys here that don't agree with each other, they want to see, like, okay, disagreement and disengagement now. Do you know what I mean? So yes, this is an example of,
but there is no, look, this is why I insist, there is no comparison. Absolutely no comparison. I did reciprocate some of his insults. I did, absolutely.
Did you? Sorry. Is there any point at which you called him a mushrik?
I don't remember that, wallahi. If there is any evidence, pull it out and I will address it. Wallahi, I don't remember. Although I still say it's not far-fetched, because I have called him shirk apologist. I've called him that I sincerely, firmly believe he is. He's a shirk apologist. He, for 7 hours, debated with me, as you might have watched some clips, defending shirk.
So do you think he's a Muslim or not?
I don't know. I don't like to give that fatwa. I don't want to put myself in that situation.
So
now,
this is as Islamic.
Sorry, Adnan, before you continue, let's stick with that. I think that's quite important, actually, because if you were to make takfir of him, right? Or let's say, I don't know. I'm not saying that you are, but let's say you have you're still sort of don't know whether he is or not, right? Would it be on the basis of his position of istighatha, or which position exactly would it be?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't make takfir of him. I don't put myself in that situation.
What's making you doubt his Islam?
Sorry?
What's making you doubt that he's a Muslim?
I don't know. Because he is demonstrating behavior which is very, very unpredictable. He openly defends shirk. Okay, he belittles it. We were discussing making dua to Isa alayhi salam. He made this argument. Sure. Making dua to Isa alayhi salam, I am not sure is 100% shirk. That's what he said. I'm being very
many Sufis make the same sort of arguments.
Okay, let's put the Sufis aside, because Sufis come in different categories and different stages. You know, there are different types of Sufis in the world. There are classical Sufis, and there are recent Sufis, and there are postmodern Sufis. Okay, we have likewise other groups, right? No, let's discuss this person. This person, he said, I am not 100% sure if making dua to Isa alayhi salam for healing is shirk.
I don't think his view is that he's intrinsically going to grant it. I think he's probably thinking of some kind of istighatha or some kind of tawassul or something.
That's his problem. I'm saying I gave him categorical evidence from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ad-du'a huwa al-ibadah, or ad-du'a mukhul ibadah. Okay, this is very clear. Ad-du'a, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala states in the Quran in Surah Jinn, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. وَأَنَّ الْمَسَاجِدَ لِلَّهِ فَلَا تَدْعُوا مَعَ اللَّهِ أَحَدًا. Okay, Allah, you cannot call upon anyone. The word here is tad'u, okay, which comes from the same root word as dua, right? And the Prophet has said, ad-du'a huwa al-ibadah. So if you make dua to Isa alayhi salam and ask him for healing, okay, this is shirk.
So the thing is, this is where we have to kind of.
I don't make takfir of. I don't say
you're not making takfir of him, but. I just want to make this point is that, okay, so you know, you got the asl of hukum and then you've got tanzil of it, right? So I understand the viewpoint very well. I understand exactly what you mean. And if someone actually believes that, you know, Isa alayhi salam is actually going to give you he has the intrinsic or thing, then that person probably is a mushrik, actually. But that is not, from what I remember, exactly what he said. So, well, I think he did say something like, you know, he's trying to talk about istighatha in the sort of same Sufi way. Now, the fact is that there's many scholars in Islamic history have held
he made a specific statement. I don't want to drag it too long.
Sure,
But he made a specific statement that I was addressing. He said, if you make dua to Isa alayhi salam for healing, considering him a prophet, not Allah, like Christians.
Have you got the exact quotations?
I have the clips. They're online. They went out. Hundreds of thousands of people watched them. And I confronted him on this, that you made this specific statement, which is highly problematic, to say the least, to put it politely. It is shirk. To me, it is absolutely categorical shirk, according to my understanding. Is he a mushrik outside of Islam? I leave that to the ulama. It's up to them.
There is a tweet in which you say that Daniel Haqiqatu is a 12er Rafidi or something to this effect. You believe in 12er?
I absolutely said it. I have reasons to believe that, and I can put my reasons to you if you want.
So what do you think the reason? What are the reasons? We'd like to hear them.
Okay, reasons are we can go through the reasons one by one. If you so let's stick to this point. Why did I call him that? Right. First of all, I have studied the 12er movement in depth with a lot of attention. Okay, there is a book authored by Shah Abdulaziz al-Dehlawi bin Waliullah al-Dehlawi, right? And in this book, he put 106 methods how the Shia, the Rafida, the 12ers, lure gullible Sunnis into their religion, how they lure them into their religion, how they actually deceive them. 106 methods. He put an entire chapter in this book. It's an encyclopedia of information. It's called Tuhfa Adnanrashid. I advise everyone.
What's the name of the author?
Abdulaziz al-Dehlawi. Shah.
Is that Shah al-Dehlawi's son?
Yeah, that's his son.
That's
his son. That's his successor, actually, in hadith, in tafsir, in all the fields. He wasn't like his father, of course. His father was something else. But he was also a great scholar. He was the greatest scholar alive by far. All scholars respected his fatwa. Abdulaziz al-Dehlawi. He wrote this book, Tuhfa Adnanrashid, in the 18th century, when Shiaism was spreading like wildfire because the Mughal household was compromised. Shia influences had come into the Mughal households, and it was being pushed by the royal family in some cases. So he had to, like his father.
Was that written in Arabic?
It was written in Persian for the Mughals, primarily for the Indians. The elite, the literati. He wrote this book for the literati. He didn't write it for the masses, for the public. They wouldn't even understand the book, right? So it's an encyclopedia. Wallahi, there hasn't been a book like this in the history of Islam.
And it's not been translated.
I find it more powerful, more comprehensive than Minhaj al-Sunnah. No disrespect to Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah rahmahullah's effort. He did an amazing effort in Minhaj al-Sunnah. It's the usloob of Minhaj al-Sunnah is very different. The usloob of Tuhfa is to deal with a lot of practical challenges we face from 12er Shiaism. Okay, so coming back to the issue.
Let's go back to the point. So you said that you declared him as a 12er Shia. So what's the evidence you have for that? Because that's
I believe because look,
the thing is, Adnan, just to add to that, just one more thing. It's obviously we know that your position is that you believe that 12er Shias are disbelievers. So it would follow that if you think that he's a 12er Shia, then you would think that he's a disbeliever.
First of all, my position on 12er Shiaism is, we're going to come to that in a minute. And I'll explain why my position is what it is, right? Coming to this person, some of the brothers, including Fareed, I don't know if I have this permission to say this, right? But I'm going to say it. They are so fair with this guy. They privately messaged me and they said, don't call him that because you don't have any evidence of that. I tell them, I call him that based upon my experience, my assessment, okay? And because I believe the way he defends 12er Shiaism, the way he defends Khamenei, the way he put out a tweet saying anyone who accuses Khamenei of insulting the Sahaba is a munafiq or an agent of Israel. The way he does these statements and these things, there is that simple principle. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, then it is a duck.
I would agree with Fareed and say that is too much of a tenuous link, because the fact is, look, you can have a political opinion which is commensurate with Iranian foreign policy.
This is
and
not
not
about
be a
political
Twelver Shiite.
opinion. This is not about political opinion. Political opinions, you have them. I can disagree with them, right? I'm talking about theology here.
But
I'm
so you're
talking
saying
about
that if you believe he's a 12er and you believe 12ers are Shiites, then it would follow that you believe he's a disbeliever.
no. I suspect. As I said, I
But
don't
you
know
said
what
I
it is.
declare that. In the tweet, you said I declare that he is such and such. You didn't say I suspect. You said I declare.
Yeah. Okay. I'm willing to stand by those words. I am willing to defend those words. Okay.
Okay.
I don't actually remember the exact words, but if you say so, and if you put up the tweet, I will defend every single position. You see,
But
with
why,
him,
though? If it's not substantiated, why would you still stick by it? If it's not definitive.
no, to me, it's substantiated. To me, now Muhammad Hijab, Farid al-Bahraini, or other brothers or mashayikh don't have to accept it. My assessment, my personal independent assessment is that the man is pretending to be Sunni for a very long time, and he came up with his true colors.
But if you don't mind me saying this, like how we were in the beginning with us, we're trying to be fair and said that the way he did the thing with the terrorist attack and said it was condemnable. We don't agree with it. It's irresponsible. But we have to be honest here and also say that if this, like, I think what you're saying is
if I defend
let me
ISIS,
tell you why. Let me tell you why. I think what you're saying is un-Islamic. There's a famous hadith of the Prophet where he says that if anyone can just make any claim, then people will be taking people's wealth, people will be taking people's blood. ولكن البينة على المدعي واليمين على من أنكر. So that the burden of proof is upon the one that's making the claim. So
I'm giving my proof. I'm saying if I defend
12 Shiite,
if I defend ISIS, or if I defend a specific entity, and people link me with that entity, and every time I open my mouth and I'm cheering for them, I am shilling for them, let's say his words, using his words, I am defending them, I'm promoting what they say, what they do, what they think. I am saying they should get nuclear weapons, they should have more proxies. Okay, when I start talking like this about ISIS, and then I say I'm not ISIS, you know what? I'm not ISIS. You will definitely suspect me for being up to something, right? This is what my position is about him. Okay, now you look, you can disagree. You can disagree. I have no problem with that.
It's not about disagreement, Adnan. It's just about trying to be fair. Because look, the thing is, part of this exercise is that we want to be fair, even with the people that we don't agree with, right? We obviously have
100%, absolutely.
So I think that going that far is you believe that you believe he's a 12 Shiite, and you believe that 12 Shiites are disbelievers. So then why are you not saying that he's a disbeliever if you believe that?
Okay. First of all, I explained to you earlier, his parents come from that background. Okay. He's Persian, he's Iranian. He's Iranian. Wait, he's Iranian.
Yeah.
No.
So what?
No. Let me explain.
Okay.
He's Iranian. Okay. And he was Shi'i when he grew up. He was Shi'i. Okay. When he grew up. Then he changed as per his own clarification. Then he changed to become an Athari. Then he started to hang around with the Wahhabis. And then he took his Wahhabi Shahada, when he was Aqidah checked by a number of brothers, right? He became a diehard Wahhabi. Then he switched. He claims that after October 7th, he switched, right? Then he switched. And he switched completely 180 degrees. From being a Wahhabi, having taken his Wahhabi Shahada, he went completely to the other side of the fence. Politically and theologically, I'm claiming this. Let me explain first. Politically, because he's defending Iran tooth and nail. Okay. Then theologically, if you watch my 7-hour stream with him, he was advocating or defending the Shia position on Imama. He kept saying, I don't believe in this, but this is what they say. And he was presenting lame arguments about the Shia tafdeel of the Aimma over Al-Anbiya, which is kufr. And I was arguing that to have this position is kufr akbar. Qadi Iyad, for example, he made takfir of anyone who gives superiority, tafdeel, to any non-Nabi, anyone who is a non-prophet over a prophet, anyone, right? Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, rahmullah, he wrote, anyone who prefers Ali bin Abi Talib, radiyallahu an, over Muhammad Rasulullah or Ibrahim alayhi salam, his kufr, he's akfar min al-Yahud wa nasara, akfar min al-Yahud wa nasara. Okay, this is Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, rahmullah. So he was defending these positions. So look, again,
which positions was he defending?
I'm not saying everyone start calling him a Rafidi. I said said that, I called him that, and I have my reasons to believe that. Now you don't have to agree with that.
If that's how you deal with him, then if people deal with you that way, then you should have no problem.
Okay.
So for example,
if he wants to call me,
so for example, because I've just listened to your line of reasoning, right? No problem, right? Say fine. He's essentially, the argument is he's supporting Iran, and there are aspects of Shia belief which he's making some sort of apologia for, right? So
more than that.
So then someone can say, well, they're going to make the argument that you've defended whoever it is, and you've heard this, and I want you to also defend yourself on that point.
Okay, use any of my statements, any of my defense of a specific theological position, link me to that theological position, no problem. If I defend a specific theological position, which I do many times, I defend Islam, I defend the Quran, I defend the Sunnah. Okay, I defend the Ahlul Hadith position. I defend the
Athari because they say that you're putting a disproportionate sort of attention on the crimes of Iran vis-a-vis what's going on in Israel, and that at this point in time serves the interest of Israel. And so if someone goes, like, I don't know if he said this himself, and if he does, I don't agree with either, or somebody else says it, which is that therefore you're a Zionist, I would say that's a tenuous link, and it's not fair enough to make that sort of entailment. It's not a fair-minded approach.
Anyone who knows my history for the last 20 odd years, they would know. I mean, I've never mentioned this publicly. I only mention this so that people don't have misconceptions about my position.
Sure.
I have been involved in Palestine activism for the last 20 years. Okay.
Yes.
I went with the second Viva Palestina convoy to Gaza. Okay. I entered Gaza. We took aid for the people of Gaza specifically. Okay. I led another convoy, an aid convoy called Road to Hope. Myself personally, I was the head of the convoy. I was the Amir of the convoy. Right. I took 100 people with me with 33 vehicles, driving through all of Europe and then to North Africa,
wow.
and not all the way to Egypt where we got stuck.
I think I remember you mentioning one time you went with Galloway, I think it was, wasn't it?
Once, yeah, the second Viva Palestina convoy, the second one, Galloway. I went with Galloway, and when I worked with him, I realized this man is not worthy of support. Okay, I don't like him. Since that convoy, because I saw him hiding under a table when the activists were attacked by the Egyptian army. When we were confined to a camp, the Egyptian army came, they gassed the activists. Among them were Turks, among them were Arabs, among them were Moroccans, among them were Egyptians, among them were people from all over the world, Muslims, right? Even Latin Americans were there, right, with us in that convoy, and we were gassed. Literally, the tear gas was thrown at us. George Galloway went missing. He went hiding under a table, and brothers found him. Long story. I can write a book on this if I have to. So the point is, I've been part of this activism. I don't have anything to prove to anyone. I don't want people to believe that I'm some kind of, Palestine movement, diehard.
I do think.
I mean, my reward is with Allah, brother Hijab. Okay, so I've been part of these movements.
So this is just something on the screen there for you, Adnan. That for people who don't believe what you're saying, there's an article here actually with your name on it about Viva from Electronic Intifada. It's got your name on it, and it's showing that you indeed did do what you're saying here. Just as you can see, Galloway, Adnan Rashid, a history lecturer that's mentioned. I went out with
Wallahi, I didn't even know this is there. Wallahi, I don't know what this is.
Well, no, I mean, we're trying to be fair-minded with everybody here, So
So look, attack me, criticize me on positions I take, not positions I don't defend and I don't
Sure.
stand with.
And I mean, it's not a matter
I
of
say,
attack either.
may Allah curse Zionism. May Allah curse the Zionists. May Allah destroy Zionism. May Allah destroy, not Jewish people, not the Jewish people. They have no fault. The Jewish people, myself and you, Brother Hijab, we did a long podcast on how the Jewish people survived under the protection of Islam for over 1,000 years. The majority of the Jewish people in the world lived under the protection of Islam. When I speak like this, when I defend the Muslim civilization for being civilized and for being tolerant towards minorities, Haqiqat Jew and his clan attack me for being a Zionist. Oh, look at him. He is defending the Jews. And amazingly, they use the word Jew. They put all the Jews in the same basket, and they want to treat all the Jews in the same way. I don't do that. I talk about Zionists. Zionists, people who are committing crimes against innocent Palestinian children, men, women, and elderly. They have committed a genocide. Okay, they must face justice. I don't have to prove myself. People know. And since if you were to look at my activism since October 7th, let me finish this.
Yeah,
since October 7th, if you were to go on my online activism, online interviews and talks and lectures and workshops on the history of Palestine, on the evils of Zionist movement and how this movement has destroyed the Palestinian people, I don't think Haqiqat Jew in his entire life, I don't know.
Are you calling him?
I don't know what he's doing. Right? We would like to see. We would like to see what practical. Apart from Brother Hijab. 1 second. 1 second. We would like to see what practical work, actual practical work Haqiqat Jew has done apart from talking.
Haqiqat Jew has also been pro-Palestine from the beginning, as you have.
Oh yeah, I don't doubt that. I mean, all she has claimed that,
and he will argue that his support of Iran is an extension of that, because his argument is that essentially.
Indeed.
So
I accept
I'm
that.
sure you've heard the argument, so that's fine. So just another point here, because we want to get through the most pressing concerns.
So to call me a Zionist shill, to call me a Zionist puppet, to call me a UAE shill, to call me a Gulf man, to call me a Gulf prostitute. This is what they've been calling me, right? This is why is this unfair? This is unfair. This is unfair because I have none of these characteristics. I'm saying categorically.
Let me give you an opportunity to actually address what people have a concern with and what the rumors actually are. Because if we were to steel man, obviously putting it in that language, right, it's hyperbolic, it's exaggerating, and I totally agree that if you put it in that language, it would end up being not true. If the statement true or false, it's actually false. However, let's steel man what is being said. So what they're saying is this: the argument follows, bro. They are saying here you have a person called adnanrashid, who in the middle of a time where Iran is the only state in the world which is responding to Israel with missiles, and there's substantive damage that's being done in Tel Aviv and in other places by the Iranians. He chooses this specific time to go on a tirade, and he chooses this specific time to attack Iran and to bring all these things up, which in turn, the argument goes, serves the interests of Israel. So even if you don't say that you're a Zionist, of course you're not going to say that. You're going to say that your actions amount to a conducive support for Zionism, even if it's tacit and even if it's indirect. That's probably the steel man of the argument. And then they'd add insult to injury by saying the following, and I want you to answer both of those now, because now we're trying to get to the heart of it, right? They'll say, that's
okay. So first,
but before that, let me just finish this.
First of all,
you can
let me respond to this one.
Do you want to respond to one at a time, or shall I say both things, because it can be easier?
Yeah, one at a time.
One at a time. Okay, go ahead.
One at a time. Sure. First of all, we have now seen that I have been involved in Palestine activism for the last 20 years. Okay, yes. And there's more than enough evidence for that. Anyone who wants to dig and look at the practical work, from being on the ground in Gaza, delivering aid to the people of Gaza, widows and children and orphans, no favor of mine. This is my duty. This is my responsibility. I'm not doing anyone favors. I'm only telling you this. I'm only saying this to make sure that their propaganda, the propaganda of the Shia against me, fails, because they've been trying to make me look like as if, as you put the case forward just now, as if I am trying to benefit the Zionists somehow. So first of all, I don't need to prove. I don't need to prove. Anyone who does basic research through my social media activism and my fundraising activism, okay, and my on-the-ground activism for the last 20 years, that's it. It would be enough for them to know that I am a die-hard Palestine activist.
No, I mean,
believe,
we've established that,
yeah.
Adnan. I think
Okay.
only if I'm
Now, moving forward,
that,
am I
how would you answer
tacitly?
the specific doubt that people have of you?
I'm coming to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Moving forward to my alleged tacit support by opposing Iranian ambitions or aspirations in the Middle East.
Not ambitions and aspirations.
Yeah,
that they're attacking you because you're essentially choosing this specific time where they are attacking Israel to do it. You're not. This tirade didn't come at any other time.
I'll explain
they
why.
will argue you could have mentioned this at any time, but you're choosing this specific time, which has a very direct impact, and it has a very direct benefit. You'd have to agree, which is probably somewhat true. It has a direct benefit for the state of Israel.
I'll explain. I took a position on this conflict taken by thousands of ulama around the world, thousands of ulama. To substantiate my position, I put out a statement made by 100 ulama, scholars of Islam, qualified, bona fide ulama of Islam from over 30 countries, including Gaza. There are names of scholars from Gaza on that statement. In that statement, which I read on my channel, which I posted on my X account, in that statement, the ulama from different persuasions said, we have no horse in this race. Both are die-hard enemies of Islam and Muslims. We must not take any side in this conflict. Why? Because on the one hand, on one side, we have Zionists, die-hard, open enemies of Islam and Muslims. Okay. On the other hand, we have Safavid Iran, 12er Shia Iran, sectarian government, sectarian regime that has inflicted major damage to the Muslims around the world, specifically in Iraq after the US invasion, which they supported.
Syria is probably worse.
First start with Iraq. We come to Syria in a minute. First start with Iraq. They devastated Iraq. There were death squads going around Iraq, killing people with names Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. There are reports by human rights organizations that put this out, that death squads, Shia sectarian death squads, militias backed by Iran, are killing Ahl Sunnah specifically in Iraq. Okay, and this was after they backed the US invasion of Iraq. They backed it. And we're going to play some statements in due course.
And I think it's also important to mention about Syria as well, because like I was mentioning on the stream with Sneeko,
okay.
I mean,
Hijab,
to be honest,
can we do this? Can we do this with evidence? Because you see, my words are not important. Okay, let's do this with evidence. Can we play those clips?
Because I think we're moving subject a bit too much here. Yeah. We don't lose the audience. So I think let's stick to this point first. The point that was being made was, this is the allegation. So let's have a really brief kind of sort of response from your side.
No, it's not hijab. It's not an allegation. It's confirmed. It is confirmed.
No. I'm not talking about this. I'm not. I'm saying the allegation made against you, right? So the allegation made against you is that you are choosing a time where Iran is the only country in the world which is attacking Israel, and
I don't agree with that. No, I don't accept that.
Obviously, with Yemen and all these other countries as well. But I'm saying that one of the only countries which is actually inflicting damage, on Israel,
on the Muslims, because even in this conflict, brother Hijab, let me explain. Even in this conflict, 80% of the rockets fell on the Gulf countries. Their hatred for the Arabs is so immense that even though they have demonstrated the ability to reach Israel, they have reached Tel Aviv, their rockets are falling down on the Arabs. They are not even targeting US ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, they are not targeting Tel Aviv. They are targeting Gulf Arabs. They are destroying their infrastructure. They bombed Qatar. They bombed Bahrain. They bombed Kuwait. They bombed Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
They bombed.
My
80% of the rockets fell on the Arabs.
Yeah. And my consistent position on that is, I think, probably the same as yours, that they should not be doing that because these are Muslims in these lands, and I've condemned that quite openly, especially to, I think what's the name, Morandi. His name is Mohammed Morandi. And he said a few things as well, which I refuted. But having said this, Adnan, the secondary argument is that they'll say, look, there's this element. This is the argument that's made against you. They say there's this element, right, of you're doing something which has a benefit to the Zionist state. And secondly, the second argument that's made against you, and which I'll give you space to.
I'm not done. I'm not even done with the first one. That's why.
You can add to it because this second one is probably connected, right? Then I'll give you good space to sort of clear that out because this is the main thing that's being said about you, right?
Yeah.
Is that they say Adnan Rashid has an inconsistent position, okay, when it comes to dealing with different non-Muslim entities and different secular states. And they will say that, for example, your attack on Iran has been disproportionate comparative to the attack on the GCC states. And they make specific mention of the UAE because of the connections they have with the other countries in Africa and all this kind of thing, the funding and all this kind of things. And it's vis-a-vis specifically Sudan. So they say that you've got all these other countries in the GCC which are also doing all these negative things. And you have a disproportionate, the argument goes, you have a disproportionate criticism over those countries, and you're not even speaking about these countries that much. If you are, it's kind of seldom.
I believe this is a gaslighting exercise from Iranian propaganda machine out there. Okay, whether it's Daniel Hakikaju, whether it's someone else.
So you deny this charge?
I believe all the people who are working for Iranian propaganda, whether they actually believe in it or whether they are being paid for it, I don't know. Okay, this is gaslighting exercise from them. This is whataboutery. Number one. Okay. Firstly, there is absolutely no comparison between what the Gulf states may be doing in Africa, let's say. Okay. Firstly, I have condemned it, by the way. I have addressed it. If you go on my Twitter, we will show the screenshot in a minute. But what they want is, they want me to leave Iran aside, Iranian crimes aside, and they want me to start talking about other cases. So every time I criticize Iran for its crimes in Syria, its crimes in Yemen, sectarian mass murder, genocide, there are 500,000. First of all, let's check the death toll. Can you put up the screenshot of the death toll from Syria and who's responsible? My admin will put it up. I want to talk with evidence, Brother Hijab, because when I use my words, people think this is from me. This is coming from me. Okay, here we have it, right? These are different human rights organizations that give us a death toll. There is Syrian Observatory for Human Rights, okay, SOHR. They have told us, or they have given us the numbers, anywhere between 656,000 to 657,000 civilians.
I mean, there was one comment that this is like an AI thing, but I do agree, though. Notwithstanding, I've seen sort of these.
No. This is
I've seen these sort of numbers. Yeah.
They can go and check. They can go and check these numbers. I mean,
yeah, and people forget about Syria, and I'm happy that you mentioned that because Syria has gone through so much. The people have gone through so much there. People don't remember.
So, look, here, the blame is going on.
However, Adnan, it seems like here we want to answer to this question because this is.
I will. Hijab, I will come back to the question. Don't worry. Every question will be answered tonight, inshallah. Sure. We have time. We'll be here together. Don't worry. I want to discuss these topics with evidence so that people know why I am saying what I'm saying. Okay. In the presence of these crimes, I have claimed that Israel has killed less people in the last 70 years than Iran has in the last 15 years in Syria and Iraq. I'm claiming this, and I have the numbers in front of me. even after the genocide Israelis have committed in Gaza, which has reached anywhere near nearly 500,000 people, okay, by different estimates, depending on whose estimate we are taking. I'm willing to accept that number. Look at the numbers here, okay, 500,000, at least 500,000, and many unidentified bodies in Syria. So the number is nearly 1 million people, okay.
So let's assume that's true. So then they would say that you're still being disproportionate in the way you're apportioning.
Yeah, so let me explain.
They'll say that, for example, these GCC countries are complicit in many of their own atrocities, as we've mentioned.
Okay, so let's say GCC countries.
The proportionality is skewed, and the attack on Twitter is so much more on Iran than it is on anything else. And no one's saying, by the way, just because we don't want to misrepresent. I don't even think Haqiqachu believes that Iran is a moral actor. I believe that I've spoken to him a few times, and he has said candidly, to be fair to him, that he does condemn actually what they did.
No, brother Hijab. Wait. Let's play that clip where he's saying they should have nuclear weapons and more proxies. That's a
separate point.
No. How can you want someone to have nuclear weapons and more proxies on the ground, okay, if you don't think they are moral actors? Maybe he thinks they are moral actors in comparison to the Zionists.
Maybe he thinks by them having nuclear weapons, it will create more stability in the region. Maybe he's got a political argument. You know what I mean? It doesn't have
Brother Hijab, they were dropping barrel bombs on homes. Let me show you a clip. Look, I want to speak with evidence. This is very important. I want people to see this. Can we play that clip?
That says, instead of creating influence through proxies in the region, Iran should have taken the route of acquiring a nuclear bomb. Proxies only gave it a bad name and failed to deter Israeli attacks. That's a good perspective. I mean, why not both? Why not have proxies and also build nuclear bombs?
Okay. Now, Brother Hijab, my position is that neither Israel nor Iran should have weapons of mass destruction. They should not have these weapons because
they have Pakistan having them.
Pakistan hasn't killed, they haven't committed a genocide in another country. People do claim that they committed a genocide.
A lot of people say that that's not true. A lot of people argue about Afghanistan. They'll argue even within Baluchistan. They'll argue lots of things.
Okay.
Bangladesh as well in the 70s.
You want to discuss Pakistan? We can come to the geopolitics.
No, I just wonder where this is going because.
Give me one example of where Pakistani military went in and committed a genocide. Like the Iranians did in Syria. Like the Iranians did in Syria, Iraq, and the Israelis did in Gaza.
I'm not saying they did it like that at all.
So when people, you see this whataboutery is very insincere. When I mention crimes of Iran, and when I say they equal, if they are not,
then how many Bangladeshis were killed in the war with Pakistan?
There were atrocities committed, absolutely no doubt. Absolutely
how many
no doubt.
People were killed?
But when people claim like the Armenian genocide, people claim an Armenian genocide with the Ottomans or the late Ottomans, let's say the Young Turks were in power by that time. The point is, when people claim numbers, okay, they must substantiate those numbers. Okay,
yeah,
they must bring
like a lot of the 1970s, they're saying what was called East Pakistan at the time,
and
200,000 people died.
And I believe it was absolutely unfortunate.
Even more. So God knows how many people died there. But the point is that maybe we should just say nuclear weapons shouldn't be given to anybody. You know, that's probably the better.
Oh yes, yes, absolutely. But the world we are living in the case of Pakistan, let's talk about Pakistan if you want to, if we want to change the topic. But again, it's going to take us to a different tangent. India is a die-hard enemy of Muslims. The current government, I'm not saying the Indian people. Okay, don't clip this and put it out. The Indian people are beautiful people with beautiful culture. Okay, and I mean the overwhelming majority of the Indian people, they don't have anything against Islam and Muslims. It's the government, the current government, the BJP government is an extremist government. Their current prime minister was indicted for a genocide of the Muslims in 2003. The Gujarat, he was called the Butcher of Gujarat. He was refused visa for the US until he became the Prime Minister of India. Amazingly, right? So this government, when people like this are in power in a country and they want you dead, they want you wiped out, they are talking about ghar wapsi. They want to bring Muslims back to Hinduism. They're claiming these Muslims, they went back the wrong way. We want to bring them back home, right? They're talking about Sikhs like that. Okay, so when they have nuclear weapons and then you are a Muslim neighbor, okay, how are you going to protect yourself? How are you going to defend yourself? I believe Pakistan only survives because of the weapons they possess. Not that I want countries and entities to have these deadly weapons.
I don't actually
unfortunately, yeah. So coming back to the issue of
going back to the issue. So like the claim that's usually made against you, Adnan, is, look, there's two clips I think that became really viral. Okay, which I think is worth you sort of addressing. Okay, one of them.
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Let me just finish this.
Right? I want to ask a question, brother Hijab. I ask a question.
But before you do so,
when the US,
I would just so you can answer it.
Yeah.
And then I'm happy to answer any question you like as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But just on this point here, right? So there are two things that they say. So they say that you're disproportionate in the way that you handle Iran versus the GCC. That's one thing. We've already discussed that. And then the second thing that they say is, well, your view on unity is incoherent because there's a clip that's going around that was played last week, which is probably better for you to respond to as well.
Yeah, but this is a new question. We will address it, brother Hijab. Let me. I don't think I have discussed the first point enough. So the point when they accuse me of accusing Iran disproportionately in comparison to the GCC countries, I don't see Iran. I don't see Iran as I see the GCC countries.
Okay.
I'm being very open about that. Why? I see Iran as I see Israel. I see Iran, the Shia mullahs, the regime in Iran. I see them like Ben Gvir. I see them like Netanyahu. To me, Khamenei is Netanyahu. You can't say, oh, why don't you see one of the Gulf leaders or the Prime Minister of, let's say, Pakistan, or the Prime Minister of Bangladesh like that? Okay, do I have to do a comparison of the whole world before I make a point clear to you that there are two major expansionist enemies in the Middle East against Muslims? Number one, Israel. Number two, Iran. Okay, you made a statement in a podcast that Iran is not an expansionist country. If there is an expansionist country, practically speaking, in the Middle East, it is Iran. Israelis for the last 70 years, they're still struggling in the West Bank and in Gaza. They're still struggling to occupy that land. Now they have taken some land in Lebanon. They're committing a genocide in Lebanon. May Allah curse these Zionists, okay, who are killing innocent people. Okay. Now,
so let me respond to that.
Iran, on the other hand, for sectarian reasons, Brother Hijab, one thing. Iran, on the other hand, for sectarian reasons, they took Iraq from the US, from the Americans. Amazingly, they were allied to the Americans. Amazingly, when they were fighting Saddam Hussein in the 80s, they were buying weapons from Israel. Okay. Amazingly, their presidents were confessing on TV that we supported the Iraq and Afghanistan invasion. What treachery are you talking about? What support for Palestinians? What support? I mean, why would the Iranians feel any sympathy for the Palestinians where they don't even believe Masjid al-Aqsa is there?
The Shia,
let me address this so that people can hear my perspective on this, right? So when I say Iran is an expansionist power, okay, and the Muslims are facing two choices now in the Middle East. The Muslims, okay, it's either the Greater Israel in theory, which is still in theory, right, or Greater Shia Iran, which is in practice. It has happened already. They took Yemen, they took Iraq, they took Syria, they brought their Husseiniat, they brought their theology with them. They forced people to accept their religion. In Iraq, they wiped out the Sunni population. Okay, they were wiping out the Syrians. They killed Palestinians in Palestinian camps in Syria. We have testimonies of Palestinians They were being targeted by Shia militias from Pakistan, from Iraq, from Afghanistan, and from Iran, fighting inside Syria, killing Palestinian refugees. We have testimonies of Palestinians. We can bring that out. Everything is there. It's all evidenced. So when I say that at this time, when Iranians are fighting Israel, and when they're claiming we are the only country fighting Israel for Palestine, I ask a question. Where were you for the last 2 years when the Palestinians were being bombed to smithereens? They were being shredded. They were being burnt alive. Children being buried under rubble. Why did you not do anything for 2 years? As soon as you get attacked, you start defending.
I think most
and there is no mention. There is no mention of Palestine in the in the agreement or in the MOU.
International relations sort of analysts agree that actually this is when Iran acted. It acted in self-defense. It acted
Absolutely.
It didn't do so, like, because as you mentioned, right, if they wanted to do it solely for the Palestinian cause, they would have done it on October the 8th. But so I don't think there's much of a disagreement there. I think just one point on the what I said.
No, to be fair, you're fighting for Palestinians. You are the only people fighting for Palestinians. Then where were you for 2 years when Palestinian children were being buried on daily basis by Israeli rockets? Okay, and then they asked the question, where are the Sunnis? They asked the question, Brother Hijab, they asked this question, where were the Sunnis? Where are the Sunnis? The Sunnis were at the forefront of fighting colonialism. The Sunnis fought foreign occupations. The Russian invasion of Afghanistan, who was fighting? The Iranians were allied to Russia. The Iranians were allied to Russia. They were supporting Russia when Russia had invaded Afghanistan. The Iranians were allied to Northern Alliance against the people who were trying to liberate the country. The Iranians were allied to the US. Can we play that clip of the Iranian presidents confessing to this? Let's play that clip. It's there, and we will have a better idea of what these people have done.
Yeah, Adnan, right now, I feel like you're getting a bit excited because what's happened is that you've spoken for about 7 minutes. I've tried to get a couple of words in.
Sorry, go ahead.
But because the thing is, there's a lot to cover here. We haven't even gotten to the Shia question. We haven't gotten to lots of things. And what I wanted this first segment to be was a chance for you to obviously respond to the most significant allegations made against you. I think you've done a lot of that already, so people can decide now whether they're convinced with what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, look, Brother Hijab, I have criticized the crimes or the atrocities committed in Sudan by naming the countries. Okay, there is a post by me. I mentioned that Sudan is currently a chessboard of many countries, geopolitically speaking. Turkey is there, Egypt is there, Iran is there, okay, and so is UAE. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Anyone out of all of these entities, I condemn categorically anyone committing genocide. Anyone committing genocide out of any of these entities involved in Sudan, I condemn categorically anyone committing genocide.
Beautiful. So now let's go to the second bit.
So why are these people?
So let me ask you the second question here.
And then they keep mentioning Abraham Accords. They keep mentioning Abraham Accords. You have seen my clips flying around on Abraham Accords as well, have you? Have you seen those clips?
I've seen the clip. The one that I'm privy to that was sort of going around was that one where you're basically saying that you'd unite with the Hindus. And
let's address that first. The clip I'm talking about.
Let me just finish the point, please.
Yeah, sure.
Because we want to steel man the argument from that side so that you can respond to it in whatever way you like.
Sure.
So their point is this: look, there's a clip of you. If we can get the clip, because it was played last week, I don't know. We can watch the clip. You can respond to it.
Yeah, it was in a podcast with Dili Hussain. Yes, absolutely. Played.
It was in a podcast with Dili Hussain. Yeah. So there's a clip of you saying, we don't mind uniting with the Hindus or something like that.
No, I didn't say that.
Sorry, fine. We're apologize if I got that wrong. We'll get you the exact quotation of what you said. But they then take that clip where you're talking about unification with the Hindus in some context, and they say that, well, you've got a cordial attitude when it comes to Hindus, and you've got an obsessive sort of unusual attitude when it comes to Shiites and whatever it may be, and it's incoherent, they say. If we want, yeah, there it is. If we just play the clip first, so you can see what exactly we're talking about, because this was a clip that was pretty much the centerpiece of the attack against you, and I think it's only fair that you get to look at it and then respond to it in kind.
I've seen it, and you can.
No, but let's put it together so you can say exactly what you said, and then then you can respond to it in your whatever way you want to. Go ahead. Go on.
You can have the ears of the leadership of different Indian Muslim communities, whether it be ulama, whether it be political leaders. If you had their ears for 5 minutes, what advice would you give them?
I would tell them immediately unite. Unite without delay, and do not stop your movement, and unite with the non-Muslim, because there are many non-Muslims in India who are very moral, ethical, they're very upright in their politics, and they are the ones who are defending the Muslims now. The British divided Muslims and Hindus on communal lines to be able to govern India. Okay, they couldn't afford the Hindus and Muslims uniting.
All right, so what are your comments on that?
Okay, so anyone, first of all, let me clarify. I make it very clear that Muslims must unite with each other. Number one. Okay? Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Number two, they should unite with those non-Muslims in India who are not anti-Islam or anti-Muslim. Was that clear to you? Was that clear to you?
You said that you just said that they should unite. Can you turn it up a bit? Because it actually wasn't.
With non-Muslims.
One second, I just need to turn the volume up a little bit.
Yeah.
What I heard you say was we should, as Muslims, you should unite with any body who's a non-Muslim, who's not anti-Islam. Is that what you said?
I said Muslims should unite with each other in India because they're facing a genocide. Okay. About the Indian situation, there are genocide scholars who specialize in genocide studies. They have already warned that India has passed certain thresholds of genocide. Genocide is a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It happens as a process. Those who have studied the Rwandese genocide, those who have studied the Bosnian genocide or other genocides, they have argued that India has crossed certain thresholds of genocide. So Muslims are facing an imminent genocide in India. So my advice to Dilly's question specifically, a specific question, my advice was specific, that Muslims must unite with each other. Okay, Muslims. And I don't regard Rafida in that equation. I don't consider them to be part of that. I'll explain why. Because
that's another conversation, we can have it.
The Rafida are allied. The Rafida are allied with the BJP in India right now as we speak. They are, as an entity, allied with the BJP. In fact, Iran as a country has given its port at Chabahar to India. India has spent $4 billion at this port called Chabahar, which is Iranian port. So your
claim that the entire Shia population in India is united with the BJP?
No. I'm saying their representative bodies are allied with the BJP. Okay.
So what kind of
I'm not talking about the people. I never talk. I don't accuse people of these. People don't even know what's happening.
What I mean is, that's why I'm saying this to you, so you can clarify, because some people will take that away from what you're saying. So instead of getting that, leaving that as the lasting impression, it's better to clarify those things. But you said the representative bodies. So which ones are you talking about here? Like what's the representative body of the Shias in India? What does that look like?
I'll send you all the research papers and articles on this, and you can look into them one by one. You will see how, first of all, the Iranian government is directly allied to the Indian government. They are allies. They are allies, strategic allies, economic allies, and even potentially military allies. Okay, this is a long story. We can get into that. We can get into details, and this is what people don't know. People don't know. Just go and look at Chabahar Port. Who is managing it? Why has India spent $4 billion?
Sure, that's really interesting information. But I think what the question is that if it's plausible to unite, I think this is the question they want to ask.
So let me come back to this clip, Hijab. Otherwise, we're gonna digress. We're gonna digress.
No,
let me come back.
But you have to let me finish my sentences, because otherwise, I can't.
Yes.
So
go ahead.
So the questions that they would ask is this: they would say that if it's plausible to unite with the Hindus, they're saying, why is it implausible to unite with groups of Shiites who are also not attacking Muslims, not attacking Sunnis? They don't want any harm on Sunnis.
I tweeted about this, and you can find that tweet and put it up. And I'm very open about this. First of all, let me deal with the clip, because it's gonna get forgotten. So I'm gonna come back to this question directly, having finished the clip. So in the clip, I'm saying Muslims should unite with each other. Number one, then they should unite with those non-Muslims who are not anti-Islam or anti-Muslim. They are not attacking you. They don't want you dead. They don't want you genocided. Okay. Just like the Prophet ﷺ formed alliances with Jewish tribes, Banu Kainuka, Banu Nadir, Banu Qurayza, and as soon as those entities attacked the Muslims, the Prophet broke the treaties, because the only reason the treaties remained intact was peace. As soon as those powers or those entities, those principalities, as soon as they broke the terms and they attacked the Muslims, the Prophet ﷺ broke the treaties, and he treated them as enemies. So this is what I'm saying. In India, Muslims, the only chance of survival they have is when they work with pro-Islam, pro-Muslim entities, right?
Also Hindu ones. Now
Rafida, the 12ers, why are they exception? Why are they an exception?
So are you talking about the entire population of Shiites?
No. What do I have against a farmer, okay, in Lucknow or somewhere in Uttar Pradesh, plowing his field? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about entities. The Iranian government. The Iranian government is okay. So I tweeted recently that there are 3 entities.
So I think that's an important. By the way, that's an important clarification, because I do think that people do think that you're talking about all the Shiites, and I'll tell you why it's important that you make clarifications like these. You're well researched in the Shiite sort of polemics and all that kind of thing, and so if Shiites get the impression that you basically despise them or hate them or have a problem with them, it becomes increasingly hard for you then to promote your dawah.
I have nothing but sympathy and compassion for the Shia masses, just like I do for the Qadianis. Wallahi, every time I do a stream on the Qadianis, I believe they are disbelievers. Qadianis are disbelievers. I believe they are not Muslims. Okay.
You believe that the Qadianis are not Muslims?
They are non-Muslims by consensus of the ulama of Islam, the Qadianis. And this consensus has been claimed for the 12 Shias also, and I will substantiate this by providing evidence on screen. I will provide evidence fatawa from the ulama who claim ijma' on the takfir of the Rafida, Imamiyya, Ithna Ashariya. Yes, absolutely. I will produce evidence on screen in due course.
So let's get to that now then.
Okay, let's get down to it. Okay, first of all,
I think the bits of it where you're essentially sorry, is that what? I have never made mass takfir of Shiites. Oh, okay, so you've never made mass.
And I follow the Taymian view on this matter. Okay.
When was this put up? Is this recent?
Masses are jahil. Yeah, this is recent. Masses are jahil. Okay. Yeah. And I stand by that position. I just clarified that I have nothing against a Shia farmer working in the fields.
All right. Okay? So your belief then is not that the Shiites are disbelievers then.
Okay. So now let me clarify this position.
I thought that that's what your belief was.
No. My belief, I explained, I have the Taymian view. The Taymian view is that their scholars. Wait, slow down. We're going too fast. Okay.
What book is this? Sorry.
Okay. The Taymiyyun view is that the scholars of the 12 verse Imamiyya.
But what book is this that we're looking at the screen? Sorry, before you continue.
No, we are looking at the document where the fatawa of where the claims of ijma are.
So what document is this? Who's it written by?
This is a book. This is a book called Usul Mazhab Shia. Okay,
Sure.
And it is over 1,000 pages of research on the Shia.
Who wrote this book? Sorry.
I forgot the name. We can put up the name of the book as well. The author.
I think that would be pretty important because
yeah. No, but this research is not from the book. This is a collection. What you were looking at was a collection of fatwa.
What's the position that you're trying to defend? Because you don't believe the mass takfir of Shia. So
No. I am saying there are two positions among the scholars of Islam. Okay.
Sure.
The majority position is that 12-ver religion, the Imamiyya 12-ver religion, is kufr and shirk. The majority, the overwhelming majority position.
The religion itself, or the people that follow it?
The religion and the people. So
that means every single Shia in the world.
I am claiming that, and so are many reputable ulama, classical ulama.
You are.
I'm not the only one here. Okay,
sorry,
wait.
You're not claiming that. Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No. I'm claiming that that's the majority position. People have claimed ijma on that.
What's the majority position?
Okay, let's go. Can we put up the Ottoman Sheikh al-Islam first?
Adnan, I'm asking you what is. I'm not understanding your claim. Is your claim that?
No. I personally take the Taymiyyun position that you put up on the screen.
Well, that wasn't Ibn Taymiyyah that I saw. There was another book that you said that you don't know the author of.
No. In my tweet, you put up a tweet where I'm saying that I have never made takfir of every single Shia.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
However,
so you don't believe that you don't believe the 12
because no. I believe any 12-ver. I believe firmly any 12-ver who curses Abu Bakr and Umar is a kafir.
Sure.
Number one. Okay. Who curses Aisha radiallahu anha is a kafir. Number two. Anyone who believes that Ali bin Abi Talib or even Imam Hassan al-Askari rahmatullah alayhi radiallahu an is better than Ibrahim alayhi salam is a kafir. Anyone who believes that imams, one of the 12 imams or all of them know ilmul ghaib, I believe is a kafir. Okay. So I have these beliefs.
So what you're saying is that you believe that if certain people have certain beliefs, that they, after Iqamat al-Hujjah and Adr al-Jahl is removed and everything like that, you're saying
I believe the overwhelming majority of the 12ers Hujjah has been established upon them because they do curse Abu Bakr and Umar. Any 12er who goes to their Hussainiyat, okay?
So I'm not understanding your position, man. Honestly, is your position that sorry, let's start fresh, because forgive me, I'm not understanding, right? I know there's a difference between, like, for example, let me tell you my position. Let me explain my position. Maybe tell me where you disagree with my position. I think that might be more conducive, right? My position.
Okay.
So let me tell you my position and tell me where you disagree with it. If you do disagree, maybe we don't actually even disagree. So here's my position, right? My position is that in 12 Shiaism, in the books of the 12 Shiais, even the primary sources of them, there are shirki beliefs. There are beliefs which we would consider to be kufr akbar yukhrij sahibuhu min al-millah. That they are major kufr and major disbelief. Obviously, you know this because we consulted each other at the time, but I've done multiple debates with Shia, maybe
we both have.
And so, and in that, I'm actually disputing with them on these points, and I haven't changed my position on any of these points. I believe the beliefs themselves, I'll give an example. So the belief of Tahrif al-Quran, as a very simple example, that exists somewhere in the Shiite text, in the corpus. Now the thing is,
not somewhere.
No,
it is in
many places.
It is in their.
Yeah, sure.
No. It is in their main sources.
Sure. I know. No, we're not disagreeing.
Al-Kafi.
Sure, yeah. We're not disagreeing. But of course, some Shia will come and say, well, that's not, because they don't have the same view of Al-Kafi as we do have with Bukhari, right?
I believe this is taqiyya because
Yeah, but
Al-Kafi, the author.
Let's take it one step at a time. So whether it's taqi or not, that's not for us to judge that, because we can only
No, it
judge
is.
by
It
the
is.
fawaid.
We can judge, but there are ways to judge. There are ways to decipher.
Okay, but
this problem.
that's another issue. But the point I'm saying is this, right? The point is, if someone holds the belief, I'll give you a staple example. If someone holds the belief that actually the only Quran that's available, that is preserved, is the Fatimid Quran that's going to be with the Mahdi in the Sirdab at this point in time, that's the belief. And you explain to them why that's wrong. Even if you don't explain to them, this person who holds that belief probably left, definitely left the fold of Islam, frankly, because they don't believe in the Quran, essentially. If someone holds that belief, even if Iqamatul Hujjah might not be required in that situation. And there are beliefs like that, to lesser or greater extents, which you can make arguments for within the corpus of primary source material of the Shia. And people will differ on what beliefs would take one over the edge, and which ones will not. And there are differences of opinion there, as you know, right? But the point is that, so what I'm saying, therefore, is there's a difference between us saying, we believe this is kufr. We believe that these things here are actually disbelief, right? They're not Islamic. And on the one hand, on the other hand, or like, for example, like you mentioned, like the belief that the atoms of creation can be manipulated. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. Yes.
Yeah, they can hear me clearly. So this is the difference, right? So what I'm saying is that there's a difference between someone holding that belief, and then there's a difference, on the other hand, with someone, with us mass takfiring the Shia.
No, brother Hijab. We can make it simpler. We can make it simpler. Okay, let's go to our classical sources. Let's go to our classical.
What part of it do you just?
Let's go to Imam.
What part of it do you disagree with? So we can do.
Wait. When you recently let me firstly finish the unity with Hindu clip, and then we're going to come back to this topic, because we are digressing from topic. We haven't dealt with that topic completely. So let me finish that very quickly in few statements, and we can move on to this topic and discuss it. Okay, my position is very clear. Just like the Prophet ﷺ allied strategically with non-Muslim entities and principalities, okay, sure. I believe the Muslims of India should do that. Now, based upon that, Daniel Akikaju and his army of shills and bots are calling me Rajit, which I find to be very funny. You found it to be funny last week as well, right?
Yeah, okay. But now
this is false propaganda. They are claiming that I'm saying don't unite with Muslims and unite with non-Muslims. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, but Muslims must you are also using words against him. So that's why, let him.
Look, at least I'm being fair. At least I'm being fair. I'm not calling him. First of all, I don't understand how. Imagine someone sitting in the US in a basement when the US was fighting in Afghanistan against the Taliban, and someone starts making videos about Taliban, that they should have nuclear weapons and they should have proxies, right? Imagine what the American administration or FBI or CIA would do to such a person. This guy sitting in an American basement is making these statements. I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know. I don't want him dead. I don't want him arrested. Okay. But he's making statements. He's using the word Jew again and again. He is making statements in favor of Iran. Iran should get nuclear weapons and Iran should have more proxies, and still sitting in his basement in the US somewhere, right? Okay. It's very strange why the American administration specifically is treating, when it comes to Ahl Sunnah, okay, talking about, let's say, Sunni insurgency or Sunni resistance, okay, rightly or wrongly, okay, and when it comes to people talking about Iran and supporting Iran against the US, right? It's very strange. He's sitting in his basement somewhere and he's still able to do all that. It's very strange. Okay, I'm just raising a question. So the point is, look, I don't say unite with. Sorry?
there is, look, because someone sent us something, so let's just look at this. Look,
Yeah,
because
I'm sure.
what it is, Adnan, is
I'm sure there's a lot coming. There's a lot coming. Put it up.
we want to go back to this topic here. You've made your point clear about this, and we agree that you should not be called these names. But let's go back to this, because look, as you can see here, I absolutely wish for both enemies to neutralize each other. I don't care which one goes first. Okay, fine.
Yes.
Then you said number 2, Rafida are mushrikeen, Zionists are kuffar. So when you're saying Rafida are mushrikeen here, are you saying that the population of 12 Shiites are disbelievers? They're not Muslim to begin with? Or are you saying that is this a reference to the government or the mullahs or something else? Which one is it?
I am saying any 12er who worships the imams, any 12er who prays in his salah, Ya Fatima aghithini in his salah.
Well, then that would apply to Sufis as well, then, wouldn't it?
No. No. I don't know any Sufi. I don't know any Sufi who prays.
That would apply to Brelvis and things like that.
Wait. Let me explain. I don't know any Sufi who in his sajda or in tashahud says, Ya Sheikh Abdul Qadir Jilani, aghithni. Wait. No. In salah. Wait. In hijab, in salah. Anyone, I believe anyone who says that, anyone who says that is a mushrik. Yes. Move on.
Okay. So there's not. So if that's true, then Adnan, what it is that you would just be essentially just say.
Would you agree with me on this? Do you agree with me on this?
If what?
If someone says Ya Abdul Qadir Jilani in salah aghithni,
well,
is he a mushrik or not?
I think there's Adr Bujahal. I believe it's clear. It's obvious to me that I believe
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, because he could be thinking that it's going to be an intercessor or something, isn't it? So you're asking me, is there Adr Bujahal for issues like that? Yeah, Adr Bujahal.
No, istaghatha. Istaghatha bil amwat.
The question is
Istaghatha bil amwat. Of course, I know there are people out there who believe it's okay. Yeah.
Do you believe in Adr Bujahal?
No, Udhr bil Jahl has its limits, not on things, not on things known by necessity in deen, ma'lum min ad-din bid-darura, not on those things.
And if all the conditions are met, then maybe you're right.
Is there Udhr bil Jahl for Qadianis in a village? There's a Qadiani in a village who has never been to a Sunni masjid, never spoken to a Sunni. He believes Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is his prophet.
Is there
Udhr bil Jahl for him?
He's never spoken to a Sunni in his life, you said?
No. He has been raised.
Then there is actually Adr Bujahal for that person. Yes, there is.
So same with Yahudis? The Yahud?
Yeah, there's absolutely. There's Adr Bujahal for every. That's what you call it. Someone who dies. That's a mas'ala that's known as what do you call it? We're not going to punish people.
So we can extend that to Hindus as well in a village. Let's say
atheists, anyone who doesn't receive the message and dies upon that, then they'll be tested independently on the day of judgment.
Okay. So
obviously there is some level of other here. But anyway, look, going back.
I understand. Look. Are you saying a Hindu villager who has never been to
never heard about Islam?
Sorry, never heard about Islam. And he worships idols.
Allah will test him independently on the day of judgment. That's a well-known mas'ala. I think
okay. Then mushrikeen who died before Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Not mushrikeen. Not mushrikeen. Brother Hijab. There are people who died before the Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet says they're in Jahannam. They're in Jahannam.
I know. But the question is this: if someone has not received the message of Islam,
and they were not, they had not received the message of Islam. These people
the question is, if you're asking me if someone has not received, even Ibn Abdul Wahhab, which I'm sure we're going to come to, even he will tell you that there's other there. I mean, if they haven't, they'll talk about the Quran. And
I'm just asking questions. I'm asking questions that if a mushrik before Rasulullah sallallahu is in Jahannam, not the mushrik. People like Zayd bin Amr bin Nufail. Yes, Ahlul Fatra. Yes, absolutely. People like Waraka bin Nawfal.
If someone dies upon shirk and kufr, but they have not been exposed to the religion of Islam, then the majority view in Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, like the view of Ibn Taymiyyah, the view of
So what do we do? What do we do with those reports from the Prophet?
Let me just finish this point. If you if you don't believe me, do the following, right? Go to chapter 17, verse 15 of Surah Al-Isra, right?
Yes.
And then when you go to chapter 17, verse 15, go to Ibn Kathir. Because what Allah mentions in chapter 17, verse 15 is, وَمَا كُنَّا مُعَذِّبِينَ حَتَّى نَبَعَثَ رَسُولًا. We were not going to punish people until we send them a prophet. So if that's the case, what does Ibn Kathir say about that? What does At-Tabari say about that? What do the Sahaba say about that? What does the Salaf say about that? This is essentially, everyone knows that
shirk is not part of this conversation. Not shirk.
Of course it is.
No,
it is.
No. Okay, then I will explain. Then I'll ask you a question, Brother Hijab. Explain those reports from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
I don't need to. On the matter. There's ayah Quraniyah. There's another ayah, by the way. Do you know the one at the end of Surah An-Nisa where Allah says, لِأَلَّا يَكُونَ what do you call it? حُجَّةً بَعْدَ الرُّسُلِ. There's another one.
Okay, so
there's two ayahs actually on that. There's two ayahs. One of them is that so that
I understand.
And you know another point actually. I thought of a third one as well. If you let me say it, I will mention it. What Allah says in Surah Al-A'raf, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also says, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive. Allah may forgive all sins except.
Let me finish Adnan, please. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, what do you call it? When he takes all the وإذا أخذنا من بني آدم من ذريتهم what do you call it? ذرية and then he said ألست بربكم قالوا بلى شهدنا. So do you declare that I am your Lord? So there was a time that Allah asked
قالوا
بلى شهدنا and then after that أن تقولوا يوم القيامة أن, that on the day of judgment it will be said to you that we were not warned, right? So look at the tafsir of that. All of these ayahs are very clear that
of course, Brother Hijab, these are general ayahs you're using for something specific. Okay, let's talk about the issue of shirk. Let's talk about the issue of shirk. Allah says in the Quran, Allah may forgive all other sins, but there will be no forgiveness for shirk. You know the ayah. You know the ayah. I know the ayah.
إن الله لا يغفر أن يشرك به ويغفر ما دون ذلك لمن يشاء. It's mentioned twice, but there's another ayah which says Allah forgives everything. إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا. Anyway, look, no. This is a digression.
قل يا عبادي الذين أسرفوا على أنفسهم لا تقنطوا من رحمة الله إن الله يغفر الذنوب. This is a different context. Here Allah is saying when you commit sins.
With all respect, wallahi, I know this for a fact. You're getting this completely wrong, and if you speak to any student of knowledge, they will tell you. Because because the reason why is because this is a mas'ala of almost ijma'. Yani, if you have not received the message, you will get a specific message on the day of judgment.
So my question, Brother Hijab,
there's even hadith on it. There's hadith in
Brother Hijab. My question is, what do we do with the reports of Rasulullah where he said someone before him died upon shirk is in Jahannam?
He didn't say that.
Abdul Muttalib, his grandfather.
He didn't say anyone before me. He didn't say anyone before me.
Okay, wait.
Because otherwise the fatwa wouldn't be there.
Let me clarify. Abu Talib died upon shirk. There are reports in Sahih Bukhari, the Quran in Surah Al-Qasas. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Allah states, "Innaka la tahdi man ahbabta, walakin Allah yahdi man yasha wa huwa a'lamu bil muhtadin." Right? Oh Muhammad, you cannot guide those you love. It is Allah who guides people, and He knows. This is about Abu Talib. Tafsir, when we read the tafsir, this is about Abu Talib. Abu Talib, when he died,
he rejected the Prophet Muhammad. Muhammad was there.
Please, let me finish my argument. Abu Talib, when he died, he said, "Ala millati Abdul Muttalib." Ala millati Abdul Muttalib. I die upon the millah of Abdul Muttalib. Abu Talib, we know. Wait.
We're talking about a mas'ala where people have not received the message. That's a different mas'ala.
Abdul Muttalib, his millah, according to the reports of Rasulullah ﷺ and according to the hadith about Abu Talib, his millah was shirk. He was upon shirk.
Because he received the message. It's a different. We were talking about
why is Abu Talib being punished in Jahannam? Why is Abu Talib being punished in Jahannam?
I don't know if I am asking if you're listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the mas'ala that we're okay. So the mas'ala that we were talking about in the beginning was if you have a group of people who have not received, you said you've never met a Sunni, not received the message. that's a different hukum to Abu Talib, who was in the company of the Prophet, and the Prophet was begging him to become Muslim, and he did not become Muslim. Obviously, he received the message.
Brother Hijab, you did not listen to my argument. Hear my argument first. Abu Talib died upon the millah of his father Abdul Muttalib. This is why he's in Jahannam.
Yeah,
because wait.
We are talking about the fact that someone who has not received the message versus someone who has. This is a very simple thing.
No, you're still missing my argument. Let me explain my argument. The millah of Abdul Muttalib was shirk. Abdul Muttalib was upon shirk.
I can't help anymore with that, because I've said what I can, and if you don't believe what I'm saying,
okay,
you can
no problem. We can move on, inshallah. But coming back to the issue of
Adnan, what's your position on the Shia? You make tweets on the one hand saying all the Rafida are mushrik, and now you're saying no, there's tafsil on the mas'ala.
No, I never said I never said all the Shia.
You did say that. Let's go back on this. Rafida. Let's go back to it again.
The Rafida. I make a distinction between Shia and Rafida. Okay, now let me explain what is the distinction. Shia is an umbrella term. Shia is an umbrella term. It is a blanket term. Rafida are the people who insult the Sahaba. They believe in shirk billah. They have beliefs that constitute shirk billah, and they are kuffar. So what's the problem?
So who are they? Who are they? Are they 12ers? Who are they?
Yeah, 12ers. Yes, 12ers.
Okay, so
absolutely.
When you use the word Rafida, you mean the 12ers, okay?
Yeah. And now, brother,
but let's just take one thing at a time, because I'm.
So look. Let me.
So you're saying the 12ers are Shia. So does that mean that the asl of the 12er is that he's a kafir?
Okay,
the farmer now that you mentioned, is he a kafir?
Can I answer this question, please?
Yeah.
Can I answer this question? Okay. Yeah. Can I put up evidence instead of me talking away?
No, what is your position?
I want people to know where it's coming from. So let's put up the evidence and read it. Read it.
What your position is?
Okay. I'll explain. Yeah. Let's put up those quotes first starting from Imam Ahmad.
Before you put the quotes, we're happy to read them, but what's your position?
My position is that anyone who curses, I made it very clear, anyone, that could be 99% of the 12ers, that could be 80% of the 12ers, anyone who holds these beliefs, okay, that 20% or 10% window is for those Rafida, those 12ers who live in caves, okay, who do not curse Abu Bakr, or maybe those liberal, non-practicing Shias who do not believe in these things. There are people like that.
Sure.
There are people who regard themselves 12ers. Now let me explain, Brother Hijab, so that you understand. There are people I have met who are 12ers. They are non-practicing 12ers. They say we do not believe in these shenanigans. They acknowledge the kufr. They acknowledge it. They say we are 12ers. We are Imami Shia. Okay, we are 12ers, but we do not believe in cursing Abu Bakr. It's kufr. We know the 12ers do it. We know the 12ers do it. We don't believe in it. Okay, we don't believe Imams have the power. I have met people like that. So I tell them, it's very interesting that you still call yourself 12ers, because you are going against your bona fide, your confirmed beliefs. And they say, yeah, you're right. You may be right, but we are still.
So you're saying you're distinguishing between the layman and the sort of person who knows, right?
No. I'm distinguishing between those who hold certain beliefs and practices and those who don't. They may have the label. Okay. This is my position, and this is how I understand.
Not every single one.
This is the position of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not every single one of them. It's the ones who hold that position.
Yeah, it's the ones, and I believe that's the overwhelming majority. That's what I believe. That's the overwhelming majority.
That's fine. So here's my question to you then. Interesting question. And I'm
so now before the next.
You're not letting me speak, Adnan. Because I've heard what you said. You have to let me respond.
Go ahead.
Do you agree that the Khawarij made takfir of the Sahaba?
It's a digression. I will address this question. No problem.
It's not digression. I'm asking.
Yeah, they did. They made takfir of Kibar Sahaba. Yes.
So, sure. So, are the other Khawarij, were they considered to be Muslim or not by Ibn Abbas?
There are people who consider them to be kuffar outside of Islam.
But
there are statements. Let me answer. There is a statement from Ali ibn Abi Talib.
Let me just, before you get there,
he was asked this question.
Let me just put this there so that you can see what the issue is. Ibn Abbas says, إخواننا بغوا علينا, that they are brothers and they've transgressed against.
No, this is Ali bin Abi Talib. This is
Sure.
Ali bin Abi Talib who said,
even more strong.
yes.
So Ali ibn Abi Talib, they're making takfir of the Sahaba,
Yes.
and he's still calling them brothers. How do you explain this?
Okay, there are a number of ways to explain this. Okay,
Sure.
First of all, the Khawarij, as we know them, if you read Imam al-Shahrastani's book Al-Milal wal-Nihal, he explains different types of Khawarij.
Sure.
Okay, there were different types of Khawarij. Some made takfir of the Sahaba, others did not. Right? Okay.
These ones definitely did, right?
Some considered major sins to be kufr. Okay. Others became quietist, like Ibadis, and they were Azarika, and there were different types of, So Imam al-Shahristani, he actually explains this in some good detail about the Khawarij.
It's a qawl al-wahid. The ones who, what do you call it, made takfir of Ali ibn Abi Talib, at the time of Ali ibn Abi Talib and those guys, 100% they made takfir of the Sahabas, and he's still saying it's on alayna. So how do you explain this?
Yeah. So the Khawarij, as I explained, they basically, Ali ibn Abi Talib radiallahu anh, did not explain, because he was questioned specifically about these people. Who are they? What is their status? Okay. Are they kuffar? He said, no, they pray 5 times a day. So he explained the symbols of Islam. When Ali bin Abi Talib radiallahu anh answered this question, he said they are not kuffar because they have these characteristics.
But they're making takfir of Sahaba.
So from Ali bin Abi Talib, however, others, for example,
they're making takfir of the Sahaba. So how do we reconcile the fact that you have a group of people that are making takfir of the Sahaba, that Ali is calling Muslims, and then the Shia,
I'm explaining, it had not become their theological position as yet. These are proto-Khawarij who are still not
You're making takfir of Sahaba for sure, though.
Yeah, wait. Those who did, I believe they are kuffar. Those who did, I believe they are kuffar. Okay, but their beliefs were not so established. No, let me explain. Their beliefs were not so established and canonized at this time for any scholar to deal with them. Later on, I believe anyone who makes takfir of Ali bin Abi Talib radiallahu an is a kafir. Let me explain why.
So what?
Let me explain why. Because the Khawarij did that. Anyone who makes takfir of Ali bin Abi Talib radiallahu an, karramallahu wajh, is a kafir. Why? Because there are mutawatir reports from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam about him being one of the people of Jannah. Anyone who rejects tawatur, rejects the Quran. Likewise, same standard is applied by myself and major ulama, okay, that I follow. They say anyone who calls Abu Bakr and Umar a kafir or even a fasik is a kafir. Why? Because he is rejecting everything the Prophet came with. If Abu Bakr is a kafir, if Umar is a kafir, then there is no Islam. Then there is no Islam. Then what you are, then wait. Then what you are left with, Brother Hijab, please let me finish my statement so that people understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
If Abu Bakr and Umar are kuffar, then what we are left with is the religion of Kufa, okay, which constitutes beliefs like Quran is muharraf. Why did the people of Kufa, the Shia of Kufa, come up with this belief? Because you cannot believe the Sahaba to be kuffar and then believe at the same time that they will give you an authentic Quran. It is impossible. It is impossible to reconcile.
Sure, but I think the position on the other side is not that if you believe that the companions as a whole or one of them is disbelieve that you don't, that's not an act of kufr. So the position, no, hold on, please. The position is more like, is that udhr bil-jahl? Like, can someone hold that belief because they've been told a few things, and can they still be pardoned with ignorance? And that's where the discussion is.
No.
I'll be honest with you, Adnan. There's one thing that needs to be said, right?
Yeah.
You're right now, as we're speaking, you seem a lot more reasonable. People would probably, and it's good that you're talking. I'm glad that you're doing this, because right now you've shown so many caveats, so much more nuance than maybe your tweets show, right?
Absolutely.
I think a lot of people believe that you are making mass takfir of even the Shia masses. Of course, you know that Shias include Zaydis, which obviously you wouldn't make any takfir of. I think, as a
No,
whole.
absolutely not.
Right.
No.
So and then so
No.
you're talking specifically about like
12ers.
and then even then we went in and we said tafsil, which is
Yes.
so then
Yes.
if that's your view, that's actually my view too. So then we agree on this point.
Khalas, alhamdulillah, Muhammad Hijab and Adnan Rashid believe
Yeah,
that
we agree on the point.
12ers are generally kuffar with few exceptions. Yes.
No, I have not said that.
This is my view.
No. Is that your view? That they're generally kuffar with a few
They're generally
exceptions?
kuffar with few exceptions, and exceptions are because of the beliefs. That's it.
So you don't. So your belief is
Any
that the majority of them are
12er who says Abu Bakr and Umar is a kafir, Aisha is a kafira, okay, or they believe that imams are better than Anbiya. These people are plainly kuffar. This is not Islam.
Can they be pardoned for that? Can they be pardoned by ignorance for that?
No. This is the point now. How many of them are ignorant of this? I'm claiming the overwhelming majority. Wait. The overwhelming majority of 12ers in the world, from wherever they are, from Indonesia to Morocco, or even in Antarctica, if there are any there, right? They believe that Abu Bakr and Umar, they believe Abu Bakr and Umar are both kuffar. They believe this.
How do you know?
Right?
How do you know that?
Because they're major ulama, their authorities,
No,
their opinion. Wait, I'm answering.
It's a sociological point, though, isn't it?
I'm answering.
So you would have to give me like some kind of sociological study.
I'm answering.
Study in, I don't know, India or something, and we found that 90% believe that these people are kuffar or something.
I am answering. Let me explain. Any 12er who goes to one of the Imam Baras or Imam Bargas or one of the Hussainiyat, anyone, okay, and hears the cursing of the Sahaba in there, which happens publicly from the mimbar, okay, and it happens in the Salah. There are reports that they make du'as, they curse 4 and 4. They curse Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Muawiyah, and then they curse Aisha, Hafsa, and Habiba. There are du'as, hijab. You have debated the Shia, the Rafida. You know these things.
Yes.
You have debated them. You know these things, right? So I think what we are missing here, hijab, me and you are arguing with each other for no reason. Let's go to the classical ulama. Let's go to our
No, but then why do we need to? We seem to be agreeing here. You're saying that they can be
we need to. For the masses, hijab, for the people, they don't know these things. They need to see, because you made a statement. You made a statement with Sneeko the other day. You said that anyone who says that the 12ers are disbelievers, this is I don't know the exact word. Can we play that clip? Can we play that clip? Let's play that clip. Let's play that clip, please.
I think it's probably on Twitter or something.
Yeah, it's there. I've sent it to my admin. He has it. Let's play that clip.
Let's play it from your side.
Admin, please play it. Allah bless you. Jazakallah khairan. So while this is being played, this is an academic exercise to get the facts. Get the fact. What are the facts?
Let's get the clips first, because I remember saying the word Shia, and if I said the word Shia, then that obviously includes the Zaydis.
Let's see.
And me and you would agree with that, wouldn't we? Like you just said that you don't make mass takfir of the Zaydis.
If you said the word Shia,
here it is, and we also said, what do you call it? That the lay people of the Shia, you wouldn't make takfir of them as a principle of fact. You do it if they had kufri beliefs. I don't think we disagree. Let's take a look at what I said exactly.
Okay, let's play. Bismillah.
Sure.
I've seen videos of people in London, they say, Shia Kufar, what? Shia Kufar. Is this true? Or can there be some sort of unity, and can we look away at our differences?
The idea that Shia are Kufar is a radical, fringe, and unacceptable view in Islam. Okay? If you look at 1,400 years of Islamic Sunni scholarship, no one had that view but a few people. And one of those people was Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers. Okay, they believed that. That's why in the year 1818, okay, they went into Karbala, and then they killed Shiites in Iraq and all this kind of things. And it was a massacre that's, in a certain thing. And obviously, they will say that they were worshipping graves and all this kind of things. And there may have been, to be fair, like extreme practices there, but nothing justifies massacres. Okay. the idea that the Shia kuffar is
That's it. It's
not a
done.
mainstream
Yeah,
idea.
That's it,
Even
that's
take
all that. I think that's it. Yeah. So which
Okay.
part of that do you disagree with?
So you don't mean the 12ers here. You mean the Zaydis?
No,
and
I even mean the 12ers. I even mean the lay 12ers. We've just both
Okay.
decided that
So-
the lay
so-
people
so-
of the 12ers. Well, hold on. So
yeah.
I said the idea that Shia are kuffar, right? So I don't see the Shia as a group as disbelievers. But if they have iqamat al-hujjah established upon them and they still believe something like that the Quran is muharraf or is distorted, or they still believe that they, there's 12 imams and they're greater than the prophets and they can control the atoms of creation and all that kind of thing. As I mentioned, I think with the Sahaba thing, there's more scope because, as I mentioned, there's discussion there, but
No, there isn't.
no, there is, as I mentioned, but as I said, unless they, as I said, unless they have those beliefs and it's confirmed and there's iqamat al-hujjah and there's no other rijal, then yeah. But in terms of if they don't, we don't make that judgment immediately of them. And the Shia, as I mentioned, includes the Zaydis in there as well. It includes.
We're not discussing them. We're not discussing them.
No,
We're
but
discussing
here,
12ers.
the word Shia includes. Look, the word Shia includes them, whether we like it or not. Because
Put them
the word
aside for
Shia
now. Let's stick to 12ers.
Why?
Itna Ashariya.
The statement that I made was not 12ers. I didn't use the word
Because they're the
12ers.
ones. Because they're the ones who are majority. 99% of the Shias in the world today, okay, are 12ers. Okay,
No, that's not true. That's not true.
The
There's a
Zaydis
significant
are
number of
only
Zaydis in
confined.
Yemen.
No, Zaydis are only confined to Yemen in very small pockets. Okay, and their
There's
numbers
millions
are
of them.
very. So when you use the term Shia as a blanket
No.
statement,
There's millions of them in Yemen. I don't know how many million you can check it out, but it's not.
let's say
Zaydis
millions.
are definitely under the umbrella of Shia. You can't just say
In
that.
comparison
Deny
to 12ers, I would like so this statement can be misunderstood by the masses. The statement you made.
Yeah, I'm saying even the 12 Shias, even with them, the lay
Yeah,
people, I
let's
don't make
talk about
takfir
them.
of them as a matter of
Yeah.
fact. We need to first ascertain what they believe in. If they believe in something like that brings someone beyond the pale of Islam by ijma', ma'lum al-din bid-darura, we have to look at what that is. And if we do iqamat al-hujjah and the whole process, then yeah, you can make takfir after all of that, just like you can with anybody else in any other context.
So let me. Do you allow me to put up this stuff? I really desperately want to put this stuff up. Let's put up
do you
the
disagree with what I've said?
the Ottoman Sheikh al-Islam. Put up a statement, please.
Who's that?
Brother.
Who's the sheikh?
This is Sheikh Saud.
Saud.
Okay. Yes. Yes,
Who's
his
that?
name was. Let's
Sheikh
see.
Saud.
No, which one? Which one is this one? No. I sent you a screenshot. The Ottoman Sheikh al-Islam.
Who's that? Who's the?
We're gonna
Sheikh?
see it right now.
Yeah. What's his name, if you don't mind? It's just...
We're gonna see it
What's
right
his
now.
name?
Ijaba. Sheikh al-Islam. Yeah, this one. Here is his name.
What's his name?
Here is his name. 1 second. Saud. His name is Saud.
What, no, but what's his full name? Because
Sheikh
Saud is
al-Islam,
like
Abu Saud. Look at that. Allama
Abu
Abu
Saud.
Saud. Yes, Abu Saud. Yes.
So who is
Abu
he?
Saud, yes. Yeah, he was Sheikh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire.
What's his full name?
Sheikh Abu Saud is known as Sheikh al-Islam, Sheikh Abu Saud, and he was the Ottoman Sheikh al-Islam. And now let's read.
Okay, yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
Can we get a bit of a biography of who that is first before we start?
Sheikh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire.
No problem, Adnan. We just want to educate myself here. Actually, forget about the viewers. I don't even know.
So okay, let's Google him. Let's Sheikh Abu Saud. Let's Google Sheikh Abu Saud.
Yeah, we're doing it
Sheikh
together.
al-Islam. Let's Google him and then read his statement. Let's go. No problem.
What's his name?
Yalla.
What's his full name?
Abu Saud. I
Abu
only know
Saud
his kunya.
Effendi?
I only know his kunya. Abu Saud.
Effendi. Maybe there. Maybe
Yes.
Abu Saud.
Yeah, Abu Saud al-Effendi. Yes. Abu Saud al-Effendi. Yes.
Let's click that. Let's see something about him. Abu Saud Effendi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's see what he says.
So can you click that Wikipedia thing there just so we can see?
He
Is that him? No, on the right. It's not. That's not him. Go. If you go back.
Abu Saud al-Effendi. Yes, that's the one.
It's on the right side. One below it. That's the one.
Rahmatullah alayh.
Okay, so let's read that quickly. He was a Hanafi Maturidi Ottoman jurist in Quran.
Yeah, not a Wahhabi, Not a Wahhabi by any stretch of imagination. Yeah.
Served as the Qadi Judge of Istanbul from 1533 to 1537. And Sheikh al-Islam, okay, of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, Jazakumullah khairan. Now we've all educated ourselves as to who that is. Please read it out.
Can you read it, Hijab?
I can't see a thing actually. If you can read it out for me, I'd be very happy.
You know, my Arabic reading, is very, very weak. Okay, so
okay.
I'm yeah. So
I can't see a thing because I can barely make that out.
Okay, so it
if
says.
You can read that out for me, I'll be very grateful.
It's very even the text is not very clear.
Yes, exactly. I can't even
okay,
see
no. Let me read it. Let me try to read it. Okay.
Yeah.
Al-Allama Abu Saud lamma su'ila an ash-Shia. Yeah. Ayuhillu qitalihim. Yeah. What?
Sorry.
وهل يكون المقتول منا في ذلك شهيدا مع أنهم يدعون أن رئيسهم من آل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وعليه الصلاة والسلام وكيف يجوز. This is about fighting them during the reign of Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent. This is against the Safavids, right? Okay. So he was asked whether it's allowed to fight against them, the Safavid Empire. Okay. Right? This is Shaykh al-Islam being asked the question. If the Ottomans at the time.
Okay. Is that what you're reading?
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
I think so. وكيف يجوز قتالهم وهم يقولون لا إله إلا الله. Okay. How is it allowed to fight them when they say La ilaha illallah? And then it says قد جاب فأجاب maybe. Okay. Inna qitalahum jihad akbar. That's what he's saying about the Safavids.
Yeah, sure.
Wal maqtul minna fil ma'rika shaheed. Okay. Then those who die from us are shaheed. Wa annahum baghuna. They are bil kharuj an millati.
I don't think that says millah.
An ta'atil imam. An ta'atil imam wa kafiruna. Min wujuh, and they are disbelievers. He's talking about the Safavids. Okay, min wujuh kathira. Okay, fihim kharijuna anith thalathi wa sab'een firqa. They are not part of the 73 sects. Okay, min al firaq al islamiyya, from the Islamic sects. Li'annahum akhtara'u kufran. They have adopted kufr. Because they have adopted kufr. Wa dalalan murakkaban. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Min ahwa. I don't know this word.
Okay.
Min ahl fisk. Maybe fisk.
If you send it to my phone, I can help you with that.
Okay. The text is very unfortunately. Okay.
That's fine.
Then subhanallah. What is this word?
It's fine. So let's just set the context. The context is that these Ottomans were fighting the Safavids and they're making a fatwa to fight them. Yeah. So there was a political interest there. Okay, Zishan, if you don't mind.
Here is something very interesting. One second. We can go to the part where he claims ijma of the ummah. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Okay, fine. Let's see if there is really ijma or not. Because ijma is not actually ijma, by the way.
No, but he's claiming ijma.
Anyone can claim ijma. People claim ijma all the time. All the scholars, many scholars claim ijma. Doesn't mean there is one.
He's talking about the takfir of the shaykhain. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, one second. I just want to get to that part where he discusses the ijma of the ummah. Okay. And he mentions the
if you don't just read it, because if you might lose something if you don't read.
Yeah. It says. إجماع علماء الأمصار. Okay, علماء الأمصار على إباحة قتلهم. Okay, this is what he's saying. Okay, this is a historic fatwa. وإن من شك في كفرهم كان كافرا anyone who doubts their kufr is a kafir فعند الإمام الأعظم, which is Imam Abu Hanifa, wa Sufyan al-Thawri, wal Awza'i. Okay, so this is وَإِذَا تَابُوا. Okay,
Yeah, I think that's much better. Yeah.
وَرَجَعُوا عَنْ كُفْرِهِمْ إِلَى الْإِسْلَامِ. Okay, so this is, look, this is a historic fatwa. We don't endorse it. We are not saying this is what we believe or what should be done today. We're not saying that. This is a historic fatwa. The only reason, for academic reasons,
because one of the things that I mentioned there, what do you call it, Adnan, is also that he said that because they actually they transgressed against us. So clearly these guys had done something there. But I want you to look at one thing. It's going to be
no. Wait.
Adnan,
Yeah,
he said that or something like that, isn't he? But
he makes the takfir. Yeah.
Just one second. This will take 2 minutes. I want you to listen to this. You're obviously a Salafi, right? And you believe in, you respect Sheikh Al-Albani, Nasruddin Al-Albani. I want you to just listen to this. Please listen to this fatwa. It's in Arabic. As he's speaking, pause it and I'll translate it, right?
Okay, no problem. We'll listen to it.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Wait. Can you pause it?
إذا كنت ممن يصعب عليه الوصول
Can you
إلى
pause it for a
إجابة
second? Can you
Yes,
pause it?
Adnan.
I just want people to understand what we did there. This was an academic exercise. We only read it. Wait. We only read it for information purposes. The only reason I put up that quote is to highlight the point that when Brother Hijab claimed that it's a fringe minority extreme position, I am on, and it's only one Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab.
No, I didn't say it's only one. I said fringe. So that is part of the fringe opinion.
No, this is not. This is Shaykh al-Islam of the Ottoman Empire.
Yeah, sure. That's because they had a war going on with the Safavids.
This is anything but fringe. This is at the peak of the Ottoman Empire. Sure. The peak of the power of Sultan Suleiman.
You don't agree with his conclusions anyway, because it was doing takfir tasalsuli, etc. But let's go listen to this Albani, what he says, please, and I'll translate it.
مسألة هل الشيعة كفار أم لا؟ استمع لهذا المقطع لفضيلة الشيخ محمد ناصر الدين الألباني في رده على سؤال يقول.
So this man is saying the question going to be asked is, are the Shia kuffar or not? And this guy here is saying that listen to the answer of Nasruddin, Sheikh Nasruddin Al-Albani. Anyone Salafi knows who he is. So let's see what he has to say.
من أهلنا وعشيرتنا، يعني ممن حولنا من أهل بلدنا، ممن يأتون ببعض الأفعال من تقبيل أو استغاثة أو غير ذلك بالمقبورين والصالحين.
So he's talking about like some of the practices that some Shiites do, like istighatha, etc. And so
he's going to their graves and doing shirk on the graves.
Yeah. So keep going.
فهل نطلق عليه أنه كفر عملي؟
لا أستطيع أن أعطي قاعدة عامة.
Pause. So Al-Nasruddin Al-Albani is saying you cannot make a general rule. So this is what he's saying about the Shiites. He says you cannot make a. He said, let's just listen to the whole thing. I'm just translating it. Then we can say what we want afterwards. But he's saying we cannot make a general rule about them. So go ahead.
أستطيع أن أعطي قاعدة عامة. قد يكون من هذا وقد يكون من هذا. قد يكون كفرا اعتقاديا وقد يكون كفرا عمليا.
He said it could be that this is a sort of amali kufr, or it could be that it's a dini kufr, which means that it could be a religious type of kufr, or it could be a kufr that does not take someone out of the religion. So continue.
أنا أقول شيء قد يكون غريبا. أنا لا.
He says, I'm going to say something which you might find strange. Keep going.
أتجرأ على القول بتكفير الشيعة.
He says, I do not have the boldness to say that the Shia are kuffar. Pause that. That's Albani. So Muhammad the Deviant, Hijab.
Let it go.
Adnan Rashid, I beg you, please. Let you listen to the whole of your fatwa of Sheikh al-Islam al-Afandi, who was fighting this up with.
Yeah, but let this one finish.
Please. Let's just listen to Nasruddin. It's not my words. I'm just everyone.
Yeah, so let his clip finish. Let his clip finish. Yes.
No. Fine. I'm just translating. Go ahead.
Yes.
قوم يسمونهم بالرافضة.
They're called Rafida.
إلا إذا عرفنا عقيدة كل واحد منهم.
He said, unless we know the aqidah of every single one of them. Keep going.
مثلا خميني.
For example, Khomeini.
عقيدته.
So we know Khomeini. He's saying, Albani is saying, We know Khomeini's aqidah. He's made it public. Keep going.
بما سماه بإيش الحكومة الإسلامية.
He says that we know it because of the book that he wrote.
هذا كفر بلا شك يعني.
He says
لكن أنا
there's no doubt that this is kufr. So he's talking about.
مش ضروري.
Yeah.
يتصور كل عالم شيعي هو يحمل الناس بالفكرة هذه. فأقول
Albani is saying he's not even talking about the Ammi. He's not even talking about layman. He's saying not even every scholar of the Shia has the same judgment as Al-Khomeini. Keep going.
Yes.
من كان يحمل هذه الفكرة؟ من كان يعتقد أن هذا القرآن الذي بين أيدينا هو ربع القرآن الحقيقي اللي هو في.
He says whoever believes in this, whoever believes that, for example, the Quran that we have in front of us or with us
is 1/4.
Is one quarter of the actual Quran.
Yeah.
Right?
مصحف فاطمة لا شك في كفر من يقول هذا.
He says there's no doubt that person has committed kufr.
قول الشيعة كفار لأنه كثير منهم أو لأنه كتابهم الكافي يقول كذا وكذا. هذا.
He says you cannot say that the Shia kuffar because their book says that and that.
غير كافي.
He says that's not enough. It's not sufficient.
تعميم إطلاق لفظة كفر على الشيعة وعلى الرافضة.
He says you can't. He says you cannot just say that the Shia kuffar, and he says the Rafida kuffar. You cannot just say that. لأنه كيلون.
لأنه هنا في سببين مانعين من هذا الإطلاق.
He says there's two things preventing that from being the case. Keep going.
الأول أننا لا نستطيع أن نقول كل عالم شيعي يحمل هذه العقيدة المكفرة.
Number one, we cannot be sure that every scholar that's a Shiite has this excommunicatable belief. Keep going. Yeah.
ثانيا ينبغي أن نتحقق الشرط الثاني وهو إقامة الحجة.
Okay, they said that the second thing we have to make sure of is إقامة الحجة or establishing the evidences.
فهذا وهذا مفقود يكفينا إذن أن نقول هؤلاء ضالون.
Okay, so of course, if he's saying that if these conditions are not there, then it's sufficient for us to say that these people are deviants, meaning he's not making takfir of them. Now, you might think that's a lone opinion of Sheikh Al-Albani, but let me give you another one because the reason why I'm bringing this...
I acknowledge this view exists, absolutely. I'm saying this is a minority view among the ulama. That's what I'm claiming. I'm claiming this is a minority view, which I completely respect and acknowledge. I don't... I am claiming this is a minority view. If you let me present the evidence to the contrary.
So the fact is this, adnanrashid, I'm being honest to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way that it came across on Twitter, I made this statement, right? I made the statement that we cannot make takfir of the Shia. The same exact words that Albani mentioned, I mentioned. And this is a common trend, by the way. I say something because I'm Muhammad Hajjaj. Please let me finish what I'm saying.
Yes.
Because now it's my turn to defend myself. Right? You had your turn. I'll let you speak for a long time.
No, please do. Please finish. I don't want to stop you. Please.
No, sure. So what I mean is this. Look, the point is that when it came to me saying what Sheikh Nasruddin Al-Albani mentioned, and by the way, Ibn Uthaymeen had exactly the same view. I was going to show you that, but I don't want to.
And Sheikh Salih Al-Fawzan have the exact opposite view.
No, for Salah Al-Fawzan, we have to listen to what he says. Bring it and let's hear it.
Yeah, let's play that clip.
Let me finish. So Al-Albani says this, and Ibn Uthaymeen says this. These are Salafi, bona fide Salafi scholars accepted.
So is Sheikh Salih Al-Fawzan.
No, but hold on. The point is this. This is not the point. The response you
that,
gave,
hijab. That is the point. That there is disagreement. There is this.
Ulama. Habibi. Let me just say this. You said Hamid Hijab is ignorant of this, that, and the other. Like, if I'm ignorant and I said these words, then Albani must be ignorant too. That's it. Simple as that. So is Albani ignorant?
Let me clarify. First of all, let me apologize for using that word. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't mean Muhammad Hijab is ignorant as a Muslim. No.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. When you made that statement that this is a fringe, extreme, and minority opinion, you used three words. Let me quickly finish, please. Let me finish first. You used three words. This is a fringe, minority, and extreme view. This is what I have an issue with. I don't have an issue with the fact that there are ulama who hold this view just expressed by Sheikh Albani rahmatullah alayh. Let me finish. So the people understand. People will not understand until I finish. Okay. My issue with the statement you made is that you claimed, okay, that this is a fringe, minority, and extreme. Wait, extreme view. Wait.
It is
okay.
extreme.
So I acknowledge, Hijab, that there is the other view. Some of my very close friends, our common friends, mashayikh, okay, who hold this view, okay, and I completely respect their view. I don't agree with them. I have different convictions based upon my research and study. Okay, I have very different convictions. Why do I have those convictions? I believe this is a minority view. I respect it.
Right,
I acknowledge it.
If you think it's minority, so what's the evidence?
I'm not denying the view. My problem is with that statement. Minority, extreme, fringe. Wait, it's not fringe. I'm saying what I'm claiming to the contrary. Let me explain, please. It's not a fringe view. It's not a minority view. It's not even extreme. It's not even extreme in Islamic theology.
Who says that who makes the claim?
Okay.
That
so now for that,
give me a list of scholars that make the claim that every single Shia in the world.
Okay, brilliant.
By the way, including the Zaydis, including all of them. The Awam, we made takfir of every single one.
Okay, brilliant. Let's go to the statements of the ulama. Let's go. Let's put up those screenshots. Go on. Let's go to the.
Can you read them out?
The ones
I can't see a thing.
Yeah. So we will read them, inshallah. I'll try my best to read them. My Arabic reading is weak. Okay, not this one. Where is that?
Well, it was good enough. You read.
No. The screenshots that were put up before Imam Ahmad, Imam Bukhari, Qadi Abu Ya'la.
What we're looking for from them. Right,
not this one. Al-Qawl bi Kufrihim. Go down. Imam Malik. Look at this.
Hold on. Okay. Before we continue with it, sorry, hold on. We're looking
for.
Before you continue.
Yeah.
What we are looking for is these scholars. They're going to hopefully. You're going to show me that they're going to be saying, right, that there's no azab bil-jahl, that all of them are disbelievers without any exception. There's no iqamat al-hajj, right? So let's take a look at what you've got.
Yeah. Let's read, inshallah.
Let's read together.
Okay. Their statements are very categorical. Okay?
Sure.
Qala Malik. Okay. Whoever insults, okay, ashab an-nabi, laysa lahum ismun, they have no name. Or qala nasiban fil Islam, or they have nothing from Islam. Okay. Now keep going down. Okay.
So that would indicate that
they use this word. They use this word.
They don't do it. So sorry. So this Malik's statement indicates that his view, right, is that if they do that they fall into it. But then if they don't do that, then it doesn't. And as we said, that some of them, you mentioned it, you agreed yourself, some Shiites don't do that.
Let's read the next. I mean, because the quicker we will read this, and the people will understand more what the ulama are saying. Okay,
sure.
Let's go down. Imam Ibn Kathir in the tafsir of this ayah, Muhammad Rasulullah walladhina ma'ahu ashidda'u ala al-kuffar wa ruhama'u baynahum. For the tafsir of this ayah, he says, qala man wa min hadhihi al-ayah intaza. Is it انتزع الإمام مالك رحمه الله عليه في رواية عنه بتكفير الروافض الذين يبغضون الصحابة رضي الله عنهم قال لأنهم يغيظونهم ومن غاض الصحابة رضي الله عنهم فهو كافر لهذه الآية. Okay. Imam Malik, according to Ibn Kathir, he said,
Imam Malik,
because of this ayah,
the one speaking here on this one?
Imam Malik. This is being by Ibn Kathir.
Fine, but this person is saying that if this person
this is Ibn Kathir. This is Ibn Kathir saying this.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying to you, Adnan, is then there's a shart, there's a condition that in order for the person to be a disbeliever, they would have to have iqamat al-hujjah applied on them. And that
we'll come to iqamat al-hujjah. It's coming. The matter is coming. Okay?
So far, there's no mass takfir of Shia, but keep going.
No. Look, go back up. Imam Malik is saying anyone. No, Imam Malik is saying anyone.
Where's it saying all the Shia kuffar?
Wait. Imam Malik is saying anyone who has ghaid against the Sahaba is a kafir. Khalas,
sure.
Let's go. Yeah.
No.
That's the point. That's the point I'm making. وقال
You can't just
القرطبي.
keep talking. Please don't keep talking over me because I don't like that. We're trying to learn from each other. So look, he didn't just say that, right? He says here, من هذه الآية, let me just read it here. من هذه الآية الإمام المالك رحمه الله. So انتزع الإمام مالك رحمه الله في رواية عنه بتكفير الروافض الذي يبغضون الصحابة. So these guys actually hate the key word here is the key word is that they hate the Sahaba, right? They hate them. So he's saying, so then
the 12ers do.
Hold on. So then there's no indication in that quotation whatsoever.
Keep going.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
So there's no indication that there's no adhr bil-jahl, and there's no indication that there's no iqamas al-hujjah. But keep going.
Okay, let me read it. ومن غاز الصحابة رضي الله عنهم. ومن, one person, whoever. Imam Malik is saying whoever. ومن غاز الصحابة. Whoever is how do you translate the word غاza, which is angry, or someone who insults the Sahaba? ومن غاز الصحابة رضي الله عنهم فهو كافر لهذه الآية. فهو كافر. He is a kafir. Whoever.
So if they do that, and there's the
Iqamat
al-hujjah and there's adhr bil-jahl, sure.
Okay, let's go.
According to Malik, I accept that's Malik's opinion.
Let's go.
If
Imam
the
Ahmad.
conditions are met, then sure.
Imam Ahmad. Okay. رويت عنه روايات عديدة في تكفيرهم. There are many riwayat from him in takfir. Okay. روى الخلال عن أبي بكر المروزي قال سألت أبا عبد الله عمن يشتم أبا بكر وعمر وعائشة قال ما أراه على الإسلام. Imam Ahmad bin Hanbal, I do not see him upon Islam.
And if he does those things, so that's still conditional, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, I agree. Now let's go. Conditional. I agree with you, Hijab. Conditional. Imam Ahmad is saying whoever,
that's my point.
whoever
so it's not mass takfir then, is it? Imam Ahmad is not making mass
whoever
takfir.
does chatam,
But he's not saying they're kuffar asli. He's not saying that they are kuffar to begin with. These are different comments.
We will let the audience decide whether what you're saying is okay. Let's okay. وقال الخلال أخبرني عبد الملك بن go down, sorry, you're moving too fast. سمعت أبا عبد الله قال من شتم أخاف عليه الكفر مثل الروافد. ثم قال من شتم أصحاب النبي لا نؤمن أن يكونوا قد مرق عن الدين. Yes, is that correct reading?
I don't know. I think it's maraq, but okay. So what's the point here? So if they did that,
they have nothing from the deen.
If they did that, so that's conditional again.
Yes, so I agree. I agree with you.
But Adnan, you see the difference here. There's a difference between giving a conditional takfir, saying that if these people, there is no iqamas al-hujjah, no adhr bil-jahl, blah blah blah.
No. There is no.
You've got to see the distinction here.
Let's agree.
You've got to see
agree on what's there.
You've got to see the distinction here, because the distinction is these are all conditional statements, and I've said in the beginning, I agree. I'm agreeing. These comments are actually in line with what I've said. I said that if people hold these beliefs.
No.
Yes, it is, because I said if people hold
hijab, you neither I nor you can add any caveats to this. It is what it is. It says anyone who insults the Sahaba, I do not see them upon Islam.
Whoever does it, so it's conditional then, isn't it?
Yeah, let's go up. Let's go. There is a lot more to go because we're going very slow. Let's go. I mean, there are many more riwayat.
Actually, these are all against you, because if the fact is none of these are saying that there's mass takfir of the Shia in a general sense. None of these are saying that.
Okay, Imam Bukhari قال رحمه الله ما أبالي صليت okay yeah ما أبالي صليت خلف الجهمي والرافضي okay أم صليت خلف اليهود والنصارى. Okay, so here Imam Bukhari is saying that I would not pray behind a Jahmi and a Rafidi. Okay. There is no nikah with them. Okay, and you cannot eat the dhabiha. Okay,
but you can actually eat the Jews and the Christians dhabiha, though, can't you?
Yeah, but the Rafidi is not saying. He's saying no. He's saying
Okay,
I would rather. What I understand is I would rather pray behind a Yahudi, Yahud and Nasara, than pray behind a Rafidi.
لا أبالي صليت خلف الجهمي والرافضي أم صليت خلف اليهود والنصارى. I don't care. I just doesn't. I'm indifferent to it. So really, this is, if we're being pedantic, this is not actually sarih. This is not saying that they're kuffar.
There is no dhabiha. Wait, there is no dhabiha. I wouldn't pray behind them. There is no nikah. Okay, no problem. I agree with you. I can't add caveats there. Let's go.
All right, keep going.
Let's go. Yeah, there is no dhabiha, there is no nikah, and there is no salah behind them. Abdurrahman bin Mahdi. Okay, Abdullah bin Idris. Okay. قال ليس للرافض شفعة إلا لمسلم.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Where does it say takfir? Where's mass takfir there?
Okay.
There's no mass takfir there at all.
Okay.
Okay, the next one.
عبد الرحمن بن مهدي قال البخاري قال عبد الرحمن بن مهدي هما ملتان الجهمية والرافضية.
Okay, so where's the mass
Okay,
takfir?
okay, no, that's takfir. Wait, stop there. He's saying, Imam Bukhari quotes Abdul Rahman bin Mahdi saying, Huma millatan. Wait, Huma millatan, they are two nations.
Yeah.
They are not from our millah. Al-Jahmiya wa Rafidiyya.
He didn't say they're not from our millah in that quotation, by the way, but yeah, okay,
well,
let's go with
Huma
that.
millatan, okay, no problem. Huma millatan. Al-Firyabi.
If we're being pedantic about it and technical, there's not actually mass takfir in that.
No,
and there's
no
let alone
I'm not
discussion about al-adhr bil-jahl is removed. Keep going.
I'm not going to fight you over it. Let's go. Okay. Then this is about, who is this now? Ruhi al-Khalal?
Halal. It's
Al-Faryabi.
the same. Al-Khalal is a student of Imam Ahmad. Right, so he
قال
compiled his works.
أخبرني حرب بن إسماعيل الكرماني قال حدثنا موسى بن هارون بن زياد قال سمعت الفريابي ورجل يسأله عمن شتم أبا بكر قال كافر قال فيصلي عليه قال لا وسألت كيف يصنع به وهو يقول لا إله إلا الله قال لا تمسوه بأيديكم ارفعوه بالخشب. الله أكبر. He's saying don't even touch them. Anyone who insults Abu Bakr, he's a kafir. He's a kafir.
So,
wait.
Anyone who does that.
Wait. Hijab, let me translate this. This is Firyabi. Yeah?
Sure.
He's saying, he was asked, anyone who does insult Abu Bakr.
Yeah, anyone who does that, yeah.
He said he's a kafir. He said he's a kafir.
But
Okay.
the question is not, adnanrashid, the question is not whether if they do it, they're a kafir. The question is there adhr bil-jahl until they are told about the... You have to show me evidence that there's no adhr bil-jahl, there's mass takfir fil asl. You're missing the mas'ala here. This is
I don't disagree. Hijab, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying you want to add that caveat, you're more than welcome to do so. I don't read.
Do you want to add more to it, or have you finished with it?
No, wait.
You want more? Okay, go ahead. Read
more. Yeah, we're gonna go. Wait, I am not disagreeing with you. You want to read that caveat into these quotes? No problem. That's your choice. I am not reading that into it.
They are there. There are words of shartiyya there. There's clearly conditional words in there.
Hijab.
Whoever does
hijab. Do you agree? As a general rule, anyone who insults Abu Bakr is a kafir. Do you agree with that?
I think if they
No. If. Do you agree as a general rule?
If they don't know about the hadith, then they're excused. If someone doesn't give da'wah to them and explain to them, they could be excused because it's not that sarih until somebody shows it to you on the Quran, right? Okay. Until some people are ignorant, they don't read past 3 or 4.
Hijab, I'm gonna let me ask you a question.
If they, it could be. I'm entertaining the idea, but it wouldn't be the first thing I do. I'd have to go through a process with the individual, etc.
Anyone who denies an ayah of the Quran knowingly that it's an ayah of the Quran, kafir or Muslim?
Knowingly
that it's an ayah of the Quran.
Yeah, obviously it's a kafir. Yeah.
Okay. Likewise, Quran is mutawatir lafzi. We know that. Quran is mutawatir lafzi. Okay.
Sure.
Anyone who denies a mutawatir hadith where Rasulullah ﷺ has promised Jannah to Abu Bakr, there are mutawatir reports. It's like denying the Quran. Okay. Anyone who says
you think if someone denies one hadith, they're a kafir?
No.
Sure.
No.
So what we're talking
No,
about?
no, it depends. It depends who it is and why. Okay.
So
if,
I mean,
if someone like Sheikh Albani, for example, like he criticized some authentic reports, right? He had some.
Daraqutni, even at the time of Bukhari, he's attacked hadith.
These people, they will not be
in
condemned.
Kitab al-Ilal, he was attacking Bukhari hadith in Bukhari.
Yeah. So they have technical criticisms. Like you said, ilal. They have issues with ilal. Okay. Now, someone who says I don't like hadith, I don't like this hadith. Okay, it's a sahih hadith from Bukhari. I don't like it. Okay, that's a different matter altogether. Okay. So now let's move on. Ahmad bin Yunus. Let's go.
Okay.
Okay. قال لو أن يهوديا ذبح شاة rather وذبح الرافضي لأكلت ذبيحة اليهودي ولم آكل ذبيحة الرافضي لأنه مرتد عن الإسلام.
Sure, that one does seem quite clear. That one. Who is this? Ahmad bin
Yunus. Okay.
Yeah, that one. I'd be happy to concede that is part of the fringe view that I was referring to potentially. Yes.
Let's continue. There's a lot more interesting stuff coming.
But if this is the strongest, if this is the strongest you can find,
no.
The thing is,
please let me translate.
You do know what Ibn Taymiyyah's view on this is?
We're coming to Ibn Taymiyyah. 1 second. Ahmad bin Yunus here, rahmahullah, he said, if a Yahudi slaughters a goat, and a Rafidi slaughters a goat, I will eat the goat slaughtered by a Yahudi, but not the goat of a Rafidi because he's a murtad from Islam. That's his opinion. Okay, we don't have to share that opinion, no problem. But that's his opinion. Okay, Abu Zara al-Razi, Abu Zura or Abu Zara?
Zura.
Okay. قال إذا رأيت الرجل ينقص أحدا من أصحاب الرسول الله فاعلم أنه زنديق لأن مؤدي قوله إلى إبطال القرآن والسنة. Okay. If you see a man belittling the Sahaba, not even Abu Bakr and Umar, anyone from the Sahaba of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, fa'lam, know annahu zindiq, he is a heretic, he's a zindiq. Because he's calling to the ibtal of Quran and Sunnah. He's calling to the dismantling of the Quran and the Sunnah.
If they do that, then he's presenting a conditional point again.
Okay. Ibn Qutayba. Okay. قال بأن غلو الرافضة في حب علي. What is this?
Well, I can't see what you're saying.
متعنت. Okay. في تقديم
المتمثل maybe.
المتمثل في تقديمه على من قدمه رسول الله وصحابته عليه ودعاهم له شركة النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في نبوته وعلم الغيب لأئمة من ولده وتلك الأقاويل والأمور السرية قد جمعت إلى الكذب والكفر إفراط الجهل والغو. So this is basically saying it's kufr and all of that jahal. Okay. Abdul Qadir al-Baghdadi. Let's go next. Okay. So it says يقول أما أهل الأهواء من الجارودية والهشامية والجهمية والإمامية الذين كفروا خيار الصحابة فإن نكفرهم. Okay. ولا تجوز الصلاة عليهم عندنا ولا الصلاة خلفهم وخلفهم. Okay. So basically here he's saying that anyone who insults the Sahaba, okay, or anyone who makes takfir of the Sahaba, we make takfir of them. Okay. And he's saying, وقال, no, read this, go down. This is very interesting. وقال وتكفير هؤلاء واجب. Making takfir of these people is wajib. Who's
that said that?
Go up. This one was Abdul Qadir al-Baghdadi. Okay. Rahmatullah alayhi. Okay. He's saying making takfir of them, Abdul Qadir bin Tahir bin Muhammad al-Baghdadi al-Tamimi al-Isfaraini. Okay. So He's saying وقال وتكفير هؤلاء واجب في إجازتهم على الله البداء وقولهم بأنه قد يريد
Okay, do you
شيئا.
mind if I do one thing? Because you've read out a few of them. Can I show you another one, please?
We
Can I show
can.
you one?
No, because we're going to
Can I show you
digress
one?
from this list. Let's
It's not
go
gonna
very
digress.
quickly.
No, but please, because you've shown like so many.
Can we come
just show
back
one.
to this?
Yeah, we'll come back to
There
this.
is, okay, let me show you one more. Let me show you one more, just and then we will
Okay.
move on. Okay.
Okay.
Qadi Abu Ya'la is there. وَأَمَّا الرَّافِضَةُ فَحْكُمْ. After this, Ibn Hazm, and then I want to read the ijma where some. One second.
There is no ijma on this.
No. There is. Wait. Al-Isfaraini.
Okay. So
Go
let's
down. Oh, wait. Go down, please. Go down. You're going too fast. Go down. Sorry. Go back up. 1 second. Sorry. Al-Isfaraini. Go down. Okay. It's all about the Sahaba and Takfir, belief in the Abu Hamid al-Ghazali. He's there. Okay, go up, please. As-Sam'ani. I want to read As-Sam'ani. Go up.
Yeah, I know that guy. He's 100%. I know he does takfir of the masses. He's
No,
the only one.
He's down. He's down. Sorry. You're going back up. He's down. He's down there. Okay, 1 second. He claims an ijma on this.
1 second. Let me just show you just two things.
1 second. As-Sam'ani. 1 second. Go down.
Adnan, before you continue, can I just show you one of mine, please, if you don't mind?
Yeah, you can. Sure, you can.
Okay.
But this is the last one. I want to read this is the last one. Okay.
I thought you said that last time.
Okay. قال رحمه الله واجتمعت الأمة. The ummah is united, unanimous. Wait, this is As-Sam'ani. Wait.
Yeah, he makes takfir. I know he does. Okay. He is the only one in that list that makes blanket takfir.
No, the next one is more interesting. 1 second. These are the last ones, and then we're going to move on. واجتمعت الأمة على تكفير الإمامية. Okay. لأنهم يعتقدون تضليل الصحابة وينكرون إجماعهم وينسبونهم إلى ما يليق بهم. Okay. الرازي. فخرودين الرازي. Last one. يذكر الرازي أن أصحابه من الأشاعرة. No Wahhabis here. No Wahhabis. أشاعرة يكفرون الروافد من 3 وجوه. أولها أنهم كفروا السادات المسلمين. Okay. Al-Razi, Fakhruddin al-Razi rahmatullah alayhi is claiming here that Asha'ira, okay, they make takfir of the Rafida, Asha'ira. They make takfir of the Rafida because of 3 reasons. Awwaluha annahum kaffaru sadat al-Muslimin. They make takfir of the greatest of Muslims. وَكُلُّ مَنْ كَفَّرَ مُسْلِمًا فَهُوَ كَافِرٌ لِقَوْلِهِ عَلَيْهِ السَّلَامُ مَنْ قَالَ لِأَخِيهِ يَا كَافِرٌ فَقَدْ بَاءَ بِهِ أحدهما. Okay.
And then on that issue, then, so if
wait,
hold on.
Yeah.
If that's the ta'lil, if that's the reason why someone will become kafir, and if you said that Daniel was a kafir, then according to
I haven't said Daniel is a kafir. I haven't said that. So Daniel, I'm not saying Daniel is a kafir. Never said that.
Anyway. So like, for example, I don't know, like, do you condemn, or do you go Jake saying that or something? Jake, I think, said this.
It's up to them. Anyone making takfir of anyone is their problem. It's not my. I'm not a mufti. I'm not going to make takfir.
But you condemn him doing that.
For who?
If Jake takfir of Daniel.
If Jake is a mufti and he thinks he can make takfir of an individual,
you know that. So him making takfir of Daniel.
It's upon him. It's upon him. It's not my problem.
Or not?
It's not absolutely not my problem. Absolutely.
Do you agree with him or do you disagree with him on that?
If Jake is convinced that Daniel is a kafir, it's up to him. It's upon him.
If he's wrong according to this, he becomes a kafir himself. Do you believe that?
Sorry. Wait. Let us finish this. Let us finish this. We're going to come to that.
Because look, Al-Razi is saying here, his ta'lil for the matter is
Al-Razi
is saying that the reason why that he's making takfir.
No, he's not him. No, not him.
I know. He says
Razi is saying Asha'ira.
I know he's talking about Ash'ari. I'm saying that. Yeah. He's saying one of the reasons is that they say that whoever says that he's mentioned the hadith, من قال لأخيه يا كافر فقد باء به أحدهما, that whoever says to his brother, you are a disbeliever, then one of them is going to be affected by that. So one of them is a kafir, essentially. So if now this is the point.
So let me finish this. We're going to come back to our conversation.
If this is true, so if there's If there's a 95% chance someone's a kafir, but there's a 5% chance they're not, right? And then you've got someone online making takfir of them, like Jake, who you've been associated with, and you don't condemn them, then it shows a sort of inconsistency.
Have you not associated with him?
Yeah, I condemn that. I condemn that action.
So Jake is responsible for his action and his words. I'm not going to take this upon me. So if Jake feels now, the reason why I'm reading this list of takfir of the Rafida, the Imamiyya, the Itna Ashariya from the Imam using different words to describe the same people is to show the entire world or whoever is watching that this is not a fringe, extreme, or a minority position. This position is held by our major authorities.
Okay, so can I respond to that?
Let me finish.
Do you want to finish this quotation? And
then
we can go
So Imam al-Razi, Fakhruddin al-Razi is saying that Ashaira, they make takfir of the Rafida on three bases. One is takfir of the great Muslims. وثانيها أنهم كفروا قوما نصر رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بالثناء عليهم وتعظيم شأنهم فيكون تكفيرهم تكذيبا لرسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. Okay, so he's saying those who make takfir of a qawm, a people about whom there is nas from Rasulullah, there are reports from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam about their praise and their respect, so they are rejecting Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. وثالثها إجماع الأمة على تكفير من كفر سادات الصحابة. He's saying the Ummah has made consensus, ijma, that anyone who makes takfir of the Sadat Sahaba is a kafir.
That's conditional. So, okay, look, I don't think you're quite grasping what I'm trying to say.
The condition is the action. The condition is the action.
Please listen to me, please.
Yeah.
I don't think you're quite grasping what I'm trying to communicate. Maybe I'm being vague.
I got it.
No, it's my fault. It's my fault. Maybe I'm being very vague. I need to be clearer. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is that someone has those beliefs after Iqamatul Hujjah and after everything. That's different. It's if they have those beliefs. But the question is Adhr bil Jahl there or not? Now, of the list that you've just showed me, I think one or two maybe could indicate that, but I don't think the rest do. Look, if you look at this particular thing,
there are people
Adnan, I've let you read like 3 or 4 pages in Arabic. This is from Ibn Taymiyyah. If you want, we can show the original Arabic, but Twitter has translated it for our benefit. This is Ibn Taymiyyah saying this, right? Okay, if we can read this out, I can't read it in English even.
Ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah.
Can you read that, please?
Which one? Twitter.
It's there on the screen. It's just I can't see it very well.
It's in English. Yeah, it's in English. Ibn Taymiyyah, may God have mercy on him, said, indeed, among the Imami Shia, despite their extreme ignorance and misguidance, there are people who are Muslim inwardly and outwardly. They are not heretics or hypocrites. Rather, they are ignorant and misguided, following their whims and desires. As for those others, their major leaders who are knowledgeable of the true reality of their esoteric doctrine, they are heretics and hypocrites. But as for their common folk who do not know their affair, they may well be Muslims. They may well be Muslims. Can we go to the Arabic? Click
the Arabic. Show the
Arabic. They may well be Muslims.
Yeah, exactly right. So show that.
Okay. فقد يكونون مسلمين. فقد يكونون مسلمين.
That's Ibn Taymiyyah's position. If you just listen to this as well. Now I've sent a second thing here. If you just listen to this,
I have the same position. Position.
Beautiful, but it doesn't come across that way because 1 second, let me just press that.
So let me explain again. This is exactly my position. This is exactly my position.
Okay, fine, good. But let me put this. Press play.
نعم ظاهرا ما نكفرهم حتى تقوم عليهم الحجة.
Pause. So Ibn Uthaymin, so once again, one of the great scholars of Salafism in the present time, he's asked, do you make takfir of the Shia, the lay Shia? He says, we don't make takfir of the lay Shia until we do iqamat al-hujjah. Keep going.
من أناس يعني عندهم قوة في الحجاج.
صلى الله عليكم ما يرون علماء السنة ما يرونهم علماء. إذا هم يرون علماء السنة دجال فكيف يقام عليهم؟
أي أحسنت. إذا كانوا يرون علماء السنة دجالين فالواجب أن يبحثوا. ما دام بلغهم شيء.
The questioner, pause. The questioner is trying to get him to make takfir, and the questioner seems a little bit irritated with the Sheikh Ibn Uthaymeen. And even then, the Sheikh is saying, "Oh, actually, if that's how he feels about it, then he should go and research." So here, look, this is the point I was making.
If you want to be fair,
if we both agree, then
if you want to be fair, can you play? Yeah, can you play Sheikh Salih Al-Fawzan's clip? Can you go and play that one about the takfir of the Rafida?
Yeah,
go on.
Send it to me and we'll play it immediately. We can play it on your side as well.
I cannot find it, but can my admin find it?
Yeah, as soon as he finds it, we can play it. No problem. We're happy to listen to anything.
Sheikh Salih Al-Fawzan,
do you want me to explain why I said what I said about? Because there's two parts of this, isn't there, Adnan? So that's
I acknowledge this position.
Beautiful. Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So since you said you agree with the opinions of Ibn Taymiyyah, which is the opinion that they're not kuffar in general until Iqamat al-Hajj is done, and they're Muslim until you approve it. So then then what you said, maybe you should delete those tweets that said that the Rafidis are kuffar. To be honest, because it comes across as you're making mass takfir. Because that's not your position. We've just acknowledged now that that's not actually your position.
No. Show me a tweet where I said all Rafida are kuffar.
Okay, let's take a look at what looks like that.
Show me.
If we go to the tweet where he says that the 12 of
I don't want something that looks like it. I want something that is it.
Okay.
Is it there?
Okay. If we just share this, no problem.
Okay.
Let's read it together.
So now.
Yeah. You said something that is it. Here you said Rafida are mushrikeen, Zionists are kuffar. None of them are close to Islam.
Yes.
So you are saying that this. I promise you, and I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but your position is way more nuanced than that.
Let me do the tafsir of my own word.
Sure, I get it, but you must understand that you're saying that the Rafida are mushrikeen, that's clear takfir, mass takfir, that, as you saw with the list that you presented, is not how these scholars spoke. They said anyone who does this is a kafir. Anyone who
I'm saying.
Please,
I am saying.
Allow me to defend.
Yeah.
So, anyone who's done shatam of the Sahaba, they're kuffar. And then, as we've heard, Ibn Uthaymeen says Iqamat al-Hajj is important. Albani is saying no, Adr al-Jahal. They're all saying these things. So the way as a Salafi, I don't understand. Look, as a Salafi, when I said what I said on Sneako's stream, why did that trigger you? Because I don't understand. This is a mainstream Salafi position.
Yes.
This is a mainstream. Ibn Taymiyyah takes this position. Albani takes his position. If not,
I take that position. I take that position.
But not the look.
So let me explain. So let me explain. I will explain again that my issue was not with those scholars who hold this view, because I have that view that the overwhelming majority of the Rafida are kuffar. Yes, absolutely. There are exceptions. I believe this. The overwhelming majority of the Rafida, are kuffar. Because let me explain. Because of all the statements I read, all the statements starting from Imam Ahmad to Bukhari to Abdul Qadir Al-Qadir. Let me state my position. Hijab, let me state my position so that people understand me. Okay. Sure. I quoted all those positions, all those statements to prove that I am well within my right to believe those statements and agree with them, because those ulama, classical ulama, starting from Imam Ahmad to Bukhari to Imam Malik to Ibn Hazm to Qadi Abu Ya'la to Isfaraini to Abdul Qadir al-Baghdadi to Sam'ani, and we read so many of them, right? And they are all saying the same thing, that the Rafida are kuffar, no janaza, no dhabiha, no nikah with them. Okay, this is all I'm saying, right? With exceptions described by Sheikh Uthaymeen. Let me explain. With exceptions described by Sheikh Uthaymeen and Sheikh Albani. Okay, and this is, to hold that view is not a fringe view, it's not an extreme view, and it's not a minority view. I'm claiming the overwhelming majority of the ummah makes general takfir of the Rafida because of the beliefs. I presented it. It's up to the people now. They can take your interpretation. They can take my interpretation.
They said in most of the things that you said, it was all caveated. It had conditionals. Whoever does
let
this,
me.
And by the way, they're not talking about Adnan, if you don't mind.
As for Deobandi scholars, Yasir Qadi recently claimed that the ulama in general don't make takfir of the Shia, the Rafida. Okay, he lied through his teeth. The overwhelming majority of the Deobandi scholars, they have signed lists upon lists. I have a document there. Can we put it up? That 300 pages book. My admin, fine. Can we put it up?
Just Albani.
I just want people to see it. I'm not going to read it. I'm not going to read it. I just want people to see it.
There's no Author Jahl in that document. There's no Author Jahl. There's no.
Let's see the document first. Let's see the document, and we'll scroll through it very quickly. Can we put up the document, please?
What document is it?
Are you married? Who is this question for? Who is this question for? We're both married.
It must be for me.
As far as I know. Yeah, we're both married. Alhamdulillah, happily married. They're asking because we are debating. So can you put up that document very quickly?
Sure. I don't have the document.
Where is
he
talking to me? My admin, I hope he's not sleeping. He's not tired.
Yeah, well.
Yes.
We need to get to this one more thing that after you do
Khomeini,
this.
It states Khomeini. One second, hijab. It says Khomeini or Itna Ashariya ke bare mein ulama karam ka mutafiqa.
Now we're talking. See how fluent you are now.
Yeah. About Khomeini, about Khomeini and Itna Ashariya, the unanimous doctrine or judgment of the ulama. Now scroll down, please. 300 pages. Scroll down. 300 pages. Not all pages, but go as far as you can. Go. Faster. Okay. This document is over 300 pages. No, I'm scrolling for a reason. These are the fatwa of Deobandi ulama, and starting from classical ulama. Imam Malik is there. Okay, Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani is there. Rahmullah, who made takfir of the Sheikh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah is also there. Sheikh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, by the way, also made takfir of the Rafida. He did, by the way. Then Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi from India, very famous. He was a Sufi Naqshbandi, the founder of the Naqshbandi tariqa. He's there. Okay.
But you believe in all the
Sufis. Right? So there are Maturidis there. There are Ash'aira there. There are Ahlul Hadith, Athari scholars there. 300 pages of fatwa. It's not a fringe, it's not an extreme, and it's not a minority position. That's all I'm saying.
Can I ask you a question? Because I this is useless to me. I can't read Urdu and it's going so fast. Let me ask you this.
even if it was going slow, you wouldn't be able to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't be able to read it.
No, exactly. I wouldn't be able to read it.
So anyone interested, anyone serious about what the scholars of Islam have said over time for the last 1,400 years, okay, go to these documents.
Sure. Can I ask you a question?
Those who know Urdu, go to this one. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Okay, so one of the things that you said, you believe istighatha is kufr and shirk, right?
No, I don't. Istighatha is
not
a very general term.
Not of Allah, of the Prophet. So someone's saying, Ya Muhammad, Ya Ali.
It's best that this conversation.
Okay, I just want to ask you a question. So, you know, there are lots of Deobandi. Excuse me.
Istighatha bil amwat. Istighatha bil amwat.
Wait, hold on. Just let me finish. There are a lot of Deobandi. You mentioned Deobandi. There's a lot of Deobandis who believe that that's acceptable and that it's not committing shirk and kufr.
No, right? let Deobandis come and defend
no problem.
themselves.
And some of them
I don't believe they believe this.
Okay, Adnan, some of them do believe in that. I can tell you that for sure. Some of them don't believe in that.
Okay.
There's different opinion. Just like there are Relvis who believe in that, just like there are Sufis who believe in that. Now, do you believe in udhr bil-jahl for this or not? Do you believe
Istighatha is a general.
do you believe in excuse? Do you believe in excuse for ignorance in this matter of istighatha? Someone saying Ya Ali, Ya Muhammad, Ya Ali Madad or something like that. If they said that, do you believe that there's excuse of ignorance or do you not believe in that?
To me, generally, anyone calling upon other than Allah is generally shirk. To me,
sure, but
it's generally shirk.
But do you believe that the person is a mushrik now, is a kafir? He's no longer a Muslim?
Yeah, shirk.
Do you believe that or not?
Saying Ya Ali Madad, Ya Ali, saying Ya Ali Madad is shirk to me.
Yeah, I know you believe it's shirk. I'm asking, do you believe that there's udhr bil-jahl? Do you believe that there's excuse of ignorance, or do you not believe
to make takfir, as I said, takfir muayyan, okay, is fatwa. Yeah,
no, I'm asking you. I want to know your position on it. Do you believe that when someone does that, they've become a kafir, or they could be excused because of ignorance?
Okay, I'll explain to you. Do you believe takfir is fatwa?
No, don't ask a question with a question. Answer this. Just answer this question. Do you believe someone saying Ya Ali Madad is now kafir or mushrik?
I'm
or
answering.
Do you believe he's excused with ignorance?
Takfir. No, takfir muayyan is fatwa. Okay,
sure,
it's fatwa. I know it's a fatwa. Okay, sure. I don't give fatwa. I am not a mufti. I'm absolutely not a mufti, so I would never give a fatwa.
So you wouldn't make takfir of the person because they could be excused by ignorance or something, right? Is that right? Is that your position?
Cannot make takfir. I cannot make takfir. I cannot make takfir. You cannot make takfir.
Yeah, I cannot.
We both cannot. We are not muftis.
None of us can make takfir. You would not make takfir of somebody, and you would excuse them with ignorance, right? Would you excuse them with ignorance?
Let me respond to this the third time. Yeah.
Would you excuse them
if
with
someone
ignorance?
commits an act of kufr and shirk, their case will go to a mufti, who will declare such a person either a kafir or a Muslim or a jahil or dal, mudil, whatever.
It's a simple question, Adnan. I'm asking, do you believe in al-udhr bil-jahl or not?
I'm not, Hijab, I'm not even in a position to have an opinion on takfir muayyan.
No, I'm asking you, do you believe in excuse making with ignorance for someone who does istighatha or not? Do you believe that?
I believe there is, I believe, of course, the principle.
Huh?
Yeah.
You do believe in that?
I believe there is this principle. I know, I believe.
So you believe that?
No, I believe in the principle of udhr bil-jahl. I believe in the principle.
That's what I was asking. Okay, beautiful, excellent.
Yeah.
So now my second question is, you believe it's shirk, and you believe in udhr bil-jahl, right? So someone can commit shirk, but because they're ignorant, they're not kuffar.
I'm convinced.
No, please. Adnan,
I'm convinced.
Let me finish. I want you to answer this. If you believe that someone can commit shirk, but is excused by ignorance, someone says, Ya Ali Madad, he is committing shirk, but you're saying he can be excused by ignorance. Are you telling me that saying that something negative about the Sahaba cannot be excused by ignorance? So in other words, in your understanding, do you think saying something, understanding, hold on.
No.
In your understanding, is saying something negative about the Sahaba or doing tafsiq of them, is that worse than doing the shirk? Because if this one can be excused by ignorance, why can this one not be excused by ignorance? Do you see
because the major, I'll answer the question.
Yes.
Because all the major ulama from let me finish my answer.
Yes.
Because all the major ulama I read from, Imam Ahmad, Imam Bukhari, Imam Malik, Ibn Hazm, Qadi Abu Ya'la, okay, and Abdul Qadir al-Jilani, and from all different centuries, different periods, different places throughout the Muslim world, Ash'ira, Maturidiyya, the Athari scholars, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, Hanbali, Ahl al-Hadith, all of them, I believe, are unanimous upon the takfir of anyone who makes tafsiq or takfir of the Sahaba. In particular, Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. This is what I believe, and I follow that opinion. I follow that opinion.
Fine, beautiful.
Yeah.
So you're invoking a difference of opinion as a way of trying to say that, okay, it applies here and it doesn't apply here. Is that right? So you're saying that essentially.
No. Yeah,
So
I'm saying I'm convinced by the reasoning. Yeah.
So you're saying there are some scholars who say X, Y, and Z about this, right? Which makes there be no excuse for ignorance in that.
Yeah.
And you mentioned Maturidi scholars, etc. But there are Maturidi scholars and Ash'ari scholars who believe in istighatha. So if you're going to use that,
so istighatha has modalities. It has different forms.
In that case, then you don't have a staunch view on istighatha. In that case, there are some situations in which you'd excuse someone.
No. I said to you, my view is istighatha bil amwat, calling upon the dead, asking them for madad, is kufr and shirk.
So, but you're saying they can be excused for ignorance.
I'm saying if someone, because every single case is different. When you ask a person who is doing istighatha bil amwat, okay, what they do and how they do it is upon them, and their case will be taken to a mufti who will interview them.
About the Shias,
wait. Let me answer so people understand my position. The mufti will interview such a person. Why were you saying this? What did you say? What did you intend? What did you mean? And based upon that, the mufti will give fatwa. Adnan Rashid.
So you can do the same thing with Shia.
I, Adnan Rashid, I'm not in the position to judge what a mufti can do.
So sure. So what I'm saying is, if you can excuse someone, you consider this to be one of the major shirk, blah 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 blah, but you're giving them excuse. Here, you consider this to be kufr, blah blah blah, but there's no excuse. I'm trying to figure out why.
By the way, hijab. This is not a Wahhabi position. This is not only a Salafi position. This is a position held by Ash'ari, Maturidi scholars. This is a position across the board. What I am saying is across the board. It's adopted by scholars from. So to claim, because as some people have claimed out there, this is a Wahhabi extreme position. No, it's not. Absolutely not. There is not. I'm going to make a claim now. There is not a thing. There is not a statement that Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab rahimullah made, which wasn't made by the Hanabila before him.
Okay, then now let's get into that. Let's get into that, because that's the third part and probably the final part.
But before we get into that, before we get into that, I have a request. Can we cover Iran? Can we cover the issue of Iran?
Can we end off with Iran, because it will make more sense? Because this will make more sense if we just do the Najdi thing first, and then we can move on to Iran. I think that'll probably make more sense. Because there's
okay,
more,
if you want, but as long as we do it.
Yeah, okay, that's not a problem. Let's start with
the I made myself clear. There is nothing more. There's nothing more left for me to say on this matter. There's nothing more left.
Okay, but we're on a part of it now where we did. So there's two parts of my statement, right? Where I was talking about the fact that ad-dawatu najdiyah, I was giving the impression that ad-dawatu najdiyah handled takfir in a different way to those who came before. Now, I want to ask you a simple question. From the time of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab until, let's say, Muhammad ibn Ibrahim. So we're talking about, let's say the pact was made between Muhammad ibn Saud and Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab in 1744, up until, let's say, Muhammad ibn Ibrahim, who was the last mufti before Ibn Baz, who died in 1969. In that whole period, okay, the overwhelming vast majority of scholars who are associated with ad-dawah al-najdiyah not only made takfir of the Ottomans, but they made takfir of those who allied themselves with the Ottomans. So they made chain takfir, okay? And not just that, Adnan, they not just made chain takfir, but they killed people as a result of that chain takfir. And this essentially is a historical consensus. There's nobody who disagrees with that. The ones who write the... so first of all, do you acknowledge that there is a difference in the way that the Da'watul Najdiyah dealt with takfir and the qatl of the Muslimin, killing of the Muslims? Do you acknowledge
absolutely
between the way they did it versus the way, let's say for the sake of argument, Ibn Taymiyyah did it, or the Hanabila did it, or anybody else did it? Is there anything distinctive about that, or in your estimation, are they the same thing? All of it is the same.
Okay, so let me answer this question without interruption, please. Yeah, please, I request. Okay, This has been a beautiful, very cordial, very brotherly stream, and
I appreciate that.
really want, and I really appreciate that as well. Okay, firstly, let me clarify and give you my position as a student of Islam, student of history, and student of Islamic sciences. Okay, I would like to clarify that neither Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah nor Shaykh Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab rahimahullah, okay, are prophets. None of them are the reason that I'm a Muslim. And if they make mistakes, we do not defend those mistakes. Absolutely not. They are not my prophets. Okay. Sure. Islam is complete without the two of them, or even put another 50 scholars with them. Okay. There's no difference to Islam. So to treat them separately and to tarnish their name or to deliberately ignore facts about their campaigns and their da'wah is the greatest injustice that has happened to Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab in particular. Okay. And Shaykh al-Islam.
So what exactly are the facts that we're talking about?
Okay. So coming back to his actions and his teachings, I'm saying I don't call them the Najdi da'wah. They were not calling them. No, because of the geography, but they never called to Wahhabiyya or Najdiya. They never said come to Wahhabiyya, come to Najdiya. Okay.
Well, they did. I mean, they called Ajwibat Najdiya. I mean, Ajwibat Najdiya. They call themselves Najdiya.
Yes. Yeah. It's like Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah's al-Aqidatul Wasatiyya, and people have geographical references.
Do you accept that these people? Let's start with the low-lying fruit. Let's start with people.
But let me answer. Let me answer your question.
Let me know, Adnan, please.
Let me answer your question.
Wait, I haven't even asked the question. Let me just answer the first question.
Oh, you asked the question. You just asked the question.
No, let me just ask the question, right? So let's assume. So, for example, you have someone like Al-Hamad ibn Atiq, or Ibn Sahman, or for example, Sulaiman ibn Muhammad ibn what do you call it?
All of them are different individuals.
Sulaiman, the grandson of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, who wrote a book saying anyone who allies with the Ottomans is a kafir. Not just the Ottomans are kafir. Anyone who allies with the Ottomans, chain takfir.
Okay.
Do you agree that these people went too far in the way that they implemented takfir and that the way they killed people as a result of that? Or do you think that this is something that everyone did?
Let me answer this question. Very good question, and I absolutely don't know whether they went too far or whether they were justified. Okay, I absolutely don't know. Why? Because I don't fully understand and appreciate their theological reasons. Likewise, the Ottomans made takfir of them. Well, no. Well, let me finish. Likewise, the Ottomans made. Wait, hijab. Let me explain. Likewise, the Ottomans made takfir of them. Likewise, the Ottomans called them kuffar. The Ottomans attacked them. The Ottomans attacked them.
I'm not asking about the Ottomans.
You gave an example. Hijab, you have to let me finish so the people know where I'm coming from. Okay. Let me explain. So likewise, the Ottomans made takfir of them and attacked them and killed them. Okay. Likewise, the Rafida from Iraq. Wait, the Rafida from Iraq attacked them and killed many pilgrims coming from Iraq, from Hilla. There's a place called Hilla in Iraq. They were coming and they were attacked because of their beliefs. And this is when the Wahhabis or the Najdis, so-called, they retaliated and they attacked Iraq and they went to Karbala. I'm not justifying. I'm not saying this and that. I'm saying these are very important facts that are deliberately, a lot of the times, and sometimes due to ignorance, they are not even considered. Okay. Now on so this issue,
let me be more specific. Let me be more specific.
Just finishing. On this issue,
it's got to be a give and take, Adnan, because otherwise it's not dialogue.
Last sentence. On this issue, I want to guide people watching and listening to go on X, which is Twitter. There is an account titled Ibrahim ibn Mahmoud. Ibrahim ibn Mahmoud has excellent evidence directly from the sources on these questions. Who made takfir on who killed who, and why did they do whatever they did?
Let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
So you've read history very well. It's your main thing that you research and that you do. And so here, I'm sure that you've read all these books, because there's no way that you're going to be
not necessarily. Not necessarily.
Okay, but you've read
no.
a lot of those books. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about here. I'm sure you understand the timeline better than I do. I'm sure you've read the primary sources and some secondary sources. So
how can you be sure?
Because,
how can you be sure?
Well, you have an opinion on the matter, right? So you can't have gotten that opinion. I know that you wouldn't have an opinion on the matter without being such an important part of history. I mean, how could it be? So the point I'm asking is this. Let's start with very specific examples. You mentioned Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, right? And the claims that are usually made about him are as follows. It's usually said that Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, he fought people who were doing grave worship, saint veneration, etc. But let me ask you this. Uthman ibn Muammar, who is an individual that in 1751, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab's, if you like, troops and followers, they killed and assassinated him, okay, even though Uthman ibn Muammar was explicitly against saint veneration and worship and had accepted the da'wah of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, and the only reason why he was killed was because of political allegiance that he had with Banu Khalid. And Banu Khalid at the time were a political opponent to Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab and his group. Now, there's no claim that these people are saint venerating. There's no tree that they were worshipping. Uthman Muammar was not worshipping a tree. He was not believing that the afterlife is doesn't exist. My question, was his death justified? Or do you think that by killing him, these people went too far?
Okay, can I answer without interruption?
Yes.
Thank you, Jazakallah khairan. Thank you. Firstly, okay, I wouldn't like to defend an action that I don't know why they took this action. I have no idea why they did what they did, right? Number one. Number two, this can easily be argued away as follows. Ashabul Rasul, who had the same beliefs, same Aqidah, worshipping the same God, same Prophet, had disagreements with each other, ended up killing each other in battles, pitched battles, right? And if we cannot condemn them for that, okay, later on, people over political differences, political alliances, maybe for strategic reasons, okay, if they ended up killing each other, how am I responsible, or why do I have to justify it or condemn it? Because I don't know the reasons. With regards to shirk taking place in the Arabian Peninsula, okay, which is what they get attacked for.
No, but I'm not asking about shirk. I'm asking about the reason why I mentioned Uthman ibn Muammar is because he wasn't involved in any shirk and he was accepting
this is why I'm saying. That's why I gave the example of the Sahaba. So let me finish my answer. So this can easily, you cannot condemn the entire movement of cleansing the Arabian Peninsula. Wait, you cannot condemn the entire movement of cleansing the Arabian Peninsula of blatant black and white shirk over.
That's not what they were doing.
One second.
The point is,
let me finish.
Adnan, that's the propaganda.
You can respond, but let me finish my point.
That is a revisionist history. It's not really what happened. People were not.
No problem.
Like
you can disagree with me. You can disagree with me.
Uthman ibn Muammar is
let me finish.
Example. If someone who was not committing shirk, he accepted the
let me finish.
Yeah, he was
I believe worse things might have happened. I believe worse things than this might have happened. Let me finish my point. I'm going to make it easy. I'm going to agree with you on this, right?
Okay, fine.
Let's say they committed murders. Let's say they killed people for whatever reason, okay? I don't know their reasons. You will never know their reasons, okay?
I think we do know their reasons pretty well.
No.
When you were talking about Iran, you knew the reasons very well then.
I'm not even justifying anyone's killing or murder. I abhor it. I believe anyone, even if my father.
Do you also reject? Sorry.
You don't let me finish.
The grandson of Ibn Abdul Wahhab making chain takfir, not just takfir. Anyone who connects themselves to the Ottoman Empire is a kafir. Do you accept that that's an extreme position? Or is it not an extreme position?
The Ottomans did the same thing. I don't accept it from both sides. The Ottomans did the same thing.
So it is fine. So they're both extreme.
I believe if they're making takfir of each other like that, that everyone is a kafir, which they didn't, by the way. They did not.
No, they
okay?
did do that.
We read.
You're saying they didn't.
The other day
it's what they did. It's what.
No, wait. The other day,
the Najdis definitely did that.
No, they did not. They did not make takfir of every single Turkish citizen of the Ottoman Empire.
No,
we addressed this point.
No. What's the name of the book that Sulaiman ibn, what do you call it, Abdullah ibn Abdul Wahhab wrote? Muhammad. What's the name of it?
He said every single Turk is a kafir.
He said anyone, not just the Turkish Empire, anyone who allies with them, anyone. He's making a case for it. This is historically inept. Anybody will tell you this. The kuffar who write about this tell you about the Muslims who write this is ijma'. There's nobody in history who says that they weren't doing. They were making chain takfir.
If they did it, if I believe they didn't. I believe they didn't. If they did it, I absolutely have no sympathy for them. Absolutely.
What do you mean? So are you aware that, for example, Hamad ibn Atiq made chain takfir? He actually wrote a book.
No, wait. You're making a claim of every single Turkish citizen.
Yeah, he's making takfir. He's making.
Show me the evidence. Show me the evidence.
Show me the evidence. Can we get Hamad ibn Atiq's book?
Yeah. Show me the statement where he said every single Turkish citizen, just like you were questioning me on the Rafida.
Wait, hold on. I've got a good evidence for you. Instead of not Muhammad, it's Ahmad ibn Atiq. But instead of that, let me give you a good work. Since you plug somebody, I don't know, but let me give you a good plug myself, right? There's a guy called Cole Bunzel, okay? Have you heard of him? It's a secondary source material. It's a very interesting book.
Yeah. This is a recent work on the Wahhabi movement. Yes, absolutely. So-called Wahhabi movement.
Have you come across this?
Yeah, it's one of the main readings.
Yeah, beautiful. So you know it.
And he's quite hostile to the. He's quite hostile to the Wahhabi. He's quite hostile to the Wahhabi movement, so-called Wahhabi movement.
Okay, let's go here. If you click that one.
No, why don't you present the evidence from the primary source to me that he made?
No, it's fine because we're gonna have to translate it anyways. This guy does it. It's easier for us. Okay, if you now go to his book again. Sorry. So go to the book if you don't mind. Yeah. So this is a PhD dissertation by Cole Bunzel, right?
Yeah. Does it have the Arabic text? Does it have the Arabic text?
It's gonna have all the references in the bottom. It's a PhD thesis. I'm sure that the references.
No. Does it have the Arabic text?
I don't know, but we can find out. Look, if we go down.
Yeah. So
you showed us Urdu. You showed us an Urdu thing, so let's not talk about Arabic text.
I didn't read any of it. I didn't read it.
This is English.
I didn't read any.
Okay, so if
I only read the title.
Okay. All right. If you just put Ibn Atiq in the search.
While they're searching for it, okay, we can continue with our conversation. So we will probably end up agreeing. I'm not going to sit here and defend things I don't believe in, right? But I believe a lot of accusations against them are unjust, exaggerated.
Let's just hold on, sorry, one sec. Let's stick with just the contents page. I think this is quite interesting. These are the people who refuted Ibn Abdul Wahhab, right? As you can see here, Ibn Afalaq refutes him. Look at that. Qabbani refutes him. Ibn Afalaq's letters. Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab, who's his brother, blood brother, refutes Abdul Wahhab on the basis that he's doing takfir to everyone. He even leads a revolt against him, his own blood brother. Okay. If you go down a bit more, if you don't mind. Okay. So Ibn Abdul Wahhab, Tamim Bakr, not forget that one. Chapter 2.
Are you aware of the Ottoman history?
Yes, we're reading it together, aren't we?
No. Are you aware of the Ottoman history? What happened in the Ottoman Empire?
The whole
worse things than this. Worse things than this.
Okay,
so
I'm
what's
not
the point?
talking about that. There's no Ottoman movement now causing takfir.
No. When you single out,
no, because there's no Ottoman movement killing people today. If there was, then we would be speaking about this. There are now inspired by this.
No. Okay, you're telling me because of Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab.
Oh, there is Arabic text. Beautiful. Oh, look, here we go. Arabic text and English translation. What's this? Call it. No. I say that. Go up first. If you just go to chapter 4, 226. Yeah, 226. Okay.
So you're demonstrating this is a hostile work to the movement, huh?
It's not about that. You can go to the sources. You can go check it. This is actually,
Yeah,
if you
so
want,
you
can pick up, what do you call it, Ibn Ghannam or Ibn Bishr's primary texts. Even they are happy to mention it.
And
Adnan,
and likewise,
you should know this.
likewise, you can pick up other sources, and they are praising them. There are major scholars of Islam to this day. They praise the movement. So what's the problem now? Yeah. Shall I talk about them?
Wait, if you want to, go ahead. Tell me what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, there are major scholars. What you present? Wait. You presented Sheikh Uthaymeen as a source, right? What did he think of this movement? You presented Sheikh bin Baz as a source. What did you think of this one? You presented Sheikh Albani, rahimahullah. Okay, what did he think of this movement?
Okay, beautiful. You say Albani?
Yeah.
Let's bring it up.
No.
It's fine. No. You said it yourself.
Let me continue. Wait, hijab. Let me finish the list. You presented all of these scholars, okay? And what these are major scholars. You presented them as your sources. You admire them. You admire them so much. For your points on the Shia, you presented them as sources. What did they think of this movement? The Najdi, the so-called, the Wahhabi, the Najdi movement. What did they think of it? Right? What did Deobandi? Hijab. What do the Ahlul Hadith scholars of the Indian subcontinent think of this movement?
Hadith are that movement. They are that movement.
Okay, wait. Okay,
what
wait.
Do you mean? It's like saying, what do you think of your own family?
How about Deobandis?
Deobandis what?
Mufti Shamsi.
Do you agree with that?
Wait.
Do you think they agree with people that would be making takfir of them?
Relax.
Do you think that they would agree with the likes of Ibn Atir and what do you call it?
If you let me talk.
Ibn Abdul Wahhab. No chance, man.
Deobandi Mufti.
That's no problem.
A very big Deobandi scholar called Mufti Shamsi from Karachi. Okay, he was assassinated in Karachi, unfortunately, rahmatullah alayh. He read the books of Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab. Having read the books, you know what he said? He said, I do not find any, he quoted everything from the Quran and the Sunnah. That's what he said. I am not saying, wait. This is a Deobandi. No
problem. We're talking about the actions here.
What's the problem? So what's the problem?
Is killing people, what do you call it, that don't agree with you. That's what the problem is. That's what the issue we have is.
Okay.
The issue is that you have somebody. The issue is that you have someone like Uthman ibn Muammar. Anyone can read what I'm saying today. He is not a grave worshipper. He is not a saint.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question.
Please.
Let me ask a question.
Because he allied with Banu Khalid, and because he was scared that they would put pressure on him, and so he told Abdul Wahhab and others to get out of his area. They killed him. Okay. That's not the behavior of someone. That's not the behavior of someone. That's not the behavior of someone.
Let me ask a question.
That's not the behavior of someone that's trying to spread Islam in a peaceful manner, and all they care about.
I understand. I understand.
And another example is Abu Musmar. Abu Musmar, the same thing. He wasn't known for second generation, this and that and the other. It was all to do with political dominance.
Hijab, I want to ask you a question.
All to do with expanding the empire and taking over the Najd, then the Hijaz, then Mecca, then Medina. Anybody who knows anything will tell you that. Like, you can read any secondary source.
Can I ask a question?
Arabic, you can read the primary sources. There is no other conclusion. These people were concerned with
change. That's fine.
Fear. Okay, let me ask you this, Adnan Rashid.
So did the Ottomans.
You keep saying the Ottomans. What about this? You just talk about what's about autism.
I'm not defending the
Ottomans. There's no movement today that's connected to the Ottoman Empire. There's no movement that's connected to
there is. Let me explain. Let me explain. Okay. Today, I'll ask you a question. You have been attacking the Najdi movement or the so-called Wahhabi movement lately. Who is worse? Iranian crimes or the so-called Najdi crimes?
Who cares? That's
which one is worse?
Question entirely. Who's worse?
No, it's not. It's a very direct question.
That's a complete diversion.
Which one is worse?
Iranian. That's complete diversion.
No, it's not. I'm gonna explain why I'm asking this question. I'm gonna explain why I'm asking this question.
It's a complete diversion.
No, I'm gonna explain why I'm asking this question.
Do you condemn these people? you condemn those people who done chain takfir?
We're gonna come to
kill people in the villages.
Why am I asking this question?
You go to villages.
No. These are.
Wait, hold on, please. You go to villages all the time in Malawi and Africa with me. We went together. You were doing great work, and I even gave you credit last time I spoke with Daniel. I said, look, I've seen him myself when the cameras are off. The man's feeding children. He's doing the dawah. I testify to that. But having said that, these people.
This kind of stuff doesn't work for them.
Let me just finish sentences. So I'm saying this. I'm saying that these people. Imagine now you've got these people in African villages. You go to Nigeria. You go to Malawi, and some of them, they do some of these shirk practices, yeah? Imagine someone comes into those villages and indiscriminately kills those African people because they're doing that stuff. Would you condemn that?
Okay, can I answer? Without interruption.
Yes.
Don't interrupt, please, yeah?
Yes.
100%. Anyone who does that, absolutely criminal. But the Najdis did not do that. These are accusations against them. The evidence is
didn't do what?
But let me apart from that, because people don't have the time to go to primary sources and the histories.
They
of the
do,
Muslim
and it's
movement.
easy. It's not hard to do.
Hijab, you're gonna let me finish. Hijab, you don't let me answer. Hijab, you don't.
They plundered Mecca.
Hijab, you don't let me answer. Brother Hijab, you don't let me finish.
The Najdis went
Brother
into
Hijab,
Mecca, Medina.
repeatedly,
of the ulama in Mecca, Medina.
Brother Hijab, I know you're passionate. I know you're passionate about this, but at least give me the courtesy of finishing my answer.
They made takfir of the ulama in Mecca, Medina.
Let me have the courtesy to finish my answer, please, Brother Hijab.
Okay,
please. Okay. Now, with the Najdi movement, they were always attacked first. I'm making a claim.
That's not true at all.
Wait,
that is not
true. That's
a lie. That's a lie.
You must let me finish. You can expose.
Can anyone say that?
You can expose my lie. You can expose my lie in your turn. Wait. Okay.
They don't even claim that for themselves. They don't even claim that for themselves.
Let me explain. That book you quoted from, I forgot the name, the guy, Cole guy, yeah? In his book, he states this.
He doesn't say this. Yeah. That's not true. You're not telling the truth. He expressed. I read the whole thing. I read from the chapter 5. I assure you, he did not say that. What he said.
Nowhere did he say that they were attacked first.
Let me tell you what he said. Let me tell you what he said in chapter 4. What he says in chapter 4 is that it started off as a. So he gave the life story of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, and then he went to Basra, and apparently he was kicked out of Basra and all these kind of things, blah blah blah, whatever. Afterwards, because he was passionate about his theology, and I will give him that. I think that he was actually sincere to his theology, right? I don't believe he was a liar or insincere. I believe that he actually believed what he.
What was his theology? What was his theology?
His theology? For me, the thing that distinguishes him, right, from other scholars that came before is not doing other Jahl and killing people because of it. That's what I believe.
It's a lie. It's a lie.
Okay, so Uthman ibn Muhammad.
It's a lie. He was accused of this falsely, and he. Okay, you're quoting one case
because
case to claim.
Not a grave worshipper. Why was Uthman ibn Muhammad killed? Why? He was never condemned.
Can I respond to your points? Let me respond. Firstly, okay, even these Western academics acknowledge that he was attacked. And he retaliated. Number one. Number two.
Give me one Western academic who says he was defensive the whole time. I can give you only one name.
Not all. Look, they don't say that.
Natana Dilongbas is the only one who has a revisionist history of Muhammad Abdul Wahhab. But even she, when she talks about the Najdis across the time period of what I've just told you, even she concedes that they did takfir, mass takfir, and what do you call it, chain takfir and stuff. So that's not true. What you're saying is actually demonstrably false. It's demonstrably false. Actually.
You can continue talking and I will listen. No problem. I'll listen to your lecture. Go on.
So yeah, as I said, I was reading the book.
You are not letting me respond. You cut me.
You just said I can speak. So it says in 1744 they made the pact, Muhammad ibn Saud and Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, and then after that, in 1751 is when this thing happened with what do you call it, Uthman Muammar, and then after that they started to expand. For example, they went to a place called Hormaliya, and this is a place in Saudi Arabia. They expanded. That was an expansionist thing to do. They went afterwards.
What's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? What's the problem with expansion?
As I said, sometimes the expansion was done purely for political gain. Sometimes, for example,
the Ottomans, the Ottomans did it. The Iranians are doing it. The colonial powers did it. Everyone did it.
The Safavids did it. The Safavids did that. The Ottomans did that. And I'm trying to say that don't idealize this dawah, because this is we don't need that. We don't need that to be Muslims. We don't need to believe in that. The fact
what is the dawah? What is the dawah?
The dawah is chain takfir. That's the dawah. Chain takfir. And what do you call
no, absolutely wrong. Absolutely wrong.
Okay, let's bring up Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab's book, please. Let me just read it in English. Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab, what was he trying to prove in his book? What was Sulaiman ibn Abdul Wahhab trying to prove in his book? Sulaiman ibn.
How about we bring a neutral arbitrator between us on this? How about Abdullah al-Aljairi, Sheikh Abdullah al-Aljairi? Let's read what he said. Do you want to read?
Sulaiman.
Okay. Can we?
No.
I
don't agree with Sheikh. We go back and forth on this matter. Sulaiman ibn.
No. Wait. You
Abdullah. What do you call it?
And then can my admin put up the quote from Sheikh Abdullah al-Aljairi?
Me and Sheikh Al-Jairi, we go back and forth on this matter.
Let's read what he had to say. Would you agree? Would you agree? He's more read on this movement than you and I. Would you agree with that?
Don't put me in this position, because
No.
Sheikh Abdullah is greater than me and everything.
Okay, khalas. So let's read what he has to say. Let me put up Sheikh Abdullah al-Aljairi.
No problem. Sheikh Abdullah al-Aljairi, tell me his views on takfir al-Shia. How does he interpret?
He has the same view as Sheikh al-Islam.
What does Sheikh Abdullah think about your views, if you want to go that way? About Iran, about the Shia. Does he agree with you?
No. About Iran.
So please, let's not do this.
No. Hijab. Wait. You have to wait now. You asked me a question now. Okay.
Actually, I don't think you should disclose that, because it's really private stuff.
No. Sheikh Abdullah, his views are on Twitter. Is open. Can we go in? Can we put up that tweet? My admin, if he's watching, can you put up that tweet?
Before
one of the last tweets I sent you.
Get the book up, please. Yeah, exactly. That's the book.
This is a futile exercise, Hijab. We're not going to agree on this.
No, it's not a futile exercise.
My reading is not the same as yours.
Okay.
No.
Look. Yeah, this is the one. So this is here. Look, Bismillah. Can we share that? All right, here we go. Can you see? All right. So this is a translation of the book of Sulaiman. You see, who is the grandson of Ibn Abdul Wahhab.
Just bring the Arabic. We can both understand Arabic on the basic
it's
level.
Just a waste of time to keep translating it. If someone's already translated, it's good.
The best thing is to read the text.
Yeah. So okay, beautiful. All right. You go to 75. Beautiful. Let's read it together, because I think that what you're saying is actually.
I don't know why you're using Hijab. I don't know why you're using me for this exercise. I'm not going to agree with you on this.
Okay, let's read this out together.
Because I believe a lot of these accusations are false. I believe all of them.
Let's read it. A lot of these accusations themselves.
You're saying their da'wah was mass takfir, which is false. Their da'wah was emphasis on tawheed and abstaining from shirk and bid'ah. That was the da'wah.
What's the name of the book? Actually, forget about everything. I just noticed. What's the name of the book?
Which book?
This book.
I don't know. You put it up.
Okay, let's go and watch it together. Read it together. You're defending a position you don't know. Then go. Let's go up. Okay. So what's the name of the book?
Ad-Dalail fil Hukm al-Mu'alat Ahl al-Ishraq.
Means the evidence for ruling regarding alliances with the infidels. Okay. So this guy here,
the polity is more like Ahl al-Ishraq. Ahl al-Ishraq is the people of shirk.
Yeah, and who do you think he's talking about?
Who is he talking about?
He's talking about the Ottomans.
Okay.
Yeah, and by the way, this was required for them to then this led up essentially to the war with Egypt.
But do you know what the Ottomans were calling them? But do you know what the Ottomans were calling them?
I'm not here to defend the Ottomans. I'm saying that this is a movement.
So why be so obsessed and biased towards these guys?
Because these guys are part of the problem why we have an issue today in the Ummah. Why we have disunity.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you why.
Let me explain why. This is what Rand report. Wait. This is what Rand report says. This is what the colonial powers are saying. This is what the Rafida are saying today. This is what the common. So wait. Now let me explain something. The colonial puppets or the colonial establishment propagandists like William Wilson Hunter, he published a book in India in 1871. Actually, the book was published in London, and it was about India. The book is titled, "Are Indian Muslims, are they bound by conscience to rebel against the Queen?" In this case, Queen Victoria. In this book, you know who he targets? He goes, Wahhabis are the problem. These Wahhabis are the problem. They are the ones who are resisting our rule in India. Number one, Rand report. Rand report recently published, right? Who is the problem? Wahhabis are the problem. They are extreme. They are takfiris. They are the ones resisting us. We need to neutralize them. Number two. Wait. Now, who's saying this now? Who's saying this? The number three entity? The Iranian propagandists, the Shia, the Rafida, Wahhabis. Wait. Hijab, let me finish. Wahhabis are the enemies of unity. Wahhabis make mass takfir of the Shia. Okay. We just proved today it's not a Wahhabi phenomenon. It's an Ashari, Maturidi, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, Hanbali, Ahlul Hadith, Athari phenomenon.
Adnan, we read a bunch of comments that said that if they do this, if these people do that, then they become disbelievers. These guys didn't do no Azr bil Jahl. They were making takfir of the Ottomans, and they were making
you're adding this caveat from yourself.
So no, hold on. adnanrashid.
Yes.
Let me ask you this,
please. Yes.
Simple question. Let me ask. If any of these Najdis from the time of Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab up until, let's say Muhammad ibn Ibrahim, yeah? Yes. In that whole period, if any of them looked at any of the Muslim countries today, if they were making takfir, of the Ottomans, and that's a historical documented fact which is incontrovertible and indubitable, right? If they were making takfir of the Ottomans, and not just the Ottomans, but they were making takfir of those who allied with the Ottomans, my question to you is this: would they or would they not make takfir of all of the Muslim countries today, including Saudi Arabia and including all of the countries in the GCC and all the countries that exist that are Muslim today? Would they be making takfir or not, according to you?
Okay, can I answer the question without interruption?
Yeah, but this is the question, yeah.
Okay, their successors today, why don't we go to them? Their successors,
no,
people who uphold that very da'wah.
They changed their approach.
Wait, look, I barely said sentences. Okay, I barely said sentences and you cut me. You see, this has to be fair. You ask me a question, Brother Hijab, you have to let me finish my answer, because when you cut me, my answer is incomplete and people misunderstand. Okay,
I'm not talking
this
about
this is what Twitter does to us.
This man who made takfir of the Ottomans and those who allied with them.
Let me answer your question.
These GCC countries allying with America.
Let me answer your question.
Other countries, do you think that would not constitute takfir on their books?
Let me answer your question. The successors of this movement and the upholders of this movement today are the Hanbali, the Salafi scholars of the Gulf region. They are the successors of this movement. Okay, they today, if you look at the actions in the fatwa, they're not doing what you're saying. They are anti. Wait, Hijab. They are anti-terrorism. They are anti-extremism. Okay, they are against rebellions because they believe rebellions will wreck the peace of these countries, and they are right about this. Okay, and they are the successors of this movement called the Najdi, the Wahhabi, the Salafi / movement. Okay, now let me finish. I'm finishing.
That's what your claim is.
So your answer, Hijab, your answer is with these people, the successor. So you can't just
tell you why that's
wait. You can't read Hijab. Let me finish. You can't read a situation from the 18th century into the 21st century in 2026. You can't do that. This is anachronism. This is anachronism.
Adnan, give me a second. We all know there's the first Saudi state, the second Saudi state, and the third Saudi state, right?
Yes.
The first Saudi state, let's just say it started in 1744 when the pact happened and ended with the defeat of Ali Pasha. And then the second Saudi state, they pick up the pieces again and they go for it again and they make another state in the Najd region. They get crushed by one of the tribes there, and then they make a third Saudi state. When they're making the third Saudi state now, by the 1930s, what happens is obviously before they find petrol or oil, but what happens is they have a movement, and these guys are called the Ikhwan, not the Muslim Brotherhood, but they have these guys called the Ikhwan.
Yes.
And then these Ikhwan movement, they are being used to overtake once again and centralize and expand into the Arabian Peninsula using the same tactics as they did before. But what happened in, is it 1929 or 1930? The Battle of Sibilla. What was that? It was when the king decided at the time that there was going to be a change in policy, because these Ikhwan wanted to continue expanding to the British protectorates of Iraq and Transjordan and all those areas. So because they wanted to expand to those areas, the king did not want that to happen. And as such, because the king did not want that to happen, there was a clash between the Ikhwan, who represented the puritanical, proper Najdi Dawah, and the king, who now wanted a statesman, he wanted to be a statesman, he wanted diplomatic relations with the British, with the whoever it was at the time, and so that he doesn't lose cut his losses. So the fact is that there was therefore a shift, Adnan, in the way that the kings chose the clergy, the ones who would come in and they would represent them. They would not choose people who represented the dawah of that takfir. People like Juhayman al-Utaybi, who, as you know, was actually he was actually one of the offspring. I think he was the grandson of one of the Ikhwan, one of the guys in the 30s who was spreading the Najdi dawah, and he seized the Kaaba in the year 1970, and he killed the Muslims, and he proclaimed that his brother-in-law is Al-Mahdi Al-Muntadha. So this, and then from that sprung out actually the modern takfiri movements, including but not limited to ISIS, not limited to Al-Qaeda, not limited to Boko Haram, and all of the rest of it. They draw their inspiration directly from this mass chain takfir, which had its beginning in this movement, which was a political movement. And like, for example, we just saw together the grandson of Ibn Abdul Wahhab was making chain takfir. I assure you that if these people were there, they wouldn't ever look at any of our countries and say they're Muslim countries. They would make easy takfir. The most faithful people to the positions of those early Najdi Dawah people were in fact the takfiris. And that's what makes me frustrated with modern Salafism. Modern Salafism, it combines ideas which are incommensurate and incongruent with each other. On the one hand, you want to have Ibn Taymiyyah, who was doing adr bil-jahl when it comes to istighatha, when he was harboring al-Bakri in his house, who wrote a book on istighatha and trying to promote it, who, by the way, was in prison one time, was asked by the political authorities, would you have these people killed for doing istighatha? And he said no. You want to compare that man with a movement of men who came after him and who done chain takfir, killed people, and people, not all of them venerated saints and all that kind of thing. Even when they did go, so we've lost his image. It's fine, but yani,
no, I'm trying to fix the charger. So continue.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So as I say, you know what I mean. You cannot compare. This is why I'm saying there's something unique. Almost every academic worth their salt, anyone who's read any history about this, will have to conclude there's a world of difference between the early Hanbalis, Ibn Taymiyyah on the one hand, and the Najdi Dawah on the other. Even what they did with the Shia in 1803, the sack of Karbala, and they went and destroyed people, massacred indiscriminately the people. That was not Islamic. No one dealt with the Shia like that before him, before these people. No one dealt with the Sufis like this before these people. That's what the
Can
that's the argument
can
of Sulaiman.
you're making,
He said no one's dealing with us like that. The Hanbali scholars of his time, Ibn Abedin, the Hanafi, the huge scholar, he refuted him. He called him Khawarij. What do you call it?
Wait.
As-San'ani, by the way, Albani takes As-San'ani and the Shawkani refute them.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. You're making a lot of claims. You delivered a long speech. Now I listened to it very patiently. Now can I respond to it without interruption? I didn't interrupt you.
I thought you were just fixing your charger.
There were times I wanted to interrupt you, but I didn't. Okay, so that our people can hear what you have to say, and let them hear what I have to say now. You now basically linked the so-called Salafi movement with Al-Qaeda.
No, not Salafi movement. Dawat al-Najdiyah.
Okay. No, let me say what I have to say. Let me
say it right, because that's
misrepresent you. Let me completely misrepresent you. Okay, and then correct me in your own time.
No.
Okay.
Dawat al-Najdiyah. Yeah.
Okay.
It's linked.
Dawat al-Najdiyah. You linked Dawat al-Najdiyah. You linked Dawat al-Najdiyah exclusively.
Not exclusively.
Or let's say, no. Yeah. You said okay. You said these are offshoots. ISIS.
I just said that ISIS and Al-Qaeda are faithful to that movement. Chain takfir and making takfir of the governments. Yeah.
Let me finish, please. Look, I listened to you for a long time, so you need to let me finish. You did exactly. I'm not saying you're doing their work, but I'm saying you did exactly what the Rafida do. Every time they are
right on this issue. Then.
Hijab, please. Every time they expose for the kufr and shirk, they start saying ISIS, they start saying Al-Qaeda, they start saying takfiris, killers, you want us dead, but there's nothing like that. They turn an academic discussion into all sorts of slurs. There is no connection between Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab and ISIS. There's no connection between Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab, apart from the fact that, they were praying and ISIS were praying. Al-Qaeda people were praying and Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab was praying. Just like the Khawarij were praying.
What about the Najdi chain takfir? Is that similar to what the ISIS do?
Hijab. I listened to you for a long time. Okay. The Khawarij were praying, reading the same Quran as the Sahaba were praying and reading the same Quran. Now, if someone was to sit here and say, the Khawarij, there was this guy called Ammar Nakshawani. You know what he said? He went further. He said, oh, forget about this talk about linking ISIS to Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab or Ibn Taymiyyah. Go to Abu Bakr, go to Umar. They are the precursors of ISIS. They are the ones who gave rise to ISIS. So where do we stop now? This idea, okay, what are you going to do with, and you said they're the only ones who did this to people. They went into Karbala and they did this. Do you know what the Ottomans
I didn't say it was the only ones like that. I know that there were people like the Safavids and Ibn Tumart and Rajikul Muwahhidun and stuff that did very bad things.
You have to let me finish. Hijab. Let people hear what I have to say. So that
you do have to represent me correctly, though.
So you're being very unfair to a movement which is currently led by scholars in the Gulf region, the Ahlul Hadith. It's a global movement now. The Salafis are everywhere. They are in Australia, they're in the US, they are, and
we're not talking
spreading.
about Salafis.
The Salafis are the Wahhabis, the so-called Wahhabis.
No, they're not. No. I'm not even mentioning the word Wahhabi.
They teach Hijab. Wait, they teach Usul al-Thalatha.
So before Ibn Abdul Wahhab, were the Salafis or not?
Yes. Sorry.
Before Ibn Abdul Wahhab, were there Salafis or not?
They are teaching Nawaqid al-Islam. They are teaching these books of Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab because they hold him dear. They hold him dear.
I know a lot of people hold him dear, but we've got to look at his. We've got to look at.
You're cutting me.
We've got to look at his actions as well.
No, this is not Hijab. This is not a healthy conversation. You have to let me finish. You're cutting me. Let me give these facts to people. They are not ISIS. They are not Al-Qaeda. They are not Boko Haram. So
you're right.
So are you gonna call Taliban as well now? ISIS and they have
all more like the bandits.
There are different types of Taliban in the world, right? So we can say this: are the Deobandi ulama now responsible for any group of Taliban? They go and do something crazy. So the Deobandi ulama are responsible. the Ash'ira, when people were being killed in the name of Ash'ari theology, the Ash'ira, they are responsible. The ulama of Ash'ari school, they are responsible. The Maturidis, now because of what some people, the acts of terrorism some people might do, the Maturidis, because they are Hanafi Maturidi and the terrorists were Hanafi Maturidi, you are all responsible. What kind of reasoning is this?
Okay,
What kind of reasoning is this?
Do you accept that the Najdi Dawah committed atrocities or not?
How, when you say atrocities and you single them out, I'm answering. When you single them out, then you must start being consistent, just like you want me to be consistent. People are saying you're harsh on Iran. You're not talking about the temples being built in which is haram, which I have condemned publicly.
Okay, so do you think that if Abdul Wahab,
so the point,
if Abdul Wahab was alive today, do you think he would say about a country building temples that they are, what do you call it, Muslim?
He absolutely. If I, Adnan Rashid, a student, listen, my answer, can say it's haram to build temples.
Haram, or is it not? Would they say this country is a Muslim country, or would they make takfir of the country?
I don't know. As I said, I'm not a mufti, but
so they make takfir of the Ottoman for grave. Wait, Adnan, please, Habibi, let's be. This is not being academically honest.
Hijab,
this is not being. Wallahi, it's a beggar's belief that this can be even.
My position. Hijab. I believe building temples in Jaziratul Arab is haram.
Imagine now. Imagine Ibn Abdul Wahab and others making takfir of people on the basis of istighatha, but then you've got a country building temples and then there's no takfir being made here. Do you think you would not make takfir on these people?
Hijab. I already clarified. Okay. Hijab. Are you a mufti? Are you a mufti? No. I know the answer. No. Am I a mufti? No. Takfir is fatwa. Yes, takfir is fatwa. So why do you want me to be a mufti tonight? Because I'm not going to be a mufti. You're not a mufti. I'm not a mufti. We cannot give fatwa.
If they were
Let's go to the ulama of those regions. Put the istafta.
I'm not asking about those ulama of those regions.
Say, I want an answer on this question.
I'm simply asking the question. If you can make takfir of the Ottoman Empire, for whatever reason they gave, yeah.
Who, me?
And those who,
me.
Not you, of course not. I'm saying that. So first of all, do you condemn the Najdi Dawah who did takfir of the Ottomans? Do you condemn that or not?
Do I condemn the Najdis for making takfir of the Ottomans? I don't believe they did. I believe they made takfir of certain practices.
Okay, so you don't believe the Najdi Dawah done takfir of the Ottomans?
You're not. Let me. If I
you don't believe they did it?
My sentences. I believe they made takfir of certain individuals, certain establishments, certain practices, not the entire Ottoman empire, not the entire Ottoman establishment.
Well, then okay, maybe
madness.
I'll send you some sources out now. That's fine if you believe that.
So likewise, let me finish.
So likewise, this is a consensus among historians. There's consensus. They say it themselves. Okay, no problem. Ottomans are bad. I'm saying,
did you condemn?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Hijab, do you condemn Ottomans for making takfir of them?
Yeah, I do.
You condemn Ottomans for making takfir of them?
Now, since I've done it, do you condemn the Najdi Dawah for making takfir of the Ottomans?
If Najdis.
Not if. Habibi, come on.
So I'll let you laugh first. I'll let you laugh first before you get my answer.
No, there's no way. There is no way you don't think. You can't. You have to believe.
Let me answer your question.
They were making treatises about it. They wrote books. The title is making takfir of the Ottoman.
I am aware. I'm aware.
Ibn Atiq made takfir of the Ottomans. Open.
The Ottomans made takfir of them.
Okay.
Why does that?
No problem. The Ottomans are bad. Are they bad for doing that as well?
Look, Ottoman. Now let me answer.
So why can't you? What is it? Honestly, genuinely, there must be something. What is stopping you from saying a bad word? These people are not prophets. These people are not prophets. You know, they are not. Why? They are not prophets. They can be wrong.
I made it very clear. They can be wrong. I don't like injustice. Okay,
so they were open about that. Ottoman Mufti, wallahi, they were open about that. There's no contestation of the fact I'm making. No one makes.
Who's choosing these comments? Who's choosing these comments?
I don't know, man. What's going on?
No,
But
these. So can you post some balanced comments as well? I mean, you're posting comments from the Rafida, probably a bunch of Rafida commenting bots.
لا بس يا عدنان والله I think you're being unfair, and I think that you're afraid. I think you're afraid to make comments about that particular movement. I don't know what the reason is, but you have a very protective view of that region of the Gulf. There's no question. You can't say anything about that.
So can I say it? Can I completely say
even history? You can't say anything about it.
Okay.
No, I'm not even saying about like present.
You're not letting me talk. Ottoman muftis had their own reasons. The so-called Najdi muftis had their own reasons. I have no business in it. Let them deal with it on the day of judgment.
So
why are you condemning one side?
Why
are you condemning one side and painting the other side as if they had nothing wrong?
Because this Najdi Dawah movement has come into our country, has come into the Western Muslims. I go to Brixton Mosque and these guys making takfir, or this or the other mosque over there in Luton or wherever it may be. People are making takfir and they're quoting Ibn Abdul Wahhab and his followers. They've never read a book of his, and they've been told by their sheikh good things about these guys. They haven't been told. Actually, you know what? They'll probably killed you as well. Actually.
Okay, hijab. So can we now move on to Iran and some of the lies Daniel put against me? I want to actually present the evidence where Daniel actually blatantly lied against me.
But before we get to Iran, would you accept that on a theological level, if you follow this dawah of a dawah to Najdiyah, if you follow a dawah to Najdiyah, on a theological level, Iran and all of the Gulf countries are the same?
No. You need to define it. What is Dawah al-Najdiyah? What is it?
Okay, let me define it. Beautiful. The Dawah al-Najdiyah is the dawah that started with Ibn Abdul Wahhab and continued, I'm saying specifically, until Muhammad ibn Ibrahim.
What is Dawah al-Najdiyah? You're giving me the history.
Dawah al-Najdiyah are the fatwas and the books and the treatises and the verdicts and edicts that were put forward by the scholars in the Najd region from the years 1744 to 1969.
What were they calling to? What were they calling to?
They were calling to good things and bad things. Some of the good things relate to they had a very uncompromising idea of Tawheed. Yes, that's good.
You agree? You agree with them?
Yeah, on that point, yes. I agree with that point, yes. I agree with this point, yes. I don't agree with how they implemented it. That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with how they implemented it.
I mean, you wouldn't agree. You wouldn't agree with the Ottomans. You wouldn't agree with the Taliban.
Yeah, I don't agree with the Ottomans. I look at the Ottoman Empire. I look at the Abbasids. I look at the Umayyads. I look at every single empire in Islamic history have mistakes and have serious mistakes, and some of them are condemnable mistakes. I'm not an apologist for Islamic history.
I agree. So what's the point now? Why focus so much on the Najdis? What's the problem?
The problem is this. Okay, let me explain why. The reason why is because the Dawah to Najdiyah has warped people's understanding of Inkar al-Munkar or Nahi al-Munkar.
No.
To a point.
No,
let me tell you why it's done it. Let me tell you why it's done it, Adnan. You asked me, so let me ask you. The reason I believe this has happened in a segment of Western Muslim society, what's happened is that these people are incapable of unity because they believe that in order for unity to happen, that there must be a perfect uniformity in the aqaid. And because of that, because they have such an uncompromising view based on the political ambitions of a movement that started a country and that has nothing to do with our lived reality, we are finding division. We are finding hatred between brothers and sisters.
No,
and in the worst cases, we're finding extremism and killing. That's the reason why I'm talking about it.
It's all made up by the Unity Brigade. This is all made up. This is all made up by the Unity Brigade. Absolutely not true. Absolutely not true.
What's not true?
Because let me explain. The Salafi ulama, the Hanafi ulama from Deobandi background and Sufi background, the Ash'aira, the ulama, they are unanimous. They are united on.
They would have been killed by him.
Theological.
They would have been killed by these guys.
Sorry,
I don't understand why you're invoking these people. Look, Adnan, I really don't understand this. You're invoking basically Sufis, right? People, Deobandis who have like tariqah. A lot of them have tariqah. A lot of them have tariqah. So I'm asking this: if Ibn Abdul Wahhab was alive and these people were alive, what would you think he'd do to them?
Did you know he was initiated in the Qadri tariqah himself? Did you know that? Yeah,
but he didn't follow through with any of that. It meant to be Hanbali through and through.
Do you know he himself took training in tasawwuf? So did Ibn Taymiyyah. So did Ibn Qayyim.
Okay, that's irrelevant. These are just like
they wrote
trivial,
books.
unnecessary facts.
No.
To be honest, I don't know about all that.
No,
I don't know about all that.
hijab.
I have to look into tahqiq of all these masail.
I
But what I'm saying,
don't understand the obsession with the Najdis, the Wahhabis, when we
obsession,
have such big criminals.
I've only mentioned them twice or three times, and I've got like 2,000 videos online.
Sorry?
I've got like 2,000 videos in 10 years, and I've only mentioned this movement like 2 or 3 times.
Okay.
So that's not even 1% of my output.
So now the issue is hijab. Let's talk about Iran, the bigger culprit here.
Yeah, but the reason why it wouldn't be the bigger culprit, according to the Najdi Dawah, is because I personally believe if you're a true follower of the Najdi Dawah, you would make takfir of every single Arab country and every single Muslim country. And if you're not, then you're not being consistent. And then therefore there's no difference between Iran and those countries.
You can keep dreaming about it. You can keep dreaming about your view of the Najdi Dawah and your nightmares, no problem.
Well,
you're welcome
you think
to do
that they didn't make takfir of the Ottomans, which is a basic historical fact. If you go to 10 AI models, if you go on Google, if you go and ask a white man, a black man, a historian, what do you call it, an Arab or non-Arab, anyone will tell you they expressly made takfir of the Ottomans and they made chain takfir. But it seems to me that you even denied that they do that.
Mention one side?
You've even denied that they do that.
So did the Ottomans.
Okay, well, so did the Ottomans. The Ottomans were bad, but you don't want to condemn. You condemn the Ottomans, but you don't want to condemn these people for some reason.
I don't condemn any. I say their actions are with them. The Ottomans and the Najdis will face each other on the Day of Judgment, and Allah will decide.
All right, let me ask you this.
So why mention one group?
Why? Okay,
why mention one group and completely ignore the other? Why?
You're in Pakistan, right? Right now, you're in Pakistan, aren't you?
No, I'm in an unknown location right now.
All right, because you mentioned it in the beginning of the stream. So let's say you're in Pakistan right now, right? Now let's say you've got a band of people, a group of people. Now these people, they want to spread Islam and they want to spread monotheism in your country. And so what they do is they go to areas where they know that there's saint veneration, and then they start essentially with force killing the people in those areas. Would you support that movement or not?
I absolutely don't believe they did this. They didn't do it.
No, I'm asking, would you support that movement or not?
No, absolutely not. I would not support any. Wait, let me answer now. I would not support any movement killing innocent people just over a theological difference. I would not.
Okay, so what did they do?
If it's a government, if it's a government and it decides to pursue a specific understanding of Islam, like the Ottomans did, like the Taliban, whether we like it or not, they are the government now, in Afghanistan. They are pursuing a specific theological view. Saudi Arabia is pursuing a specific theological view. There are other governments. Now, if that specific theological view, they start to impose on people, if they start to impose that view on people and they ban certain practices and certain things, and then in return, some of these tribes, some of these villages, some of these people who do practice those things start to fight back the government and they rebel against the government. Like what happened with the Ottomans. Repeatedly, Ottomans had this experience. Repeatedly, right? They had this experience.
So what would you think of that?
Yet you don't find a problem with them. You don't talk.
No. You didn't answer the question. I didn't get the answer because we were just waiting there on a cliffhanger.
I'm coming to the answer.
Yeah. So what's the answer?
So if the people, and there's an already established government. There is a capital.
Yeah, so like you said, let's say the Afghanistan. Let's say like Taliban, they're now practicing the strict form of Najdi Dawah Tawheed. Now, if they come into Pakistan, can they take over Pakistan?
The problem is you don't like my answers.
No, can they do it or not?
I'm trying to finish my answers, but you don't like my answers.
Yeah, go on.
Finish my answer. I am repeatedly struggling to finish my answers with you, right? So, if a government decides that it wants to take action against a group that has rebelled either due to political grievances or religious grievances.
Not rebelled. We're talking about expanding.
Yes, every government expands if it can.
Beautiful. So now if the Taliban is preaching a Najdi Dawah form of Tawheed and they want to take over Pakistan.
I don't think they are. Taliban are
No,
Maturidi.
let's just say that
Taliban
that's what they want to do. Would you support this? Would you support them?
Let's say Taliban are Maturidi Hanafi. You know this, right?
I know,
Taliban.
but I'm saying if it's
Okay.
conditional.
So
If
Taliban, if Taliban decide to put a certain practice in place, or they start banning,
expanding,
which they have. They have
not in Afghanistan, expanding to other places, coming into areas where Sufi areas in Pakistan, now crossing the border. Would you support this movement, or would you not support this movement?
No, I wouldn't. Why would they?
Why not?
Okay, unprovoked.
Since you support the Najdi Dawah, why do you not support
that? Let me answer your question. Why would a group of people ruling a territory in their clearly defined borders attack another country?
Okay, so couldn't the same argument be made about the Najdi Dawah?
Sorry?
Couldn't the same argument be made against the Najdi Dawah? Because the Najdi Dawah was expansionary. It expanded into areas where there's other Muslims. They went to Hijaz. They were not in the Hijaz. They were in Najd.
You are
they went to Mecca, Medina, which is Hijaz.
More than you need to look at not the fly, but the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is Iran, not the Najdis. Najdis are peaceful people. So-called Najdi Dawah, the Salafis predominantly around the world.
I'm not talking about the current ones.
From
I'm
Morocco,
talking about the historical ones.
Let me talk. From Morocco to Indonesia, the Salafis are a peaceful people. They get down to studying. They get down to their pure.
They're brilliant people. They're excellent.
And so are the most Muslims. This goes for Ash'ira. This goes for Maturidi. People of Maturidi.
I don't want to push this further because I feel like I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, it feels like you're pushing too much on this point. So let's move on.
Okay, fine. I'm not going to push it further.
Okay, so coming
what
back.
What did you want to ask?
Some of the accusations made by Daniel Hakikaju. Okay.
Yeah.
I want to put this on record that he lied through his teeth, and you did try to defend me, which I really truly appreciate from the depth of my heart. But I think your defense wasn't strong enough, not because you didn't want to do it, because you didn't have the information. You didn't have the information at hand to defend me enough, because he made accusations against me which were blatantly, outrightly false. So we're going to play his clip one by one. There are 10 lies that he made, and we're going to respond to them, inshallah. So can we play that clip very quickly, inshallah? And he's doing this due to his zeal for the Iranian regime. Okay, he's very zealous
we see someone like
for the Iranian regime, and he feels very bitter about my opposition. So let's play it.
These clowns, and they go and they say that Muhammad Hijab is potentially a kafir. You don't know what kind of psychos like Daeshis are still around in places like London, Birmingham. You don't know who's going to come up behind you. You don't know who, when he's saying that you're potentially a kafir. Imagine that. These are his words.
He didn't say it like that, though, Daniel. What he said was this. I remember what he said. I can read.
Okay, so keep the screen on, please, while we're discussing it, inshallah. So here, Muhammad Hijab was saying, I didn't say that, which I didn't. I didn't say that. I said anyone who believes that Abu Bakr Umar is a kafir, okay, is a kafir, okay? And if you don't believe that they are kuffar, those people who call Abu Bakr and Umar a kafir, if you don't believe they are kuffar, then you're denying tawatur, and you're denying everything Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught. And he was lying to your face and to the face of the whole world that I had called you a kafir, which was a lie. So we're going to have to, and you put up the tweet as well, kindly. Thank you very much for that. So let's continue. Move forward, please.
Was basically Shia beliefs.
Mass takfir, yeah. If you don't mass takfir the Shia.
No, not that. I don't think he was.
Because they have this belief. They have this belief. Therefore, if you don't believe that they're all kuffar, then you are a kafir. That's what he said about you.
Okay, stop that.
Let me get it, because I think we have to be very fair.
I didn't say that. The Ottoman. Can you pause that? Yeah. I didn't say that. The Ottoman Mufti, Shaykh al-Islam Abu Saud, he said this, that if you don't believe the Rafida or Kuffar, you are a kafir yourself. If you have any doubt about the kafir, you're a kafir yourself. And there are multiple authorities from the history of Sunni Islam who said this. I didn't say that. Okay.
Have to be
Let's
fair.
continue.
That's why I became woke to Ibn Abdul Wahhab after October 7th, because what shocked me, what really opened my eyes, was you saw these Wahhabis, someone like Shamsi going to Hyde Park and saying that we don't support the Palestinians. They deserve what they're getting because they have faulty aqidah. They worship graves. They ally with the Rafida, and therefore they deserve to be annihilated. They deserve to be occupied until they correct their aqidah. That is what he said.
He didn't say those exact words, did he?
Not those exact words, but that is the message.
Yes, okay. So he admits that he didn't say those words because he wouldn't. He didn't say those words, and we have to be just to people. So this guy is a compulsive liar, habitual liar. He is lying on people, knowing well that they didn't make these statements. They didn't say this. Okay. So no Muslim in their right mind would say this.
But on that point, to be fair, he conceded it. When I corrected him, he said he didn't say those exact words. Whatever.
Yeah, but look at the spin he's putting. He's like I changed. I changed after the 7th of October looking at Shamsi. I saw Shamsi and I changed. Okay, and the Wahhabis changed him. So this guy is a pure liar. Nothing changed him. What changed him was the love of the Rafida in Iran. Okay, he condemns at face value. He condemns.
But maybe you hate them too much, though. I think you guys. Maybe
I have to hate anyone who calls Abu Bakr and Umar a kafir. To hell with these people.
Sure, but yeah, I know. But what about all these Hindus that what do you call it? That we can do unification with them.
To hell with these people. Go to hell.
If we can unify with Hindus, then surely we can unify with Shia on some issues.
Are you saying I said it without qualification? Didn't you agree
with
me on that?
What is it? So no, I mean, like in the same sense that you can do it with Hindus, you can surely do it with some Shiites.
No, I said anyone who does not attack Muslims, doesn't kill Muslims, you can have strategic alliance with them. Why is he singling out? Because I was speaking about the Indian situation specifically. I would say the same about Britain. I would say in Britain.
What about non-violent Shiites?
If they are Zaydis and they are non-violent and they're not.
No, but if they're 12 but they're non-violent, just like the Hindus.
I cannot sit on the same table and laugh and smile and someone who believes Abu Bakr and Umar were kuffar. Okay,
but
if someone insults your mother,
why not?
No. Let me answer this question. If someone insults your respected, beloved mother, and you know this person hates my mother and calls her XYZ, and then you ask to sit with them on the same dinner table, you wouldn't do it. I know you wouldn't do it.
To be honest, I think it's a bit different. You know why?
No, it's not different. It's worse.
It's totally different. It's worse. No, it's not worse.
Do
you know when people say that? I used to think that would make sense, but now I've realized it doesn't. Let me give an example, right? You can have a person who's like an atheist who doesn't believe in God. Yeah, you can have someone like the Quran says, what do you call it? Those who believe that God has taken a son, takadul samawat, that the heavens and earth could have been cleft asunder, etc., just by saying that. So there's a lot of strong wording about these things, right? But shirk is worse actually than the insulting of Sahaba by any standard. But we're okay to sit on tables with Sikhs, with Hindus, with every other faith, with atheists, with people that are, homosexual, wherever it may be. We're okay to sit on tables with them. So I don't know why this. It seems, Adnan, if we're being honest, like you have a very special rule for these fathers, and I don't know where it comes from. If you're granting concession to these Hindus, that you can sit with them sometimes, or you can sit with these other guys sometimes, then okay, we can have the same principles and apply it to the 12ers.
I grant this concession based upon the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam made strategic alliances with non-Muslims who were not attacking him, who were not killing him. This principle comes from the
Prophet. Same thing about
wait. Before these Rafida condemn me or make up stories about me and make up emojis and memes about me, I need them to know that they are liars and they're attributing things to me that I don't believe in. Okay, so sitting with a mushrik who is not insulting Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is a different matter. Okay, is a different matter when it comes to sitting with a mushrik who is saying your Allah is X, Y, and Z. You cannot sit with such a mushrik. Likewise, someone who doesn't believe in Umar and Abu Bakr, okay, who doesn't believe in them, right? But someone who insults them as religion.
Yeah, sure. No, of course, if they're insulting them,
someone who insults
with them as, yeah, but not all Shias do that.
Okay, no problem. Let's move on.
So can we then, with those Shias who don't do that, can we then what do you call it? Have the same sort of attitude that you said about the Hindus?
Yeah, Zaydis and Shias by name, no problem.
No,
yes,
12ers who also have the same non-violent, non-disrespectful tone towards us. Why can't we have the same principle with them?
Non-violent 12ers, where are they? Where do they live? Because Iran,
I'm sure there's lots. I've met lots of them in London. I mean, there's lots of them that I went to school with. None of them disrespectful. I went to school with a lot of them, and I grew up with them in their areas and stuff. To be honest, I had limited disrespect from them.
Okay, so let's move on to the next point with Daniel. Yeah.
And then obviously, like, you know that, Khomeini and Sistani and those, they make fatwas about like not doing sab of the Sahaba and all these kind of things. Khomeini, not Khomeini. I think both of them actually. I think a lot of them they kind of have this idea.
Yeah. Are you serious about this?
Yeah, they say in public that you shouldn't do it. I think this is the official positions of them.
They believe it.
Is there something you want to say about that?
Okay, put up the clip of Khamenei, please. What clip?
But they have these fatwas, right?
First, we will show Daniel's tweet. Can we show Daniel's tweet and put up a clip from Khamenei? It's coming. Just give one to few seconds.
They have like masadir and stuff. They say that you're not meant to do it publicly.
You just said they have given fatwa against insulting the Sahaba. You just said it, right? And you put up a Wikipedia.
No, they did have official fatwa.
I'm going to show you the reality. Wait, Hijab. I'm going to show you the reality. So put up Daniel's claim as well, please. Where is my admin gone? Assalamu alaikum, admin. Okay. Put up Daniel's tweet first. Here it is. Daniel's tweet. No. Daniel's tweet first. Daniel's tweet and then this clip, please. Wait. Okay. Okay. Here we have Daniel Hakikaju saying anyone who accuses Ayatollah Khamenei of insulting Sahaba is an Israeli-backed account trying to stoke sectarianism between Sunnis and Shia. Sectarian hate is an Israeli psyop. Okay.
Yeah, see, I don't agree with that at all.
Sorry, you don't agree with that? Good. Okay, we will see why we shouldn't agree with that now. Because now anyone who plays original clips of Khamenei insulting the Sahaba is an Israeli agent. Okay, this is the propaganda of the Rafida and the Iranians. Let's play Khamenei. Let's watch. Sure. Let's sit back and watch.
I can't understand that.
Is this translated?
همون کاری رو میکنن که تلهه کرد زبیر کرد عایشه کرد
اونها کمک کردن به کشته شدن عثمان حادثه این تسلط کفر و نفاق
اون سوابق محو شد تمام شد به سرمایه‌دارهای درجه اول اسلام عمل میکنم و به اجتهاد اونها کاری ندارم
اینا به قرآن اعتقادی ندارن
نیست حق با علی ابن ابی طالب است
So if he's doing that, then I condemn him. Condemn that.
اعطیت سحرا مثلی یه خویشاوند سببی مثل من تو داری من ندارم رستم از مثل پیغمبر یکیه یه پدرزنی مثل من تو داری پدر زنای پیغمبر کیا بودن؟ بعضیا کافر، بعضیا مشرک.
نوشتن در آخر کار عثمان اعتراض ها به او زیاد شده بود، کسانی مخالفت میکردن، اشکالات زیادی بر او وارد میکردن، از مصر آمده بودن، از عراق آمده بودن، بصره و جاهای دیگه. بالاخره یک جمع زیادی درست شدند و خانه عثمان رو محاصره کردن، جان عثمان رو تهدید کردن. خب اینجا یک کسی در مقام امیرالمومنین چه میکرد؟ یک کسی که خودش رو صاحب حق خلافت بدونه و 25 ساله که از این حقی که برای خودش مسلمه که این حق اوست، او رو کنار گذاشتن. به رفتار حاکم کنونی هم اعتراض داره. حالا میبینه که حتی خانه او رو گرفتن، او رو محاصره کردن. آدم معمولی، حتی برگزیدگان و چهره‌های والا در اینجا چه کار میکنن؟ همون کاری رو میکنن که دیگران کردن.
By the way, I haven't prayed Maghrib and Isha yet.
همون کاری رو
I'm
میکنن
doing
که
combination
زبیر کرد،
of both of them because of the
عایشه کرد.
British summertime, but I've got like an hour until.
بقیه کسانی که در
So
ماجرای
maybe we should end it here, Adnan, because I need to pray.
Wait. So this question came up.
که ماجرای قتل عثمان یکی از
Can we stop this now? Yeah.
Pray as well.
Go on now.
Okay. So it's clear now. We have clips. We have original evidence.
Yeah, that was You're right. I'm willing to concede this. If this is
so Daniel,
you're absolutely right.
Daniel calling anyone exposing this reality, okay, to the world, calling them Israeli psyops, Israeli agents.
Yeah, that's wrong. I mean, it's absolutely. Well, look, Adnan, look, I think, but can I tell you what I think is really happening? And I'm saying this as a brother, and I love you guys. I love everyone. I said, like I said before, I have a connection to you guys. I want the best for you guys. I might disagree with you on the Najdi Dawah thing, and I don't know what else. Some Takfir of the Mass Shias, I think closer than we thought we were. But the fact is this: I do think I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to say this to you as a brother, and I know this from someone who does it myself. I think Twitter brings out the worst in you, man. It brings out the worst in me, and it brings out the worst in you. Because when we're on there, look how you are now. Like, you're composed, you're eloquent, you're articulate, you're making your case, you're arguing your points. You know what I mean? Like, you're nuanced. No one knew that you had these views about the Shia. Way more nuanced. We still disagree, I think, but the disagreement is much less than we thought it was, right? And because you were able to speak out, and on Twitter, for whatever reason, you just bring out these almost angry sort of comments and stuff like, and it could just undo a lot of work that you've spent so long doing. So I think that you should be strict on yourself. Make a public announcement today, maybe, that you know what, I'm going to reduce my tweets. I'm going to be very surgical and strategic. And back and forth with Daniel, I promise you, for both of you, it's not a good look. Wallahi, it's a lose-lose situation.
I believe because of him connecting myself and Brother Fareed to those terrorist attacks deliberately to harm us. He did this to harm us, clearly, right? 30 brothers from the Dawah community made a statement against him that we have nothing to do with this guy. The pain that this guy is so unprincipled and he is so dangerous for the brothers. He can disagree with you and accuse you of being ISIS, accuse you of being Al Qaeda.
But Adnan, if we're being fair, you also were really harsh with him. You called each other names. You've done things. Now it's done that. I think that honestly, the public is sort of tired of it. If I'm honest,
no, like hijab, don't you think?
I think you should rise above it. If I'm honest,
hijab. To be fair, do you think this is decent behavior? I've never done that to him.
I think both of you have shown indecent behavior to each other.
No, hijab, there's no comparison. I'm not willing to accept. Where have I actually connected him to a terrorist group?
I think you called him Muta, something about Muta, son of Muta, something like that.
No. I never called him the son of Muta. Never, not me. No,
Are you sure?
Not me. No, absolutely. I've never called him. No. I've called him a Muta, prostitute for mullahs, just as he called me prostitute for the Gulf regimes. That's what he did, right? I called him a Muta prostitute for the mullahs. I never called him the son of Muta. I would never insult his mother. Absolutely never. Okay. So now coming back to the point. Okay.
Yeah, but it's, what do you call it? It's still bad though. It's still like this language.
He makes a comparison between me connecting him to the Iranian regime and him connecting us to terrorist organizations. There is no comparison. I've never said about any terrorist organization that they should get more weapons.
Okay,
they should get more militias. They should get more proxies. They should get nuclear weapons.
How would you want to proceed with this? Because look, let me ask. If I ask the public now, let me ask the people. There's 2,500 people watching. That's quite a lot, isn't it? That's quite a big number. Adnan. People loving it.
Yeah.
People loving it. People loving that story. Let me ask the public and see who thinks that Adnan Rashid should continue just, saying whatever. Yeah, just going hard on Twitter against
no.
What do you call it? Press 1 if you think he should do it, and press 2 if you think actually no, enough is enough. Let's not do it. So press 2 on the chat. Let's see.
I can delete my Twitter account tomorrow. Okay, but the question still stands. Why do we have why Muslims out there?
See, the people really want you to stop.
Still even talking to this guy, still even talking to him after what he did to innocent brothers. After what he did, he is not innocent. He is openly supporting Iran, getting weapons, getting militias and proxies. He's saying it publicly. I've never said that about any government in my life. I have never said any government should get weapons or get militias. Never in my entire life. No group. I've never supported violence. I've never supported violence. Never in my entire life. This guy sitting in his dungeon or basement is saying Iran should get nuclear weapons. Iran should have more proxies. It's a good idea. Okay. In spite of the fact that the Iranian government actively participated in the genocide of Muslims in Syria. Today, Muslims have forgotten Syria. Shame on us. Shame on us. Okay, if one of our sisters or daughters was raped by a bunch of wolves and hyenas, okay, which is what was going on in Syria.
And I agree with you on that, Adnan. I think that Syria is
would never think of
sitting. It's a shame.
Yeah, people have forgotten Syria. People have forgotten the genocide of Syria is fresh. Sadnaya prison is fresh.
Yeah.
You're telling me Hezbollah wasn't there? You're telling me Iraqi militias were not there? You're telling me Iranian generals were not there on the ground? Iranians are the reason why Bashar stayed in power for 10 years, dropping barrel bombs on densely populated areas. Iranians are the reason, Iranian generals, not people. Okay. Now, this is another question, Hijab, I want to address. Okay. Danny Lucky, could you
make
claim
this the last one because
he claimed I did not condemn the killing of Iranian people. I want to bring that clip up. Can you listen to this clip and see my response to it? Bring his clips back, please.
That is the message from Al-Albani, actually. That is the message. Al-Albani, you know his
position. I think
Al-Albani says that the Palestinians need to leave.
Yeah,
right?
It's what you would say the entailment of what they say rather than what they say. Them like
to
be fair here on this. Even though, look, I'll be honest. I've been
Shamsi, okay?
I've been on the receiving end of
all of these. I'm talking about this entire,
the
entire Wahhabi network. Okay? Not belittle the fact that he says that the jizya is not practical. Okay, applying the jizya. This is a shocking statement of kufr. Actually, if you interpret.
Pause that, please. I never said jizya is not practical. I said for Aurangzeb Alamgir to implement jizya in India in 1970.
I don't think anyone cares about that. To be honest.
Wrong to say that because Muslims were a minority. They were already struggling. For him to impose jizya on the majority, it was not a pragmatic move. Right? So go back to his clips. Go back to. I never said that. So he's a liar. Again, he's a liar. Attributing. And I want to show you black and white lies of his now. Go back to the clip, please.
This is his response. He doubles down. So the Saudi Wahhabi ideology contributed directly to the creation of the state of Israel. And this is a history that a lot of Muslims don't know.
That's a lie.
But this was a big part. I'm not saying this was the only factor, okay, that led to the creation of Israel. But this was a major factor, was the Wahhabi betrayal of the Ottomans and collaborating with the British. And it's all documented. These British officials are saying that Abdulaziz ibn Saud is so compliant. He loves us. He thinks that we're people of the book. He says that he'll marry his daughters to us because we're Ahlul Kitab, but he won't marry his daughters to the Ottomans because the Ottomans are mushriks. Literally, this is in their books, the British books that have been documented about this betrayal. This is coming from the founder of what eventually became Saudi Arabia, Abdulaziz ibn Saud. And this
So
is it was all
has become the Imam of the Wahhabi movement or the Najdi movement. He in fact killed Ikhwan, as we discussed earlier. He killed Ikhwan. Okay, so what is he talking
but he
about?
killed the Ikhwan because they no longer served this purpose.
But the Ikhwan,
he was using them.
Of course, he was a king. He was kings. You know, if you were a king in his place, I don't know what you would do.
I wouldn't.
But
do
anyway,
this.
move on. Let's move on.
Honestly,
Let's move on.
I wouldn't kill anybody. Man. I wouldn't do any of that stuff. Honestly,
I
would be a horrible
of the
leader because I'd be
Wahhabi
too like.
ideology.
So this is a good. Jack,
the authorities, Wahhabi authorities, if you look historically, even as early as 2005, like Fawzan, the whole don't boycott Israel, like boycotting Israel is haram. Where does someone like Rabbi Ferris get that
lying, as you corrected him? Again, he's lying. He's attributing the most evil things to the ulama, to the scholars. Clearly, he's on an agenda. This is like Iblis turning sides.
But I'll be honest.
They actually are in favor. They're in favor of massacres against Iranians. They're in favor of these attacks against
What
Iran.
Daniel does is he goes for the
States
lesson.
or Israel.
Pause.
He goes for the entitlement.
No. Did you hear what he said there? Did you hear what he said? He said, myself, Adnan-Rashid, and Farid are in favor of the killing of the Iranian people. So can you bring up my tweets now, please? My tweets. These are months old tweets.
Sure. Do you know, Adnan, your tweets, it's not just about what you're saying, but it's about how often you say something. So
No, it's not.
If we go on Grok right now, if we go together on Grok.
Let's see how often I said it. Let's see how often.
Let me show you what I think. This is an important thing to do.
Let's see.
Let me ask Grok a question. All right, like if you go on Grok and you ask Grok this question.
No. Before we get to Grok, let's see my screenshots. Just.
I'll let you see it. Whilst you're doing that, I'm going to put the question down. I was going to say, give me a number, give me a proportion of Adnan Rashid's tweets.
Ask a question. Ask a question. How many times
condemning Iran versus Israel and or let's say the GCC countries or something?
No,
give me a percentage.
Ask a question. This is a very direct point. He accused me of agreeing with the killings of the Iranian people, right? Ask a question from Grok. How many times Adnan Rashid has condemned the killings of Iranian people?
That's fine. This will tell us that as well.
No, he won't. He won't because you're putting.
I think the point is you're going to make a point about you've condemned this, that, and the other. I'm saying it's about proportionality.
But first of all, why do I have to talk about every single country in the world and their crimes and their virtues? Why?
Well, because if you're going to talk about the geopolitical issues,
if I point to a crime, if I say there's a rapist in this neighborhood, okay, and if the rapist and his family turns around and says to me, you know what, there's a rapist in the street next, the next street. Why don't you?
There's more than one of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. If I point to a rapist and I say you are a rapist, you raped someone. And
I think we should just do like Iran
him
versus,
and his family turns around.
Iran versus
Him and
Israel.
his family turn around and they say to me, "Why are you pointing at us?
Yeah, Iran versus
Look at the
Israel.
rapist next door. There's a rapist living next door to you." I would say, "Yeah, okay. There's a rapist living next door to me, but you're still a rapist. You're still a criminal." This is the gaslighting these people do.
All right. Okay. Yeah, this is good. So as you can see here, look, approximately 50% condemning Iran, 45% give or take Israel, and 5% GCC countries.
Okay.
So the issue is that there's genocide now with Israel, and just you're talking about Iran more than you're talking about Israel.
There's a genocide in Syria.
Not as it's happening now. Where's the genocide happening in Syria now?
It happened for 15 years. It happened.
No, but we're talking about the genocide is happening now in Palestine. So it doesn't make sense that you're talking about Iran more than you're talking about Israel.
I've talked about it repeatedly. I'm talking about it. This is the
gaslight. But the fact that there's even a proportionality on it, it's not.
Now,
I don't think this is normal.
To go back to the point where he accused me of not condemning the killing of the Iranian people. So can we bring up those tweets while hijab?
If you can
we bring up my admin?
Yeah. But do you see the point there, Adnan? Though, do you see what the argument is?
I see gaslighting, deliberate accusations of inconsistency. There is no inconsistency. I am simply highlighting the fact that the reason why I'm talking about Iran now is because many Muslims are falling for this propaganda that Iran is our well-wisher. Iranian government, the mullahs, are doing it for Palestine. They are trying to claim credibility, the genocide in Syria. This is why I am specifically addressing the Iranian problem. I'm saying they are not our brothers, number one. They are not our defenders. They are not fighting for Palestine. Rather, they are one of the biggest criminals, one of the biggest criminal entity in the Middle East. An expansionist, sectarian, hateful entity that took Iraq from us and that took Syria from us. So here.
But do you not think that this could be like, in a way, detracting or deprecating from the work that you do in the usual dawah that you do? Because this is making you a very polarized figure, and it's like the constant discussion about this, the constant back and forth. It could be taking away from like some people's impression of you as, you know, the classy and world-class sort of polished debater that you always were and always hopefully will continue to be.
Speaking the truth always has a cost, and I'm paying the cost, and I don't mind paying the cost. I'm aware of the fact that, you know, what we call tajdeed in the deen. You know, tajdeed is when a concept of Islam or an imminent matter is being ignored and is being brushed under the carpet. This right now, people thinking that the Iranian regime is somehow our friend, our well-wisher, our protector, our only hope in the world, is a lie. It's like saying the Zionist regime of Israel is our protector, our defender, is our only hope. This is the point I'm making. The ulama of Islam have made it very
clear. Would you rather Israel expand or Iran expand in the region?
Sorry?
If there was no choice but two, either Israel is going to expand or Iran is going to expand, which one would you prefer?
I would pray to Allah that, oh Allah, none of them expand, because both of them are absolutely bad news.
But if you had to choose one,
okay, I'll answer this question. Let me answer it. There are two gangsters in your neighborhood. Okay, they both have deadly weapons. One of them raids your house, rapes your daughter, kills your father, and stabs your brother, and robs you and goes away. Another gang of criminals comes in and strikes your mother in the head, causing her to bleed, breaks your kitchen, and sprays your living room with the bullets, and your little daughter gets killed. Okay, so now these are two criminal gangs, both of whom have committed crimes against you, right? Now what happens? They start fighting each other. Okay, so imagine now you and your family start saying, you know what, even though this second gang has raped us, killed us, and damaged us so much, we will stand with them, against the other criminal gang. This would be absolutely absurd. You would say, and your family would say, you know what, both of these criminals, let them fight and neutralize each other. I have nothing to do with it.
Let them fight is one thing, but if you had to choose between one of them,
who
would you choose?
They are both. Sorry?
If you had to choose, no, I'm not asking let them fight. That's not the question I'm asking. If you had to choose between either Iran or Israel to expand their power in the region, which of those two countries? If there was only one choice.
Absolutely.
No, if there was only one
neither.
choice, which one would you choose?
The solution lies with Muslim governments of the region. They should bring together minds and heads to propose.
So let me put it this way: which one do you reckon is more dangerous on the Muslims? Is it Israel or Iran?
I'm about to make a very important point. After this recent conflict, what has become very clear for the Gulf Arabs is that Israel is an enemy and Iran is an enemy because Iran shot them down. Okay, the Americans are only there for their own interest in the Middle East. Okay, they are using them today and they're going to walk away tomorrow. Okay, they need to make a confederation, which they tried to do, right? They need to make a military confederation. They need to make an economic bloc. Okay, they need to make a commonwealth for that matter. Okay, they need to come up with to defend each other politically, militarily, economically, strategically. Okay, because Israel and Iran will not be their partners. They're not options. They are not options. Three entities I always say are not options as allies: the Zionists, the Hindutva, and the Rafida. All three ideologies are by default.
You mentioned two. You mentioned two political and one religious. So why not just say the Iranians? I mean, because you mentioned two.
It could be Iraq tomorrow.
You mean the Iranian government?
It could. Today is Iran representing this this ideology that wants to destroy the Muslims in the Middle East and take their land and impose their religion on them. I want to play a clip of Hassan al-Ayari where he's openly saying.
But before you do that, I'm actually going. I need to pray and go to sleep because I'm really tired. And I'm so sorry for this to say that. But it's been 5 hours, I think.
The last thing I want to do before we go, the last thing I want to do is just play. Just put up my tweets, please. Just the last thing, and then we will end the stream there. On that note, those tweets that we were about to read, they are very not this one, not this one. The screenshots, please. Yeah,
yeah.
There are clips of Iranian generals I had. Who were not this one, please take it down. Not this guy. Waste of time. Okay, my tweets, the tweets. Yeah, not this one. The one, the other one, the Iranian people. Can you make it large? Yeah. Okay, hijab, I'm saying here, contrary to what Daniel Akikaju is claiming, everyone please keep the innocent people of Iran in your du'as.
That's good.
They are not guilty of, they are not guilty of any crimes their sectarian leadership may have committed. Next tweet, please.
It's actually good you're showing this, Adnan. I'm glad you're showing this. Yeah.
Okay. Now, the next tweet, hijab, we condemn all attacks on innocent civilians in Iran and the Middle East. Our sympathies are with the innocent victims of this brutal conflict between two criminal entities. May Allah punish these criminals and protect the innocent. Ameen. Justice for Gaza and Syria served. That's what I'm saying. Okay, next one. This is what Daniel Akikaju doesn't want people to know. He doesn't want people to know. Okay, next one is, I'm saying absolutely not. Someone asked me a question about Iranian people, yeah? Or are you happy that they're dying or something like that? I said, absolutely not. The innocent people of Iran have our prayers with them. They are not guilty of crimes committed by mullahs. In fact, the overwhelming majority of the Iranian people want the mullahs out. Why would we blame them? May Allah protect them from evil Zionists. I mean.
Well, I think that kind of approach.
Next one. Okay.
Yeah.
As for the common people of Iran, our hearts go out to them. They may be paying for the double policies of the mullahs. Mullahs have been chanting death to Israel, but it seems by Israel they mean the innocent Muslims of Iraq, Syria, and Yemen. And then, of course, the Gulf region, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, and all those countries. Now, recently. Okay. Then there is another tweet about the UAE and the Sudan and all that. You can put that up as well. Where I mentioned countries who have committed crimes against.
That's all right. I mean, we've gone through.
Why do I condemn atrocities in Sudan in general terms? Sudan is now a chessboard for many global powers. UAE, Turkey, Iran, and Egypt are all involved in conflict. All factions are supplying weapons and technology to their puppets. I condemn anyone doing genocide. I don't care who it is. Anyone committing a genocide in Sudan is guilty to me, whoever it is. I absolutely condemn all killers of all innocent people in Sudan.
I'm glad that you've
all culprits of all genocides in all places at all times. Now that I've addressed your evil assumptions, talking to Daniel, so he knows about this.
So I think, you know what, I'm glad that you've said this. I'm happy that you've done that, because it shows more balance, and that's what we want. We want unity, we want balance, and I'm sure you're the same, bro. Because like, you work with your bandis, you work with Sufis, you work with people from different racial backgrounds, from different ethnic backgrounds. I've always known you as a person who does that. That's why a lot of people were surprised at the sort of trajectory. But I think it's just Twitter. Honestly, I think people need to know Adnan Rashid is a different person to the work he is in Twitter. He's a different guy. And that's why I genuinely advise myself and you to put strict sort of deadlines on Twitter, and only check it like maybe 20 minutes a day maximum. Your quality of life will really improve, by the way. And your public perception will be better, and your quality of life will improve. You'll be more psychologically stable. I believe that. And I felt like that. I don't know about you, but every time I go on Twitter, I don't like it. It's a really negative experience. I don't like it. I mean, it's toxic. It's horrible. It's better to, you know, you've got so many books in your library, just pick up one of those books and read it.
Yeah, agreed.
You get so much more out of it.
Living to accuse people of all sorts of evil things, complete lying. He said it to your face here, sitting on this very platform, that myself and Fareed did not condemn the killing of innocent Iranian people.
Well, it's a good thing I corrected him there.
On that side of Sudan. The guy is a liar. Okay, and look, he's not important in this, but I want people to know.
Right, but like I said before, you've also called him a 12 Shia with minimal evidence. Even Fareed told you not to do that.
But he loves them so much. Why is that a problem?
Well, I mean, if look, at this point, you don't want to descend to a point where people are going to start thinking, okay, is he losing his integrity now? Is he saying things that aren't academic? Is he going overboard? Is he just responding out of impulse? Is he doing something that doesn't befit a man of his age, or doesn't befit a man of his seniority or caliber? And that's what Twitter does. It makes you like deprecate yourself, essentially.
Did you feel that today? I mean, we had an academic conversation.
Not this, like I said, when we talk, you're not like that at all. On Twitter, you're a different human being. So I really hope that I really think that if you move away from Twitter, and just people need to see you talk. You're a charismatic talker. Speak.
Just watch clips coming tomorrow with all sorts of evil claims about you.
Listen, you're a charismatic coin collector, you know.
I'm a charismatic coin collector who cannot read the Quran by even Juz Amari. I've memorized it.
Go on, give us a bit of recitation now. Go on, give us a bit of your recitation. Bismillah. Go ahead.
You really want them to clip it and then start claiming that I'm not a Qari. You know I'm not a Qari. I've never claimed to be a Qari.
You have like a bit of a Quran competition face-off.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم عما يتساءلون عن النبأ العظيم الذي هم فيه مختلفون كلا سيعلمون ثم كلا سيعلمون ألم نجعل الأرض مهادا والجبال أوتادا وخلقناكم أزواجا وجعلنا نومكم سباتا وجعلنا الليل لباسا وجعلنا النهار معاشا وبنينا فوقكم سبعا شدادا وجعلنا سراجا وهاجا.
That's good, mashallah, mashallah. It's good. Wallah, it's not. It's good, mashallah. By the way, Daniel's got a good one as well. He sent me one today. Should we put it up?
What's that?
Daniel, good. It's good. It's good. Mashallah, it's yani, nothing there. Look, Daniel's got a nice one. Yeah.
Mashallah. May Allah.
Look, this is what we want: competition. Competition in what do you call it?
Need to act on it. I mean, Ya Rab. Look,
I think that you had a good one.
The point is, there was this this situation that was created by him. He turns a normal conversation into a hostile exchange of name calling.
Let's hear Daniel's one as well, because look, you guys both challenged each other, so let's hear it. 1 second.
Now you be the judge.
Now I'm not going to be the judge, but the public can be. But that wasn't bad.
Look, Hijab. There's a problem. He was laughing at what you said. That, oh, Hijab, you mocked Adnan for not being able to read Juz Amma, even looking at the Mus'haf. I've memorized the Juz, alhamdulillah, and inshallah more. May Allah reward everyone who memorizes.
Listen to.
Okay,
wait. Let's hear Daniel's one first. Let's hear this one.
Others,
Daniel's got a good one as well, mashallah. I was quite surprised with this one. Let's hear it.
Read the first surah of Juz Amma. Yeah.
Wait 1 second. Listen.
You really have to. So, time for Salah. We can't hear Hijab. We can't hear.
Can you not hear it? Both of you can read it, mashallah. Both of you have got good voices, very nice, very soothing. And you know what? Let's say this. If you guys want to compete on something, you might as well compete on the Quran. Yeah. Next one is just Tabarak. That's the next week. Inshallah. Instead of all these insults, we'll do a Quran competition.
No, why don't we start with the first Juz, Surah Baqarah onwards, inshallah.
Whatever you want. Okay, that's if you guys want to have a competition. You know, there's a famous hadith.
I don't want anything to do with this guy. Absolutely not.
Then don't talk about him. Don't talk about him, and then he won't talk about you.
He's obsessed with me. He's putting up.
You guys are both obsessed with each other. You guys are.
No, I've recently Hijab. I've recently tweeted. I'm done with him. I don't want anything to do with him. Oh. He's not leaving me alone. He's crying and posting. And I don't know what's wrong with the guy. Allah guide him.
I think you do because you're the same. You do the same when you go on Twitter. And I'm the same sometimes as well. Can you hear it now?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم عما يتساءلون عن النبأ العظيم الذي هم فيه مختلفون كلا سيعلمون ثم كلا سيعلمون ألم نجعل الأرض مهادا
He's got a very nice voice actually.
وخلقناكم أزواجا وجعلنا نومكم
This guy, he's praised him. No, listen, clip that. MashaAllah, pause it. See, look, that's a nice place to end, isn't it? He said, MashaAllah. He said, praise Daniel Haqiqat there, didn't he?
What he should do instead of shilling for genocidal sectarian mullah regime.
No. You said, MashaAllah. You said something nice.
I'm about to say something. Instead of shilling, I mean, he accuses me of shilling for Gulf regimes. I've never done that in my life. Never. Okay.
No,
you will not find a statement. You will not find a statement from me about any government. Okay. The issue is now he has been doing it. So instead of doing that, he should read Quran for us. Just go on Twitter, post a video every day of you reading the Quran. We will all love it and make dua for you. That's it.
I'll make dua for both of you, and may Allah make you go reconcile. It'll be a very beautiful reconciliation. I love to see reconciliation between you two guys. And even if you agree to disagree, just like we have today, we've agreed to disagree, but the love is always going to be there. The respect is always going to be there. And inshallah, people, when they hear you speak, is so much better than seeing you write and type on Twitter. I can assure you of that. And I think everyone who loves you and has your best interest will tell you the same thing, bro.
Ya Rab, Jazakumullah khairan. Hijab, on a positive note, it was a very long stream, subhanallah, 5.5 hours. I planned to sit here for 2 hours, maybe max, but subhanallah. And everyone listening right now, please, please, please do not hold our views against us. Our views are based upon our readings, our convictions, our personal research, which can be improved. We continue to learn, we continue to change our views based upon our knowledge as it grows. Okay, we will never be ultimately knowledgeable. We will always continue to learn. We can always change our views upon seeing the evidence. Okay, when you see a very strong stance from someone like me or from Muhammad Hijab, always consider the positive side, that they may have reasons, they may have some explanation, they may have something that they believe in. That's why they are taking such a strong stance. Stop assuming the worst about brothers. Inshallah, we look forward to more interactions in the future. We can do these more brotherly interactions. I'm always open to them, and may Allah accept from us. Please, if anyone listening right now, you happen to be Shia, please do not take it the wrong way. Okay, you must understand we have certain beliefs. We want to hold them dear to us. Nothing personal against you. I don't want you dead. I don't want you dying. I don't want you tortured. And likewise, you shouldn't want this for any Sunni in Syria, Iraq, Lebanon. Don't cheer for it. Don't defend your governments if they're doing it. Don't ever do that. We shouldn't defend our governments if they're doing crimes. You shouldn't defend your. Always stand for the haqq and continue to read. Continue to look into the claims. There are 2 billion Muslims from Morocco to Indonesia. They are Ahl Sunnah. They are scholars. They have studied your books. They have studied your sources, your arguments, and they still choose to be what they are. Okay, and possibly likewise on your side. Continue this research. No hostility, no hatred, just invitation, a friendly, brotherly invitation to all the Shia people listening out there to consider our positions more carefully, and inshallah make dua to Allah that Allah guides us and you. Ameen. Hijab, over to you.